Family cultivation. My mobile phone traveled through time. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 626, Entering the Ruins, the Fountain of Immortality. Liangsu, Hideo, Duji, etc. are the last three realms in the mortal world. Liangsu cultivators are not as good as Hideo cultivators and Duji cultivators, but they also have a certain ability to protect themselves. Senior cultivators deduce the changes of the secrets of heaven, often with the help of the laws of heaven, peek at the traces left by sentient beings, deduce the unknown from the known, and gain insight into some mysteries of heaven and earth and the news of sentient beings. However, there are still some blind spots. That is the cave heaven opened up by the cultivators. The cave heaven is independent of the purple mansion world and has a weak causal connection with the heavenly way. If hiding in the cave heaven, the Duji cultivator may not be able to deduce the location. In times of crisis, it can be used to preserve the family or sect. In the vast history, how many major sects and families have been born? Without that power, you can guarantee your long-term prosperity. There is no guarantee that you will not encounter strong enemies. Even if the families and sects outside suffer a catastrophe, as long as the cave heaven exists, you can conceal the secrets of heaven and avoid the pursuit of the strong. Master, I understand. Long Xuan nodded. It's just right for this period of time to consolidate some foundations. Xuanji gave a few more instructions and got up and left. Back to the outside world. Back to the Lu family. Xuanji's mind flashed, penetrating the endless void, and there was nothingness in the void. The terrifying mind disappeared and seemed to have never appeared again. But he still didn't feel relieved. Some things are not over. Never underestimate the patience of some people. The big dragon can turn into a 10,000-foot true body and soar into the sky. The small dragon can turn into a hill and hide in the mud. The real dragon is the best at hiding itself. If I guess correctly, Long Xuan will awaken some blood secrets to hide her own key. After a while, she can perfectly hide her own key and walk outside. Xuanji thought. His figure flashed, and he arrived in the hall. Sensing everything in the Lu family, Ningzu was in seclusion. It seemed that she had reached a level. She was only a little bit away from entering the refining void, and only a little bit away from sitting and dying. Life and death were in an instant. He sensed Qinglian again. Qinglian was in retreat, her ki was gathering, and she was trying to reach the second level of refining void. He sensed the others. The cultivators of the Lu family were in good order. Some were farming, some were cultivating spiritual medicine, some were refining weapons, some were in retreat, and some were handling family affairs. When summoned, his son Lu Fan appeared. Meet father, Lu Fan said. Xuanji looked at his son, frowned slightly and said, your cultivation speed is a bit slow, and you are still at the first level of the spirit transformation realm. Lu Fan smiled and said, father, the Lu family is large and has a lot of things to deal with. Why don't I handle some chores for you? Xuanji said, Fana, family affairs are important, but your cultivation is also important. Don't let chores affect your cultivation. Lu Fan said, father, this is the normal rhythm of my cultivation. Ask the cultivators in the world, after reaching the spirit transformation realm, who doesn't practice hard for hundreds of years, to improve to a small realm. After the spirit transformation like father, he still progresses quickly without any bottlenecks, but they are a minority after all. The child's aptitude is not as good as your father's, and the speed of cultivation cannot be fast, even if you want to. The child should proceed step by step and improve steadily. Xuanji said, forget it, I won't say much about these. How is the Lu family recently? Not good, very bad. When talking about the Lu family, Lu Fan's face was changing, and he said, father, my Lu family was just a purple mansion family in the past, but in just over 3,000 years, it has become a great refining family. On the one hand, it was thanks to my father, who had extraordinary talent and led the Lu family to rise. On the other hand, it was the recovery of spiritual energy, which led to more resources and more geniuses in the Chu state. The number of second and third spiritual roots is increasing. and various spiritual bodies are emerging in an endless stream. These are the dividends brought by the recovery of spiritual energy. But since the initial collision and initial connection of the two worlds, when countless space channels of Deozu appeared, the trend of spiritual energy recovery has stagnated, and it has shown a downward trend. With the decline of spiritual energy, the number of many resources is also relatively reduced, and many spiritual cultivators have been born, and the consumption of resources is increasing. In the past 100 years, the Lu family has shown a stable development trend, and it is no longer possible to make great strides as in the past. The Lu family has encountered a bottleneck in its development so far. Lu Xuanji was silent, sensing the outside world. The world was oppressive, and gave people a feeling of impending storm. The spiritual energy is declining as a whole, and at most 5,000 years, it will fall into the Dharma ending age. The Dharma ending age appeared a little too quickly. According to the theory, after the spiritual energy is revived, it will last for more than 10,000 years before it stagnates, and then it will decline. After 50,000 years, it will enter the Dharma ending age. But the invasion of Fiu realm accelerated this period of time. The speed of spiritual energy depletion is accelerating. In the following years, just 5,000 years, the Purple Mansion world will enter the Dharma ending age. The Dharma ending age is extremely unfriendly to cultivators. He still remembers that in the Dharma ending age, cultivation was difficult, the laws were rough, the golden elixir was the ancestor, and the nascent soul was rare. After reaching the refining void stage, his demand for spiritual energy is decreasing, and he can even use the cave to refine some spiritual energy and feed it back to the Purple Mansion world. But the refining void cultivators have a decreasing demand for spiritual energy, but their comprehension of the laws has not decreased. In the prosperous era of the Purple Mansion world, the laws were revealed, and they could be easily comprehended and enlightened, but in the Dharma ending age, the laws are obscure and difficult to comprehend. If the world enters the Dharma ending age, after entering the refining void stage, his cultivation speed will also enter the slow lane, which is outrageously slow. Lu Xuanji said, every time the spiritual energy revives, the origin of the Purple Mansion world will be consumed. This time the spiritual energy is revived, it is the world saving itself. In the recovery of spiritual energy, many geniuses, many sons of luck, and many sons of destiny are depicted to be born to resist the invasion of other worlds. However, the trend that has been presented since the recovery of spiritual energy is somewhat unexpected. This also proves that the Purple Mansion world is very dangerous. If it can't hold on, the world will be destroyed. By the way, what is the situation on the front line? Lu Fan said, in the past 100 years, in my Chu country, 18 space channels have appeared one after another. Along these space channels, giant and monks have killed here one after another, and then lurked in our world and disappeared. Inside our world, large-scale destruction is carried out. Because the connection of the world has reduced the world's suppression. In some areas, the Feather Demon clan's nascent soul has invaded. We also fought back accordingly, killing many nascent soul cultivators, and at the same time we suffered a lot of losses. The front line is in a stalemate. For 100 years, there have only been giant and cultivators and nascent soul cultivators fighting. Lu Xuanji thought, the war has just begun, and the most important thing in war is patience. In the battle, there can be no impatience. Any impatience will magnify your own flaws and give the enemy an opportunity to take advantage of it. I feel that there will be a god-transforming invasion soon, no more than 1,000 years at most, or even shorter. Recalling the experience of the clone in the Fiu realm, Immortal Demon City recruited a large number of god-transforming cultivators, which must be brewing a large-scale war. It's just that I'm not sure where they will attack from. Lu Xuanji asked again. Lu Fan also responded, talking about some situations on the front line. After that, Lu Fan left. Lu Xuanji still felt a little uneasy, and his footsteps flashed, moving towards those passages. The dark passage was constantly rotating and changing, with the power of space fluctuating. The dark cave entrance was like the mouth of a giant beast, with inexplicable danger. This cave entrance connected two worlds, one was the Fiu realm, and the other was the Zifu realm. Near the cave entrance, many formations were built, which were intertwined and superimposed on each other. The power was so strong, that it could kill the divine transformation monk. There were about 30,000 monks from the Chu state, including 18 Yuanying, more than 1,000 Chindan, and most of the rest were Zifu monks. There was also blood scattered in the passage. Not long ago, a great battle took place here, and it ended with the retreat of the Umo clan. However, the human race also suffered a lot of losses. At this moment, the soldiers of the Chu state looked a little tired, but they were still vigilant and closely observed the enemy on the opposite side. Once there was any abnormal movement, they would give a thundering blow. If there was a big problem, notify the divine transformation monk. Sensing the breath on the opposite side, Xuanji sensed some terrifying breath, and his expression was slightly stunned. In the passage on the opposite side, the Umo clan had a refining cultivator sitting in charge, and there were also 18 Huashan cultivators. They were all staring at him, as if they were ready to kill him at any time. But they were afraid of something and were waiting. If the refining cultivators of the Umo world dared to directly break into the Zifu world, they would encounter the terrifying world suppression. They would not be able to exert their 10th level of cultivation, and might be killed by the Huashan cultivators. After a rough inspection, Xuanji left here, and went to other areas to inspect. These defense lines are quite solid and difficult to break through. Even if they are broken, there are subsequent formations, and there are also cultivators, to reinforce the ladder-shaped and wave-shaped defenses, which improve the stability of the defense line. The storm is coming. After Xuanji inspected the Chu state, he returned to the cave, and continued to retreat. Suddenly, I felt a crisp sound in the void, and a huge cave was slowly emerging. Then the cave seemed to stagger and fall to the ground, blending into the void, half hidden in the void, and half exposed in the outside world. The ancient ruins are about to appear. Xuanji sensed something, and walked away with flashing steps. The purple mansion world is vast and boundless. In its long history, countless peerless strongmen were born. Among these strongmen, only a few cultivators were blessed by heaven, changed their fate against the will of heaven, transcended the shackles of the purple mansion world, and ascended to the fairyland in one fell swoop. Many evil giants, however, disappeared in the river of history. Their names were forgotten by the world, and the world did not know their names or their origins. Most of the caves, hidden treasure houses, secret realms, etc. left by the strong are hidden in the endless void, or in some dangerous places, overlooking some GD, and using some special formations to perfectly disguise themselves. Even some great men who have crossed the calamity may not be able to sense their location. But with the invasion of the Feather Demon clan, the Purple Mansion realm sensed the danger and some relics appeared. Boom boom boom. As the relic appeared, many cultivators and Fengla in the East Wilderness sensed it. Some transformation cultivators went there. The refining void cultivators also tore through the void and went to the relic. In an ancient cave, a huge green ice crystal was placed in a pool, and an old man was sealed in the ice crystal. The old man was sealed in it like amber, with life and death, in a special state of life and death. At this moment, the old man opened his eyes penetrated the void, and saw the relic appear. Another relic appeared. This time it was a relic left by a Hideo cultivator, but it's a pity that I don't know its name. Unfortunately, the time has not come yet, and I can't appear in the world yet. The old man looked at the relic, just took a look, and closed his eyes again, falling into a deep sleep. In another cave, a beautiful woman sat on the bed, breathing. At this moment, the relic appeared. After just a glance, he was silent again. He continued to breathe in and out. In the void, there were countless caves, and in the caves, there were great masters of the Hideo. They were awakened by the ruins, but they fell into a deep sleep later. This relic was just left by a Hideo cultivator. After a long time, how many treasures could it have? It was just broken copper and iron, not worth their efforts. Similarly, they disdained to take action. The void was flickering, and Xuanji's footsteps flashed, and he had already reached the entrance of the ruins. The ruins were a little dilapidated. After just a glance, Xuanji entered it. Later, another Liangsu descended, sensing the situation here, and also entered it. The void was changing, and one after another Liangsu cultivators appeared and descended in it. At ordinary times, Liangsu cultivators were like dragons that could not be seen from head to tail, and there was almost no trace of them, but at this moment, they gathered together like a market. entered the cave. Later, some nearby Huashan cultivators also entered it. Some Yuanying cultivators in the distance were on the periphery, observing all this. Some Yuanying were afraid and did not dare to go forward. Some bold Yuanying monks entered. As many monks entered, the ruins began to become chaotic. The void was changing. Xuanji entered the ruins and saw that the ruins were badly damaged. Most of the formations on the periphery were broken. The ultimate killing formation that could kill the head AO monks in the past could not even kill the Huashan monks now. In the ruins, many broken buildings were scattered and turned into ruins. There were also one piece of medicine garden after another, in which spiritual medicines were planted. These spiritual medicines withered and died after a long time and turned into medicine ashes scattered in the fields. New spiritual medicines grew out, one after another, and a thick layer of medicine ashes formed in the continuous withering and dying. Above the medicine ashes, there were Shineling flowers, Yuzuki, Zionling grass, Creation grass, Wuji flowers, and Eth grass, etc. There were many spiritual medicines from the 1st grade to the 5th grade, and there were many of them. They were just uneven and mixed in the damaged ruins. There were still some low-level monsters walking in the ruins. When they saw the monks entering, they hid themselves. There were also some 5-element fruit trees and good fortune fruit trees scattered in the ruins, and some were directly buried by the soil. Xuanji just took a look and passed by. His footsteps were flashing, and he landed in front of a palace. This palace was once quite luxurious. It was the core of the cave heaven and controlled the hub of the cave heaven. However, at this moment, it fell down and fell on the ground. He activated his magic power, and the magic power changed into 5 colors, turning into 5 colored palms to capture. At this moment, the palace was buzzing, and the formation above was activated, turning into sharp sword energy, and the sword energy tore through. The 5 colored palm was directly cut off. The palace was flashing and changing, and the strange and twisted power around it was rising and falling. A mythical ancient vicissitudes and domineering aura burst out. The surrounding space seemed unable to withstand the force and broke directly. Swish. At this moment, a void refining monk turned into a stream of light and was about to enter the palace first. However, when he entered the palace, the runes on it were exploding, and the grey barrier was running, twisting the void. No. The void refining monk screamed, and his body was retreating rapidly. His lifespan was being consumed drastically, and his lifespan was cut off by 1,000 years. White hair also appeared on the head of the void refining monk. The monks inside the Changsan hall stopped one after another, and fear flashed in their eyes. The lifespan of a void refining monk is only more than 10,000 years. In an instant, depriving a void refining monk of 1,000 years of life. This method is somewhat terrifying. The crowd no longer rushed recklessly, but waited patiently, their eyes flashing, analyzing the formation at the entrance of the hall. So that's it. Xuanji's mind was running, and in just a dozen breaths, he had insight into the mystery of the formation at the entrance. After all, he had once comprehended the divine sword of the universe, and had a certain understanding of the time rune, the law of time, and the mystery of time. It's so dangerous just at the door. I don't know how dangerous it will be if I enter. Xuanji's eyes flickered, analyzing the pros and cons, with a trace of fear in his eyes. Thinking about the various dangers and disasters that might be encountered when entering the hall. There are also traps that may be faced. Forget it, I didn't suppress the greed in my heart after all. Xuanji laughed, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Swish. At this moment, another cultivator entered the hall. This was the moment of colliding with the formation, activating the secret technique, and the grey barrier was broken. This cultivator took the opportunity to enter. Another cultivator flashed and entered the hall. Xuanji also flashed his footsteps and entered. When he entered the hall, he only felt that time and space were changing. His eyes went dark, and then became bright. The hall looked small from the outside, but it was huge inside. With his footsteps flashing, Xuan walked forward. Suddenly, he saw a spiritual medicine in front of him. The spiritual medicine is about 3 feet tall, with 9 leaves. There are star runes on the leaves. When the leaves shake slightly, the 3-color light of the sun, moon, and stars flashes, evolving a mysterious creation. This is the 9-leaf star grass. Lu Xuanji looked at the spiritual grass and flashed a little excitement. This is a 7th grade immortal grass, which is also very beneficial to the monk Lu Liangsu. But when he was about to pick it, he suddenly got smart, sweating all over his body, and subconsciously avoided it. At this moment, the 7-leaf star grass was changing, turning into a 7-colored divine snake, and it pounced directly on him. It was silent when it moved, and the moment it attacked, was as fast as lightning. If it weren't for the escape picture just now to warn, Lu Xuanji would have subconsciously avoided it, and might have been bitten by the snake. With a crisp sound, the venomous snake missed Lu Xuanji's palm, and a long knife appeared. The long knife flashed like snowflakes flying, and the speed was extremely fast. The venomous snake was cut in two, and its body fell to the ground, and its breath was cut off. Ah! At this moment, a scream came from afar. A cultivator was bitten by a poisonous snake while picking spiritual herbs. After the scream, his right arm was cut off. But the poison did not end, but eroded along the flesh and blood. In just a few breaths, it eroded to the heart and the soul. The cultivator used the secret technique to suppress it, but it was useless. His body was broken, his soul was destroyed, and he died on the spot. Looking at this scene, Lu Xuanji felt a sense of grief for the death of the rabbit, and he moved forward more cautiously. The case just now told him that the cultivators of the refining void were just mortals, and they also had greed, and they were even greedier than mortals. Mortals were just greedy for money and beauty, but the cultivators of the refining void wanted everything. All mine, all mine. Under greed, the IQ of the cultivators of the refining void was not much higher than that of ordinary people. Swish. With flashing footsteps, Lu Xuanji moved forward cautiously, picking some spiritual herbs. Finally, he put them into the storage bag and stored them temporarily. He kept searching along the way and soon arrived in front of a palace. He waved his hand to break the seal on it, turned into a stream of light, and entered it. There was a pool in the palace with clear water and the breath of life. This is the immortal spring, which can help cultivators forge the Tao body and improve the grade of the Tao body. Lu Xuanji looked at the pool and took it directly with a wave of his hand. He was about to put it into the storage bag, but the storage bag made a crisp sound and broke directly, which was unbearable. Lu Xuanji thought about it and jumped directly into the pool. He activated the pure Yang Dao body. The Dao body was in operation, absorbing the life force in the pool water and constantly transforming itself. Gradually, white lines appeared on the pure Yang Dao body, and the body was emitting gold, like an immortal body. The flesh body was slowly evolving, and the power of the Dao contained in it was slowly increasing. The Dao rhyme on the body was increasing, and the Dao body was evolving. The pure Yang Dao body showed different power at different stages. The pure Yang Dao body of a mortal, the pure Yang Dao body of a Yuanying, and the pure Yang Dao body of an immortal seemed to have the same physique, but the gap was huge, almost incomparable. The Dao body is a physique that carries the laws of the Dao and the mysteries of the Dao. But, as the immortal spring was being consumed violently, the pure Yang Dao body was making great progress, but at the moment of progress, waves of discomfort came, which conflicted with its own Dao of creation, the Dao of the red dust, the Dao of yin and yang, the Dao of withering and flourishing, etc. The great truth that he had comprehended was in perfect harmony with his physique. It did not matter in the past, but now, as his cultivation level improved, the conflict was intensifying. Chapter 627 Immortal Artifact, Pearl of Time. But, the mighty force in the body surged, impacting the flesh, as if to tear the body apart. The intense pain made people feel like dying. Lu Xuanji used his skills to suppress it, but the more he suppressed it, the more difficult it was to control. The pure Yang Dao body was breaking, and it was unable to withstand the mighty power of creation in the body. It was breaking inch by inch, and this process showed an irreversible trend. At the same time, the power of creation was running, transforming the blood, bones, bone marrow, internal organs, acupoints, etc., transforming inch by inch, and transforming into the Dao body of creation. The old physique was breaking, and the new physique was derived. In the process of transformation, it seemed to be cut into pieces and tortured. Crack, crack. With this crisp sound, the bones broke, but the power of creation was added to them, and the broken bones healed again. The bones were reborn, and gradually a trace of silver texture appeared, becoming more and more stable and stronger. The creation art was in operation, and a little bit of black dirt was squeezed out. The old blood was squeezed out, and new blood was generated. The body was humming, making a thunderous sound. The 5 internal organs were beating together, like the drums of war. The liquid in the pool was constantly consumed. The aura on Xuanji's body was rising, sometimes extremely strong, sometimes extremely weak. At the same time, the 33 heavenly treasures on the periphery were in operation, and a little bit of the power of creation fell down, entering the body, transforming the flesh, gradually transforming into the creation Deo body. The essence of cultivation is the evolution of life. After transformation and evolution, it will gradually move towards perfection. In the early days, Xuanji condensed the pure yang Deo body, and his blood and ki were pure yang, like the scorching sun. But as the cultivation continued, especially after comprehending the mysteries of the 33 heavens and the mysteries of creation, he deviated more and more from the pure yang mystery. The pure yang mystery is no longer all of him, but only a part of the great Deo. The direction of the great Deo is changing, and the direction of cultivation is also changing. Originally, this kind of change would not occur until the late stage of refining emptiness. However, under the transformation of the immortal spring, it suddenly transformed, and the pure yang Deo body gradually transformed into the creation Deo body. The pure yang mystery, the mystery of withering and flourishing, the mystery of yin and yang, the mystery of life and death, the mystery of the sword, the mystery of the red dust, etc., are all integrated into the creation Deo body. The body is undergoing a drastic transformation. When the body is transformed to the extreme, the body emits bursts of precious light, and the dazzling light emanates from the body, appearing sacred and majestic. Runes rise up one after another, constantly condensing and changing, turning into a world. Runes condense again, turning into a second world. One world after another, many worlds are superimposed together, turning into the world of 33 heavens. The world of 33 heavens was in motion. Immortals were walking, gods were rising and falling, unicorns were dancing, blue dragons were wandering, white tigers were roaring, and many strange phenomena were emerging, and then they changed and died, as if they had turned into the supreme immortal world and descended. Xuanji sat in the pool. The aura of creation in his body was being born and dying, wandering around his body, enhancing the origin of life, and accelerating the transformation of the origin. All kinds of great understandings, the mysteries of laws, the mysteries of all things, etc., were flowing in the mind, constantly evolving and dying, and running to the extreme. At the extreme moment, they gradually dissipated, and turned into their own firewood, igniting the essence of the origin, and the spirit was undergoing a drastic transformation. After an unknown amount of time, Xuanji opened his eyes. The pool water had been absorbed. Crack, crack. Xuanji clenched his fist, and his fist made a crackling sound. His fist hit the void, and the void was slightly shattered, turning into black silk threads, and then quickly healed. Under the operation of divine thoughts, a little bit of spiritual energy in the void entered the body and quickly transformed into mana, which was endless and continuous like a perpetual motion machine. At this time, the strength of the physical body was greatly improved. The blood and ki were thick and vast, like a surging ocean. It seemed that the diamond was indestructible and the physical body was immortal. Just by activating the power of the physical body, it could compete with the cultivators of the refining void. The physical body was more in line with the laws of heaven and earth. With just a little operation, the laws in the void came down, like 100 rivers returning to the sea, like 100 birds returning to their nests. The spiritual energy in the heaven and earth, the chaotic energy in the void, the power of the stars in the universe, and all kinds of scattered rays, various void energies, etc., all entered the body, and were quickly refined into mana, and the speed was much faster than in the past. Creation Deo body, finally it was done. Only cultivating the nature, not the life. This is the first disease of cultivation, only cultivating the ancestral nature without cultivating the elixir. It is difficult for the yin spirit to become a saint. The so-called Deo body holy body, divine body, immortal body, etc. are all the embodiment of laws and manifestations of the great Dao. At the beginning, the cultivator is a mortal body, but with the improvement of cultivation and the improvement of the great Dao perception, the physique will gradually transform. When it reaches the state of harmony with the Dao, it will inevitably transform into a Dao body. The birth of the Dao body is also affected by the practice. Practicing the fire attribute practice will give birth to the fire Dao body. Practicing the water attribute practice will give birth to the water Dao body. Practicing the wood attribute will give birth to the wood attribute Dao body. Of course, there are a few cultivators who are born with Dao bodies. With the help of the Dao body, their cultivation speed will be faster than many people, and they can make great progress every day. They can be called peerless geniuses. The Dao body is a bridge to communicate with the great Dao, which can better sense the laws of the great Dao and the mysteries of the great Dao. Huolala. Xuanji felt the changes in his body and the mystery of the creation Dao body, and turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Following the perception in the dark, Xuanji moved towards a certain direction. Along the way, he encountered many ruins. Under the ruins were many treasures, which were collected directly by activating the secret technique. These treasures were also very useful to him. In order to compete for these treasures, some monks also fought each other and fought bloody battles. The void was bleeding, and strong men were annihilated one after another. Swish. At this moment, the void was ringing. Endless flames burned and condensed into a phoenix, burning. Xuanji activated the secret technique to resist, and the void made a hissing sound, and the flames were extinguished. The footsteps of the refining cultivator flashed, turning into a stream of light, attacking and killing, punching fast and fiercely, and the means were domineering and cruel. Xuanji waved his hand and punched out. The punch was like thunder. The refining cultivator was punched and flew away. Cracks appeared on his body, and his body began to bleed. It was just the first confrontation, and the refining cultivator was injured. This injury not only did not suppress him, but made him excited. The blood in his body was boiling, the fire of the phoenix was burning, and his aura was rising. He said in a stern voice, "I'm Feng Jiushan, and I'm here to fight you." It seemed that his aura was running to the extreme, and a phoenix shadow appeared behind him. Chirp. At the moment when the aura of this great master of refining emptiness rose to the extreme, the light of escape flashed under his feet, and his palm changed, turning into a grappling force, attacking and killing. Phoenix claw. Xuanji's palm changed, pinching the fist seal, with the greatness of the creation of the world, like the arrival of the immortal king, punching out. Bang bang. The two collided again. Feng Jiushan only felt his body trembling continuously, and his arm broke directly. He couldn't help but activate the secret technique, and the blood of the phoenix was burning, and turned into rolling power. The power increased by 3 layers. The aura on his body surged again, and the broken arm healed again. A long sword appeared on his palm. The long sword was colorful, and the relief of the phoenix was carved on it. When the long sword slashed out, golden flames were rising, bursting out continuously, and turned into a line of fire to slash down. At this moment, Xuanji activated the Ant King divine form, and an ant appeared behind him, wearing a crown on his head, like the king among ants. The inexplicable taurine was added to his body, and the muscles on his body were swelled, making a crackling sound. He took another step forward and punched out. The long sword flew backwards again, and Feng Jiushan also flew backwards. Damn, why is the gap so big? Feng Jiushan flashed a trace of unwillingness, and the red light under his feet was flashing, and he was about to escape. If you want to fight, fight. If you want to escape, escape. Where in the world is there such a good thing? Xuanji sneered. The aura on his body rose, and the long sword in his hand flashed, turning into a fatal blow, and slashed directly. The phoenix had just flown 100 meters away when it was hit by the sword light and its body was torn into 2. This great cultivator of the void refining sect activated his secret technique and reorganized his body and was about to escape again. However, in the void, a huge barrier descended, directly sealing it and throwing it into the origin cauldron. The Dao fire was burning everything. With a hissing sound, this cultivator of the void refining sect turned into ashes and perished on the spot. Why bother? Xuanji said indifferently. The weak need reasons and excuses to kill people, but the strong do not need reasons and excuses to kill people. Maybe they just don't like someone and draw their sword to kill. Many times, the reasons come inexplicably. Many times, there is no reason. This is. Suddenly, Xuanji saw that most of the things in the origin cauldron were turned into ashes. Only a red sword flashed a bright light. Kaba. The Dao of the activating sect pinched it, but the sword was extremely solid, without any signs of damage. Interesting, the Dao pattern on this sword has been worn out for more than half, but the material is still strong. This is at least a 7th grade high level spiritual treasure. It's a pity that it was severely damaged in the war, and only a shell is left. Holding the sword, Xuanji sighed slightly. After experiencing the war, many spiritual treasures will be damaged, and serious ones will even be scrapped. The sword in front of him is on the verge of being scrapped. The damage is so serious that it can't be repaired. It can only be melted again, and some materials can be refined and reforged into some spiritual treasures. With a flashing figure, Xuanji walked in the mountains and encountered many ruins along the way. Searching in the ruins, he found some broken spiritual treasures, broken spiritual medicines, some ancient books, some supreme secrets, etc. There are many treasures in this area. The various treasures here are rare in number, but they are all top-notch in quality. Many are useful for the gods, and a few are useful for the virtual cultivators. But correspondingly, the fight is also particularly tragic. For a spiritual medicine, life and death battles, bloodshed in the void. For a broken secret treasure, they fought together. Some just for a few quarrels. They fought each other. Some just fought each other because they didn't like it. There are always cultivators bleeding, and there are always cultivators falling down and turning into corpses. Many people think that the cultivation of the refining virtual cultivators is strong, so they should have a strong state of mind. In fact, they are wrong. There is no difference between the refining virtual cultivators and ordinary people. Ordinary people are not strong enough, but they are cautious about this and that, and their behavior and words are restrained. But the refining virtual cultivators are powerful, and are the top existences in the world, so they have very few things to worry about. With fewer concerns, they act arrogantly and domineeringly, and rarely consider the consequences. But, at this moment, Xuanji felt that in the center, a bright light rose up, emitting a scorching color. It was like a sun rising, emitting a scorching light. The immortal energy was burning, turning into immortal fire to burn everything. This is an immortal weapon. Xuanji looked at this scene and his heart skipped a beat. A trace of fiery color flashed. This is an immortal weapon, and an immortal weapon is of great help to cultivators. At ordinary times, you can use the immortal weapon to comprehend the laws and avenues in it, which is quite significant for your own cultivation. You can also use the immortal weapon to extract the air of the immortal world and turn it into immortal crystals to increase your wealth. It can also be used for fighting and increasing self-protection. After reaching the refining void, it becomes very difficult or even impossible to fight a cross-level battle. But if you have an immortal weapon in hand, it is not difficult to fight a cross-level battle. There is actually an immortal weapon in this relic. If they knew that such a good fortune would come out, those old antiques would have taken action long ago, and it would not be my turn. Xuanji thought in his heart, and went to the place where the immortal light appeared, but the speed was much slower. Such a fight for immortal weapons must be extremely tragic. Appearing on the battlefield too early, not only can you not snatch the immortal weapon, but you will also fall into the siege of many powerful people. It's very difficult to snatch the immortal weapon. Xuanji thought. Soon, he arrived on the battlefield. The battle has not started yet, but there are already nearly 50 void refining monks gathered here. Suddenly, Xuanji felt that there were as many void refining monks as dogs. But is it really so? Xuanji shook his head in his heart. It was not that there were as many void refining monks as dogs, but that the circle was different, and he saw the world differently. When he was a key refining monk, the foundation building monks were the high and mighty big men. There were very few foundation building monks and he would not meet a few foundation building monks in decades. But when he was building his foundation, he found that foundation building monks were everywhere and there were as many as dogs. Foundation building monks were no longer the high and mighty big men. but just ordinary monks. The circle was changing. The existence that was high and mighty in the past and the existence that was rare in the past became everywhere. Many void refining monks were wary of each other and did not fight, but looked at the barrier in front of them. In the barrier, there was a fist-sized round bead flashing. This bead exuded the rhythm of time and formed a corresponding time domain, distorting the speed of the surrounding time flow and making time extremely fast. Many cultivators stood on the periphery, observing this magic weapon, trying to figure out the formations and traps inside. This is the Pearl of Time. This is not an immortal weapon, but a broken one. However, it is normal to be broken. After all, it is normal to be damaged after experiencing continuous battles. Even if it is broken, it is still powerful. Xuanji's eyes were flashing, and he saw the secret of this immortal weapon. Near the Lord of Time, a time distortion force is formed within a 1,000-meter range, which can distort time and accelerate time. An instant is 1,000 years. If I get close, it will be very dangerous. Looking at this scene, Xuanji did not move forward, but retreated one after another. Crack, crack. At this moment, the formation outside the Pearl of Time shattered. Originally, the aura was powerful and intimidating. But now the light has completely converged, and the Pearl of Time has dimmed, but it has turned into a stream of light and flew out. But the next moment, it fell into the hands of a cultivator of the void refining sect. The cultivators around watched, joined forces to surround and kill, and acted without mercy. Not good. The cultivator felt the danger and immediately activated his magic power. The Pearl of Time burst out with destructive power, and a beam of light shot at an enemy. Suddenly, the cultivator screamed, and his life was quickly taken away. His hair turned grey, his body became dry, and his breath was exhausted. In just a moment, he turned from a middle-aged man into an old man. No! The cultivator screamed, and sat on the spot. What a powerful killing move. Is this the immortal weapon? Even if it is broken, it can kill a cultivator of the refining void in one blow. Under a beam of time light, it can instantly deprive a cultivator of 3,000 years of life. It's a bit scary. Many cultivators looked at this scene, and fear flashed in their eyes. But in fear, their eyes became even hotter. They joined forces again to attack. The flames were boiling, the sword energy was surging, the frost was freezing, the spirit was impacting, the heavy water was annihilating, and various killing moves swept in, suppressing everything. The curtain of time. This void refining monk activated the Lord of Time, and suddenly runes rose up and turned into a spherical barrier to resist the external killing moves. Many killing moves were all dissipated. One person's strength was against more than a dozen void refining monks. Although these void refining monks were scheming against each other, their hearts were not in harmony, and they were on guard against each other. After all, there were more than a dozen people working together. But this void refining monk relied on the bead of time to resist the joint efforts of everyone. Come again. At this time, everyone joined forces to attack again. Boom boom boom. The curtain of time resisted the joint efforts of everyone, but this void refining monk was pale and his mana was drastically consumed. Activating the immortal weapon was too much for him. Just a moment, it consumed half of his mana. If it continued, he would definitely die. Time speeds up. The cultivator activated the time pearl, and the power of time accelerated on his body, 3 times faster, and fled away in a stream of light. Chase. Everyone activated the secret technique to chase him. Not long after, another shocking battle broke out, and the destruction spread to this hall. Chapter 628, Fighting to the Death, Taoist Master Shi Guang. Soon, the battle broke out again. Everyone joined forces to surround and kill him. The cultivator held on for a moment, but was blown up. But on the eve of his death, he activated his secret technique and directly killed 2 virtual cultivators. Soon, the Pearl of Time fell into the hands of another virtual cultivator, who was besieged by other strong men. But this cultivator simply couldn't give up. People die for money, and birds die for food. In the face of huge temptations of interests, humans are not much smarter than birds. Especially the immortal artifact, Pearl of Time. Although it is broken, it still has great power. As long as it is obtained by a virtual cultivator present, there is a 1 in 10 chance of impacting the Hedeo realm in the future. There are dozens of virtual cultivators present, but not all of them can achieve the Hideo realm. Even Xuanji is full of confidence in himself, but the probability of achieving Hideo in the future is less than 1%, or even lower. The Hideo realm requires huge qualifications, understanding, opportunities, luck, background, etc. of the cultivator. No one can guarantee that he will become a great Hideo master 100%. Boom boom boom. The void was exploding, and the two sides fought each other. One after another, the cultivators of the refining void fell, and the living cultivators continued to fight without mercy. Xuanji looked at this scene, his mind trembling slightly, his figure flashing, turning into a stream of light, and was about to leave here. But when he was about to rush out of the hall, a grey barrier appeared, and time was distorted, depriving the cultivators of their lives. Xuanji braked suddenly and stopped. Sweat fell. It was just a little bit, and it was about to deprive him of his life. Many cultivators who wanted to leave also stopped, and had to stop. But, at this moment, the void was flashing, and a phantom appeared in the void. This phantom had a tall body, but his face was blurred, and his true face could not be seen clearly. When he appeared, the aura of the Hideo came, and suppressed the cultivators present. Crack. Crack. The cultivators present fell to the ground one after another, and could no longer fly in the air. He used his skills to resist the pressure of this breath. The faces of the cultivators present changed. This is a great master of Hideo. There is only one realm between Liangsu and Hideo, but the gap is greater than the gap between foundation building and Yuanying cultivators. But, at this moment, the pearl of time automatically flew up and landed on the palm of the phantom. The phantom said, "I'm the Taoist of time. This is the treasure, pearl of time, are left behind. Everything here is blocked. No one can leave here unless the strongest one is killed. Fight as much as you can. Fight to the death. Kill the strongest one. Kill the invincible one. The strongest one will inherit my pearl of time and start my legend. Fellow Taoists, fight." There was a bewitching tone in the words, and the eyes of the already crazy people turned bloodshot again. Xuanji was afraid and wanted to evacuate. But at this moment, the killing thought also swept everything, and all the thoughts in his mind disappeared, leaving only one thought. Kill, kill, kill. Kill all the cultivators present to Caesar, pearl of time. Forget it, we can only fight to the death. We can only fight to the death and kill everyone. A murderous look flashed in Xuanji's eyes. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Xuanji burst out and urged the pure Yang fist. The hot blood was boiling, and he blasted towards the enemy. A virtual cultivator attacked. The two sides fought together, fighting life and death. After 100 moves, the virtual cultivator was blown up, his blood was wiped out, and he died on the spot. However, before he could rest for a moment, two more virtual cultivators came to besiege him. At this time, Xuanji felt a little pressure, and his mind looked around. He couldn't help but control the rhythm. After killing these two virtual cultivators, there were still key lion besieging him. Instead of this, it is better to stalemate. The winner is the king, not the survivor. Those who can fight may not necessarily have the last laugh, but those who can hide their own strength and expose themselves less can survive to the end. Boom boom boom. Under the siege of these two refining masters, Xuanji was soon injured, and his blood and ki became weak, but he still forced himself to fight and fight, relying on superb skills to barely maintain the situation. In other places, many refining masters were also fighting together. In such a fight, many masters planned to hide, but the formation in the hall was soon exposed, and they could not hide at all. They could only passively join the battle, and masters were dying all the time. However, the blood on the ground was quickly absorbed by the soil, and absorbed into the depths of the hall. The originally dull hall, the lifeless hall, had a glimmer of life, and the formation contained in the depths of the hall was slowly activated. The battle continued, and the fight continued. Masters were dying all the time, and the number of living masters was constantly decreasing. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10. Finally, only 8 were left. Hoo-hoo. After killing 2 void refining cultivators, Xuanji was out of breath, standing aside, looking around vigilantly. The other 8 cultivators also stood in a corner, staring at the people present. Some cultivators took out a pill and took it directly. Their injuries were recovering, and their mana was recovering. It's a bit troublesome. Among them, there is 1 void refining level 5, 2 void refining level 7, 3 void refining level 8, and 1 void refining level 9. I'm only void refining level 2, with the weakest cultivation. I'm the weakest, so I will definitely be the first to be eliminated. Xuanji smiled bitterly. He seemed to feel that the situation was not favorable. He subconsciously urged the 33 Heavens Supreme Treasure, which seemed to burst out with destructive power. The pure Yang Broken Sword was also in operation, as if it was about to turn into a round of destructive sun. Even a demon disintegration pill entered the stomach, ready to break the pill clothing and directly refine the medicinal power. After taking the demon disintegration pill, his cultivation would surge to the 5th level of void refining, but it would shorten his lifespan and even damage his foundation. It was just that the current situation was critical, and he could not care about anything else. If he was not careful, he might die here. At the level of refining emptiness, that cultivator was either a genius, a supreme evildoer, or a person of extraordinary talent. He could not afford to be careless. Swish. At this moment, everyone looked at the weakest Xuanji. Xuanji was not to be outdone, and directly burst out with the strongest aura. Everyone looked at the strongest, the 9th level of refining emptiness, with murderous intent surging. The strongest was also the most vulnerable to siege. The 9th level cultivator sneered, and his aura burst out, intimidating everyone present. He used secret techniques to digest the power of the medicine and recover from his injuries. In the previous battle, he was also seriously injured, but at this moment, he could not allow any retreat. The aura in his body was aroused and was about to burst out. Good. At this moment, the shadow of Taoist Shiguang appeared in the void, staring at everyone present, and said indifferently, "There are only 8 left, and you are fighting for them very quickly. Now, fellow Taoists, please become the nourishment for my resurrection." The cultivator of the 9th level of the void refinement asked, "Senior, you instigated us to kill in order to resurrect yourself?" Taoist Shiguang nodded and said, "Of course. In that battle, I was seriously injured and died, leaving only a trace of my soul here. Not long ago, with the help of the great catastrophe of heaven and earth, this relic appeared, and I came here to fish. Sure enough, a fish took the bait. Then you fought for some treasures and immortal weapons. The blood of the dead cultivators was absorbed by the hall, and became the nourishment for my resurrection. In total, 78 void refinement cultivators and more than 1,000 god transformation cultivators came in. They all died in the battle. They became the nourishment for my resurrection. Now, it's time for you to return to the abyss, and become the sacrifice for my resurrection." The cultivator at the 9th level of the refining void asked Senior, "It would be more successful if we wait until we continue to kill each other until only 1 or 2 people are left. But now we still have 8 people, and it would be unwise to expose our own purpose first." Taoist Shiguang nodded and said, "Originally, I wanted to wait until you killed each other until the end. Unfortunately, there is a genius among you, whose cultivation is not high, but whose combat power is strong. If he died in the fight, it would be a pity. We can only end it all in advance. Hey, little guy, you have a lot of ideas. Unfortunately, they are useless." At this time, Taoist Shiguang pointed his finger, and suddenly a cultivator at the 5th level of the refining void was slightly stunned, and the time around him was stilled. A jade talisman flew out, and fell into Taoist Shiguang's hand. An 8th grade jade talisman can deliver a combined attack. If it is activated directly, I will also be seriously injured. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too weak. In front of me, you have no time to activate the jade talisman." Taoist Shiguang said indifferently, "Fellow Taoists, I will give you respect now. If you don't want respect, I will give you respect. Fellow Taoists, commit suicide." Everyone looked at each other, and a trace of unwillingness flashed across their faces. Kill. At this moment, everyone was very tacit, and attacked one after another. The killing moves blasted out, the fist seal suppressed the sky, the finger gesture broke the sky, the sword broke the sky, the long knife cut the air, the blood river swept, etc. Under such killing moves, it can be said to be extremely fierce. But Taoist Shigweng said lightly, "You are very powerful. It's a pity that after the killing, there are only 8 people left among more than 80 people, and you are vulnerable." Activating the Pearl of Time, the curtain of time suddenly fell, resisting many killing moves. Time finger. Taoist Shigweng activated the killing move, and the finger of his right hand condensed into a point, and pointed to the void. The speed of this finger was extremely fast, so fast that it was unimaginable. The cultivator at the 9th level of the refining void realm felt that time had stopped in an instant, and that the finger was moving very slowly, but he just couldn't dodge it. Swish. The void made a slight sound, and a blood mark appeared at the center of his eyebrows. His soul was pierced and shattered directly. So fast. The cultivator at the 9th level of the refining void realm said only 2 words, and then he was killed on the spot. Everyone was shocked and terrified. "Senior, spare my life. I'm willing to be your concubine." A female cultivator knelt on the spot, posing a pitiful look. But it was useless. The Taoist of Time waved his hand, and the beautiful woman immediately turned into meat paste, without a trace of pity. Kill, kill. The remaining cultivators all activated their secret techniques, evolved killing moves, and attacked. But it was useless. They were killed on the spot, and they were killed on the spot. How powerful the refining void realm cultivator was, but he was vulnerable in front of the Taoist of Time, and was easily killed. Xuanji used the secret technique to activate the 33 heavens treasures. His body was amplified and turned into a powerful force, attacking and killing. The killing move was fierce, but the Taoist of Time just pointed his finger, and suddenly some of the connections of the 33 heavens treasures broke apart. The magic weapons lost their connection and collapsed one after another. Xuanji activated the pure yang broken sword again and was about to activate the killing move. However, the next moment, the sword in his hand lost control, turned into a stream of light, flew away directly, and fell into the palm of the Taoist of Time. Even the demon disintegration pill fell into the hands of the Taoist of Time. Xuanji's face changed again and again. He never thought that the gap between them was so huge. This Taoist of Time was just a remnant soul, and had not recovered to his peak. But even so, he still had a terrifying cultivation base, and waved his hand to suppress him. "Fellow Taoist, you are very good." Taoist Shigweng said, "You have very good qualifications, top level talent, and your physical strength is at the ceiling of this world. Your qualifications are strong, and your comprehension is outstanding, which can be called first class." At the beginning, this deity planned to use a blood and ki of many refining cultivators to melt them into one and forge a new physical body. But when I saw you, I gave up. Such a perfect physical body is quite rare in the world. If I can perfectly possess the body and improve the degree of fit, I can say that I can become an immortal. As he said, a hot color flashed in his eyes. He had seen many Xuanji along the way, and even killed countless monsters, going against the sky, and achieving the level of cross-tribulation. It's a pity that he fell in the second tribulation. He had seen many Xuanji, but none of them was as good as Xuanji. If he could possess his body, it would be of great benefit. Generally speaking, senior cultivators disdain to possess others, because even if the physical body of a senior cultivator is damaged, he can also use some formations to melt many treasures and perfectly shape a new body that fits perfectly with himself, without having to possess the body of a junior. But the body of this junior in front of him, just a rough study for a moment, is already very exciting. After a careful study, there are more insights. Such a physique is simply rare in the ages. If you can directly take over the body, the benefits will be great. You are also a person with great luck, and you have a broken immortal weapon in your hand, but it's a pity that you are unlucky. Taoist Shigweng said, "Junior, you should give up everything and help me." As he said, he took Xuanji to the center of a hall. Taoist Shigweng held the seal in his hand, and immediately the formations around him surged, and Taoist patterns appeared in the void, constantly entwining around Xuanji's body. But the void was making a slight sound, and a trace of blood was surging and entering Xuanji's body. These bloods became extremely pure after being purified by the formation. After entering his body, they continued to strengthen his own blood and ki, and his magic power was also steadily advancing. Just a moment later, he broke through the shackles and entered the third level of refining the void. After entering the third level of the refining void, the ki and blood nourished the body, transformed into a trace of original power, melted into the body, and gradually increased the upper limit of potential. The ki and blood in the formation entered the body, gradually transforming his body and constantly strengthening his body. At the same time, his body was constantly transformed to be more compatible and more suitable for taking over the body. Taoist Shiguan continued to activate the formation, thinking in his heart and constantly transforming this furnace. Time passed little by little, and 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Under the operation of the formation, the origins of more than 70 refining void monks were all melted into Lu Xuanji's body. His cultivation did not continue to improve, but his origin was improving. These origins were deposited in the body and turned into future resources, which would promote future progress and help the future break through levels one by one and advance to the supreme realm. It's still a little short. Shatter the immortal artifact time pearl. As if thinking of something, a trace of reluctance flashed in the eyes of the Taoist of time, but it soon turned into a determined look. He activated the secret technique to completely break the time pearl and wanted to completely melt this broken immortal artifact into his origin, forge a physical body for it, and increase the upper limit of his physical strength. The immortal artifact, time pearl, is extremely powerful. Even though it was broken in the battle, it is still extremely powerful. But after just a moment of hesitation, the Taoist of time activated the secret technique and directly broke the time pearl into powder and began to melt it into Lu Xuanji's body. Only in this way can the upper limit of its potential be completely improved. Only in this way can this body of the body taken over be tempered to the extreme and perfectly fit itself. Crack. Lu Xuanji felt his body torn apart, and his body was broken like porcelain. At the moment of breaking, another force of vitality was infused into the body, and the broken wounds healed. The power of destruction was surging, and at the same time, a force of vitality was erupting. Life and death were running endlessly, and destruction and rebirth were constantly rotating. Under this intense pain, Lu Xuanji wanted to faint several times, but he was blessed by a mysterious power. He was unable to faint for a long time, and became more and more awake. The fragments of the immortal weapon were completely integrated into the body, completely digested and absorbed by the body, and turned into a part of the body. Lu Xuanji's mind was changing, sensing the changes in his body, and his body strength increased a lot, as if he had turned into a human-shaped magic weapon, resisting the powerful magic weapon attack. Not only that, he also awakened the blood of time, which can evolve into the time-related magical powers, instant 1,000 years, time distortion, and time acceleration. Instant 1,000 years can accelerate time and deprive the enemy of 1,000 years of life. Time distortion can distort the time nearby to resist the enemy's attack. Time acceleration can accelerate one's own speed to escape. There are also some minor time magical powers, which I will not go into detail one by one. Nice physique, perfect for me. It can be the perfect home for me after my rebirth. Taoist Shiguan nodded, very satisfied with his work. He paid too much for this body, but it was all worth it. Then, he turned into a stream of light, entered it, and began to take over and merge with it. Lu Xuanji activated the secret technique, and the phone started to run and scan for viruses. Mobile phone scanning, mobile phone scanning, mobile phone scanning. What is this? Taoist Shiguan, who was originally calm, showed a flash of panic for the first time. Chapter 629, Harvest. After the event, many enemies. For the first time, the Taoist of time flashed a look of panic. From the opening of the ruins to guiding everyone in, and everyone killing each other, etc., all were within his calculations, and there were no major mistakes. But at the moment of taking over the body, a big problem occurred. A mysterious force surged, dismembering the soul, dissolving the soul, and was about to digest him. No, what the hell is this? The Taoist of time flashed a trace of anger, and urged the secret technique to counterattack. But the huge soul power burst out, tearing the void and destroying everything. Even if only the soul was left, it had great lethality. However, the strange power surged, and with just a slight operation, it suppressed the soul of the Taoist of time, like fish on a chopping board, being slaughtered and cut at will. The soul was torn into more than 100,000 pieces, and each piece was destroyed. Who are you? The Taoist of time asked. I'm me, you know. Xuanji said. Haha, I have been calculating against many people all my life, but I didn't expect that I would still be calculated by others. The Taoist of time said, urging the secret technique to launch a final counterattack. However, it was useless. The soul was melting and finally dissipated, settling into Xuanji's sea of consciousness and turning into his nourishment. This great man went to extinction, and his soul turned into nourishment for Xuanji. Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief, and a hint of luck flashed in his eyes. The mobile phone, this partner who accompanied him through time and space, is still as powerful as before. Along the way, he encountered many possessions, but with the protection of the mobile phone, he was finally saved. This Taoist of time has made every plan. Everything is in the calculation, and nothing is beyond expectation, but just one miscalculation is irreparable. Interesting, in this battle, I used the 33 heavens treasures and the broken Pyongyang broken sword, but they were all useless to this person. But the mobile phone killed this great man. Before this great man took over my body, he observed everything in my body, and searched out all kinds of secret treasures. But he missed the mobile phone, which means that the Taoist of time did not find the mobile phone. Only I can see the mobile phone, and no one else can see it. Xuanji thought about it, and suddenly found a shocking fact. The origin of the mobile phone is not simple. Until now, the mobile phone has awakened, document storage, fate deduction, Baidu map, mobile banking, game orchard, and so on, which can give him great help. However, with the improvement of cultivation, the role of the mobile phone began to decline. Gradually ignore the mobile phone. But now it seems that the mobile phone is not simple at all. The mobile phone is hidden in the sea of consciousness, and he can clearly sense the existence of the mobile phone. But the Taoist of time, a great man who has crossed the first level of tribulation, cannot sense the existence of the mobile phone. Because he could not sense it, he was killed by the mobile phone as a virus. This time I have gained a lot. Xuanji sensed the physical body here. The potential of the physical body increased, and it could continue to grow to the level where the physical body could resist the powerful head AO. His physical body is not strong now, as long as most of the energy is deposited in the deep of the physical body, so as not to cause the physical body to swell and cause itself to lose balance. He also sensed the soul. After the mobile phone was disinfected, most of the soul impurities of this Taoist of time were squeezed out, leaving only a part of the soul origin deposited in the sea of consciousness. There are also the cultivation memories of this powerful person, as well as a lot of common sense, etc., all of which are deposited, most of which are in a sealed state. If these memories are not sealed, but directly instilled, they are enough to drown Xuanji's current memory, directly making him lose himself, and the memory of that powerful person takes the lead, thus causing the resurrection of the Taoist of time. In the past, the probability of my entering the head AO was less than 1%, or even lower. But now as long as I don't die, there is a 100% probability of entering the head AO realm. Xuanji sensed the changes in his body, and was quite satisfied. It is better to have an adventure than to practice hard for 1,000 years. In this adventure, the essences of more than 80 void refining cultivators directly forged his supreme foundation. Another broken immortal weapon was melted into his body to improve his life essence, and the residual soul of a great man who had passed the tribulation became his tonic. With so many factors combined, it would be strange if he was not powerful. Now his cultivation level is not high, in order to prevent it from improving too quickly and causing an unstable foundation. But the improvement in the later period will be much faster. It's time to accept the legacy of this senior. Xuanji accepted part of the memory of the Taoist of time and quickly took control of this hall. The Hall of Time was forged by the Taoist of time after spending many years and melting many treasures. It is only of the 7th grade, but its power is not inferior to that of the 8th grade spiritual treasure. Just imagine, they are both forging magic weapons. How much material is consumed to forge a sword, and how much material is consumed to forge a palace? The amount of materials consumed to forge this palace is enough to be hundreds of times more than that of ordinary spiritual treasures. Only the wealthy predecessors are qualified to forge this hall. However, the time hall is still not as good as King Leon's ancient chaos hall. Xuanji was shrinking again, looking for many treasures. In order to survive the catastrophe, the Taoist of time spent most of his resources to refine the secret treasures of the catastrophe, or to buy some pills for the catastrophe, which resulted in the treasure house being empty, and the mice would cry. Only a lot of real estate was left directly. In the cave, there is a thick layer of medicinal soil. The soil is extremely fertile, exudes black, and has bursts of medicinal fragrance. You can plant some spiritual medicines on the medicinal soil to increase the yield of medicines. There are also some medicinal seeds, rare medicinal materials, etc., which are rare in variety. Many of them are now extinct, or simply monopolized by some big families. But here, there are corresponding medicinal seeds, or ready-made spiritual medicines, spiritual fruits, etc. In the center, there is a reception array that can receive the immortal energy from the immortal world and directly refine it into immortal crystals. This is the 9th level array, Immortal Energy Reception Array. There is also a array that can melt many immortal stones and continuously refine them into world stones. This is the 9th level array, World Stone Derivation Array. These two arrays are both 9th level arrays. The 9th level array must be forged by a 9th grade array master who constantly carves array patterns and evolves the mystery of the array. Many rare materials are also needed as the foundation. In the process of carving, there can be no mistakes. There are two major difficulties to become a 9th grade array master. One is to pass the tribulation and cultivate, and the other is to have superb array skills. Not to mention the past, even now, 9th grade array masters are extremely rare. Haha, I can make a fortune this time. Xuanji looked at the two arrays and thought in his heart. At this moment, the two formations were in silence. The secret technique was activated, and the formation started to operate. The immortal energy was let down, and turned into immortal crystals. Then, the immortal crystals were tempered, and gradually transformed into the world stone. Estimating the output, it takes 10 years for 1000 immortal crystals to be melted into one world stone. Not bad. The output is not bad. Xuanji was happy. There was unspeakable joy in his heart. Boom boom boom. The void was shaking, and the cave was making a violent sound. At this moment, the cave was attacked by a strong enemy, and many areas were broken. Not good. Someone calculated the location of the cave, and started to attack the cave. After all, this time there are more than dozens of refining cultivators who fell here directly. As long as you are willing to pay the price, you can still find it. Xuanji was complaining in his heart, and urged the cave to escape. The action was quite hasty. Everything was expected. The Taoist of time opened the ruins, and killed dozens of refining masters. Behind each refining master, there are big forces or corresponding connections. But now they were all killed, and the whole world was shocked. The backgrounds and connections behind these refining cultivators began to take action to avenge their hatred. Although the cave world is a place outside the law, it can confuse the perception of the heaven, and cut off the calculations of some cultivators. It can leave a trace at the moment of birth. Some powerful cultivators are willing to pay a certain price, and follow the traces, to find the location of this cave. Swish. Xuanji urged the cave, and the cave flashed quickly, and jumped into the void. In the endless void, the cave moved slightly, and a huge shift occurred. Every time it moved, the position was erratic and the direction was extremely uncertain. Even the cultivators who crossed the tribulation could hardly calculate where the cave would move to in the next moment. However, at this moment, a destructive force bombarded the cave, and the cave shook violently, and a big hole appeared. The cave moved again, but at this moment, another powerful force hit the cave, and the cave was shaking violently, like a broken house, shaking violently. Woo woo woo. At this moment, the void was ringing, making a violent sound, and the void storm swept in, and blew over the gap. The originally damaged position expanded again, forming a huge gap. The gap opened, and the hideous and huge cave was shaking, like a giant ship about to sink. What a pity. Lu Xuanji sighed slightly, his figure flashed, and he left this cave. Watching from afar, this cave world was constantly heading towards destruction under the impact of the turbulent flow of the void. It may last for up to 3 years, or even less, and then it will completely dissipate without any trace. Driving the 33 heavens treasure, Lu Xuanji turned into a stream of light, and shuttled through the void. At this moment, a finger of light came from the void, with an extremely fast speed, turning into a meteor strike. Lu Xuanji activated the secret technique, and changed it several times in a row, but he still couldn't dodge it. The destructive divine light bombarded his body, and his body cracked, and fell into the endless void. Boom boom boom. At this moment, another fist force bombarded the cave heaven, and the cave heaven world was completely torn into 2 pieces. The void flashed, and a Hedao monk appeared. Then, another Hedao monk appeared. One after another, 9 Hedao monks appeared in succession, descended near the cave heaven, and began to check, scanning with their divine thoughts, and calculating the secrets of the sky and the dark. Suddenly, a series of pictures appeared, with Liangsu monks fighting in a bloody battle, and sometimes Guangdao people melting thousands of blood, and transforming their bodies. There were also some broken pictures. However, at some key locations, they became blurred and then dissipated. It makes sense. The Taoist of time is still alive. He is a great man who has transcended the tribulation. I didn't expect that he would kill so many juniors and be reborn against the will of heaven with the help of supreme opportunities. Unfortunately, my apprentice died in it. Too shameless. He actually plotted against some juniors. My apprentice's revenge must be avenged. Father, you died so tragically. I will definitely avenge you. Husband, you died here. Such hatred must be avenged. The cultivators present spoke one after another, murderous, wishing to bite the Taoist of time to death. Their fathers, sons, apprentices, and other close people all died in the calculations of the Taoist of time. Such hatred must be avenged. Everyone looked at the broken cave, and their figures flashed and disappeared. I swear not to kill the Taoist of time. Cough cough cough. In the Lu family, on Xiang Mountain, in the cave, Lu Xuanji was coughing, looking a little tired, with a trace of melancholy in his eyes. As he practiced his skills, his injuries gradually recovered, his ki and blood became stronger, and the injuries on his body were dissolving. It would take at most 10 years for him to recover. In the endless void, he encountered the finger of Hedao. That finger was just a random finger. Even so, he was still seriously injured, and he needed to recuperate for a while, before he could recover. The immortal venerable Hedao is so powerful, that he seriously injured me with just a random blow. The Taoist master Shigwang only had a trace of his soul left, and his fighting power was only equivalent to that of the first level of Hedao, but he easily held me, and all kinds of magic weapons, and killing moves were useless. And the cultivator at the 5th level of Liangsu, he could not attack even with the 8th grade J talisman, so he was confiscated. And the cultivator at the 9th level of Liangsu, he was killed with just a random blow from the Taoist master Shigwang. Lu Xuanji's expression fluctuated, and he was calculating the power of the cultivators of Hedao in his heart. The more he calculated, the greater the pressure in his heart. It's a bit of a big trouble. The cause and effect of the killing of those refining void cultivators by the Taoist master Shigwang is all on me. I have to bear all of this. Now at least 12 Hedao cultivators are eyeing me, and want to kill me. Lu Xuanji urged his eyes and vaguely saw 12 huge cause and effect lines connecting the 12 Hedao masters. Hedao cultivators are also called immortal venerables. This means that he has offended 12 immortal venerables. Each an immortal venerable has a disciple with extraordinary talent. He entered the refining void realm at the age of only 3000 years old. He regarded him as his successor, but this time he died after entering this secret realm. Xianlu immortal venerable has a son with excellent talent who entered the refining void realm. This time he died directly after entering the secret realm. Beihua immortal venerable has a Taoist partner. They were childhood sweethearts and had a deep relationship with each other. This Taoist partner died directly after entering the secret realm. There are other refining void cultivators with different backgrounds who died after entering the secret realm. All these hatreds fell on him. Chapter 630, Sky Collapse, World Invasion. After careful calculation, there are still quite a few enemies. Taoist Shiguan killed some people, but in the end he was asked to take the blame. Thinking of this, Xuanji had a slight headache. Should he go and explain the reason directly? Say that I have killed Taoist Shiguan to avenge you. Will those Hideo immortals listen? Will they listen to a junior Liangsu talk about reason? Not at all. The so-called reason, to put it bluntly, is strength. When there is strength, the words spoken are the truth. But when there is no strength, it is bullshit. It's still too weak. If I reach the Hideo realm, those Taoist friends will listen to my explanation. If I reach the cross-tribulation realm, I think many cultivators will let go of their hatred. Xuanji thought, and quickly threw these grievances aside. Then, he began to sleep with his head in his arms. After a good sleep, everything will be very beautiful. As time passed, after the ruins were opened, many ruins appeared in other places. Many treasure houses, secret libraries, etc. appeared in the world. There are many dangers, but also many adventures. There are nascent soul cultivators who get a book of immortal skills in the secret realm. There are also golden core cultivators who get a broken immortal weapon. There are also transformation god cultivators who get a questioning void pill. There is also a foundation building cultivator who gets a set of 5th grade spiritual treasures. There is also a mortal who gets a supreme treasure medicine, and after eating it, forges a supreme foundation. There are also cultivators who are directly strangled by the formation and turned into ashes after entering the secret realm. There are also cultivators who enter a certain treasure house and are directly possessed by the strong. There are cultivators who enter a secret realm and fight with the strong and are killed on the spot. There are also cultivators who have just obtained treasures and have not yet warmed up, but have encountered murder and treasure robbing. At the same time, the golden core cultivators, nascent soul cultivators, etc. in the Fiu world all began to kill into the Zifu world through the space channel, constantly burning, killing, looting, and killing. Similarly, the cultivators in the Zifu world also killed into the Fiu world and began to kill. Both sides are fighting bloody, and cultivators are dying every moment. Even Xuanji sent out his clones many times, and his clones entered the Fiu world, wreaking havoc and killing people. There were cultivators falling all the time, and their points were increasing. It was not just the points that were increasing, but also the luck. As the number of enemy cultivators killed increased, his luck was also increasing, and the favor from the Purple Mansion world was also increasing. On this day, the void was ringing, making a violent roar, and the world was shaking violently. A huge crack appeared above the void, and waves of blood rain fell down, making a humming sound. The entire Purple Mansion world was wailing, like a wounded beast choking. Many cultivators felt inexplicable sadness, with tears in their eyes. Kaba. At this moment, the bloody trace continued to expand, tearing continuously, and the range was increasing, like a hideous mouth. The inconspicuous world fetal membrane began to become transparent and appeared in front of everyone. Behind the world fetal membrane was a majestic and powerful man. The strong man was wearing green armor and a mask on his face, so his face could not be seen clearly. But he exuded an ancient and terrifying aura, and his hands bombarded the void, and the void was making a violent sound, making a hissing sound. The fetal membrane of the world was torn open, and the sky turned blood red, as if it had evolved into a terrifying desolate area. Crack. Crack. At this moment, the void was flashing and changing, and lightning condensed, and turned into a terrifying heavenly punishment, hitting the strong man in green armor. The armor was ringing, the armor pieces were surging, and the green light was swaying slightly, dissolving most of the lightning. Open. The man in green armor shouted, and the strength of his whole body was bursting, and the bright light was flashing. The crack was getting bigger. Go. The man in green armor shouted. Many monks appeared behind him, urging the formation, and starting to set up a large formation. The array patterns were surging, countless space nodes were flashing, countless streamers were undulating, and many materials were thrown into it. Those top array masters walked quickly in it, setting up arrays in the void, connecting arrays together, and transforming small arrays into large arrays. The large array became a peerless killing array. In just a short time, a supreme array was derived from it, crossing the world's fetal membrane. Not good. They want to tear the world's fetal membrane and attack our world. At this moment, a voice appeared in the void, as if reminding something. Fellow Taoists, let's take action. We have no chance to retreat, no possibility of retreat. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the void was ringing, and a terrifying aura rose up. In the Purple Mansion world, the 10 major sects appeared one after another. These 10 major sects occupy half of the luck of the Purple Mansion world. At the moment of crisis, they also bear huge responsibilities. Anyone can choose to run away, but they can't. The fusion of the world is intensifying. In the void, a powerful person who had passed the tribulation spoke. She was wearing a star robe, and had a beautiful face. A trace of solemnity flashed across her pretty face. Her figure shook slightly, and she walked out of the endless void, and flew towards a huge crack. At this time, another cultivator who had passed the tribulation appeared, also standing outside the crack, with a solemn expression. The Great Tribulation has officially begun. I wonder how many people can survive the Great Tribulation this time. The light shone, and the strong men from the 10 major sects appeared one after another, all of whom were powerful people who had passed the tribulation. Their cultivation was too low, and they were not worthy of appearing here at all. The Lord of the Heavenly Demon looked at the huge crack and said, this crack must be sealed temporarily, otherwise the spiritual energy will flow back, and the laws of the world will be eroded, and we will be in danger. Everyone, take action. A huge mountain appeared, with swords inserted on the mountain. Many swords gathered together, and evolved different mysteries. Each sword contains supreme secrets. The sword energy rises to the sky, and the breath of destruction sweeps the world. The sword energy seems to be infinite, and it seems to be unique. It can evolve all things, and it can condense into one. This is the Xuanji peak of the Wuji sword sect. A huge yin-yang diagram appears. The yin-yang two energies flow, and evolve into mysterious runes of bliss. The runes rise and fall, evolving the mystery of life, giving birth to many joys, containing many beautiful things in life, and endless fantasies. This is the yin-yang bliss diagram of the Hehuan demon sect. Another scroll unfolds, with a yellow spring river on it, and the river water is flowing, and there is also the Abyssy gate, standing in front of the scroll, suppressing the endless void, and the Nei bridge, spanning the yellow spring. There is also the Wangxiangte, suppressing the bridgehead. There are also red spider lilies in full bloom, embellishing the lonely world. Red spider lilies bloom on the other side, and sighing on the Nei bridge. There is also a yin-yang mirror, which illuminates the cause and effect of the previous life. At the end of Huangquan, there is a hexagonal wheel rotating, interpreting the mystery of reincarnation. There are gods in the sky and ghosts on the earth, and the yin and yang rotate. Birds are born and beasts die, and they are male and female. After repeated births and transformations, a woman becomes a man. This is the natural number. This is the Huangquan map of the Huangquan demon sect. Another big tripod is across the sky, suppressing everything. It is the Wanbao tripod of the Wanbao sect. Another scroll is opened, with endless stars changing and undulating. It is the Zhaoshan Xingchen map of the Xingchen Hall. Another huge compass is flashing, calculating the secrets of heaven. It is the Xuanji compass of the Xuanji sect. Another huge pool appears, containing 8 treasures and many mysteries. It is the 8 treasures merit pool of the Buddhist sect. Another huge wheel is rotating, cutting through the void, and severing all laws. It is the void wheel of the void sect. Another scroll was opened, with demonic energy surging, and thousands of demons surging. It was the 10,000 demons diagram of the heavenly demon sect. The 10 top immortal weapons took action one after another to suppress the void. The 10 most powerful sects in the Purple Mansion world took action one after another. They joined forces to activate the sect's immortal weapons, and bombarded the position of the world's fetal membrane. Boom boom boom. The void was exploding, and the law of destruction was impacting. The strong man in green armor retreated directly. His arm was injured, and wounds appeared one after another. Blood was scattered on the ground, turning into a blood-colored lake. Many array masters who carved array patterns were directly beaten into ashes and dissipated directly. Only a few array masters took the opportunity to dodge. But the world's fetal membrane was also shattered, forming a huge space channel. Woo woo woo. The spiritual energy of the Fiu world poured back, like a flood, that broke through the dam, and entered the purple mansion world. At the cracked position, the spiritual energy was as dense as water. At the same time, at other small channel locations, spiritual energy also poured back, and was infused into the purple mansion world. Over the years, countless strong people have been born in the purple mansion world. The number of strong people is increasing, but it also consumes the origin of the world, causing the spiritual energy of the purple mansion world to decline. However, under the backflow of spiritual energy from the Fiu world, the spiritual energy of the purple mansion world is increasing. Not only is the spiritual energy increasing, but the laws are also infiltrating the purple mansion world. The laws of the purple mansion world have become richer, and the upper limit of the world is increasing. The difficulty of cultivators breaking through the realm has decreased a lot. All these can be said to be a benefit to the purple mansion world. But those senior cultivators have gloomy faces. Damn it, the spiritual energy is backflowing into the purple mansion world, raising the upper limit of the purple mansion world, but also making the purple mansion world easier to invade. In the near future, the world suppression will be further relaxed, and the divine transformation cultivators can enter the purple mansion world without damage. The situation is a bit bad. Xuanji thought, feeling the spiritual energy becoming richer and the laws of the world becoming more lively. The purple mansion world seems to have become better. But the situation has also deteriorated accordingly. In the past, Yuanian cultivators could enter without damage, and now Shenhua cultivators can enter without damage. In the future Liangsu cultivators and Hedao cultivators can enter without damage. When that immortal can enter the Zifu world without damage, the Zifu world will be completely refined and turned into a part of Fiu world. At that time, it will be a catastrophe. At that time, many low-level cultivators can kneel down and become slaves, willing to be livestock, and get a chance to survive. But those higher-level cultivators have no chance to surrender, and can only fight to the end. There are only surrendered ministers and surrendered people, but no surrendered emperor. The stronger the cultivation, the less chance there is to surrender. On the other side of the world, the man in green armor sneered, "Dear Taoist friends, there is not much time left for you. You work hard. Maybe you can counterattack and annex our Fiu world." After sneering, the man in green armor disappeared. Everyone looked at each other, and the 10 immortal weapons flew out of the sky and bombarded. The space channel was completely shattered and turned into nothingness. But everything is in vain. The connection between the two worlds is getting stronger and the speed of annexation is accelerating. Chapter 631 War Weapons Beehive. Boom boom boom. At this moment, a great battle broke out in the 18 passages in Chu. Countless gods from other worlds gathered together, like soldiers, and attacked one after another. Almost all the passages fell in a short time. The many formations arranged at the entrance of the passage collapsed in an instant. Countless human cultivators were killed, and the battlefield was quite tragic. When Xuanji arrived at the battlefield, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Countless gods were organized together, like a tide, attacking Chu. The number of these gods was too many. In Chu, the number of gods reached 3,000, but at this moment, the number of gods from other worlds that appeared on the territory of Chu was as many as 10,000. A single god cultivator was nothing at all. But when the number of gods reached more than 10,000, even he felt a little numb. Gods are too worthless. Kill. Xuanji activated his secret technique and attacked with his pure yang fist. A divine transformation cultivator was easily killed. Then he slashed out with his 9-colored divine sword and killed another divine transformation cultivator. Ordinary divine transformation cultivators were no match for him and were killed instantly. Wherever his figure touched, there was destruction and death. In just a dozen breaths, more than 100 divine transformation cultivators died under his sword. Here comes a void refining cultivator. Not bad food. A divine transformation cultivator in the shadows watched this scene. A flash of surprise flashed across his face, but later it turned into a hint of murderous intent. A beehive appeared in his hand. Activating his secret technique, the beehive was getting bigger. Swish. Countless divine transformation cultivators from other worlds entered it and blessed the beehive. The power of the beehive was constantly increasing, and a terrifying aura was emanating, with pressure coming Originally, he was killing people wantonly, but at this moment, Xuanji put away his sword and stood, looking coldly at the beehive in front of him. Interesting, is this beehive a weapon of war? When many divine transformation cultivators enter it and activate many formations, they can fight against the cultivators of the void refining stage. Xuanji smiled slightly. That immortal really has some tricks. Very powerful tricks. But at this moment, the beehive was trembling, as if it felt the power of Xuanji, and summoned the divine transformation cultivators one after another. Soon, 100 divine transformation cultivators entered the beehive, and the beehive burst out with a powerful aura, which swept over and suppressed everything. Kill. Xuanji activated the secret technique, and evolved into the 9-colored divine sword. The light on the divine sword was restrained, and the aura was condensed into one, turning into a peerless divine sword to chop and kill. The speed was fast and fierce, domineering and cruel. On the beehive, black light flashed, and changed into tortoise shells, resisting on the body. Bang bang. The 9-colored divine sword chopped down, and chopped on the tortoise shell. The tortoise shell was shattered, and the movable tortoise shell was derived again. Xuanji activated his long sword, which continued to slash down at a fast and fierce speed. The tortoise shell shattered continuously, and even a shatter appeared on the beehive. When he was about to make a concerted effort to slash the beehive again, he suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness and inexplicable fear. His figure moved away in an instant, and the sword flashed, but it missed the target. A beehive appeared behind him. The divine light of destruction came from these beehives. Xuanji activated the 33 heavens treasure, weakening it layer by layer, and the divine light disappeared. At this moment, another beehive appeared. One after another, 10 beehives appeared in succession, standing up, down, left and right, staring at them, emitting a terrifying aura and pressure. Each beehive has a combat power comparable to that of a refining virtual being. 10 beehives can easily kill a refining virtual being when they join forces. You are very good, but you are still a little bit behind. Xuanji activated the 9 changes of fish and dragon, and 9 clones emerged immediately, each evolving a killing move and blasting down. Under the operation of divine thoughts, he controlled 9 clones, plus his own original body, which was equivalent to 10 masters of refining emptiness. Pure Yang Fist, Creation Fist, 9-color Divine Sword, Withering and Flourishing Divine Fist, Yin and Yang Great Grinding, Life and Death Fist and many other killing moves were performed one after another. Fists were like tides, fierce as dragons. Bang bang. 10 beehives burst out, various killing moves fell out, and there were many kinds of spells, but after all, they were war weapons, and the moves were somewhat rigid and lacked flexibility. With the flash of the knife, a beehive was chopped to death on the spot. Another pure Yang Divine Fist blasted out, and another beehive shattered. Countless beehives were collapsing. The remaining 7 beehives, seeing that the situation was not good, activated the secret technique to escape. Heavenly Net Formation. Xuanji said, King Lian, Langsun, do it. At this moment, the 2 women hiding in the dark took action. King Lian activated the heavenly array, and countless silk threads in the void flew up and intertwined together like a fishing net, densely packed, spread throughout the endless void, blocking everything, isolating everything, and preventing the monks from escaping. Longzuan activated the earth net array, and countless white lights flashed in the earth, constantly mixed together on the ground. Many runes rose up and evolved rapidly on the earth, turning into a huge imprisonment array, imprisoning mana, imprisoning the soul, and imprisoning blood. The 2 arrays were combined together, and the entire Chu state became a huge cage, blocking everything and imprisoning all methods. After controlling the Chu state, Xuanji continued to strengthen the Chu state, and carved array patterns inside the Chu state, setting array nodes in certain locations. After hundreds of years of hard work, the Chu state became extremely dangerous. If it was not before the array was activated, it would be safe and sound. But once the array is activated, the giant beast will wake up, and even the peak of the refining void will suffer a great loss. But The terrifying array was activated, the destructive key was impacting, and the imprisonment force blocked the endless void, cutting off the escape route of the beehive. Crack. Crack. 10 beehives fell to the ground one after another, and their power dropped by more than half. Kill. Activating the secret technique, the refining void bombarded, countless beehives were damaged, and the monks inside perished. In the end, the sealing technique was used to seize a complete beehive. At this time, the Xiangang order was ringing, and the number on it was increasing, becoming 500,000. Not bad, not bad. I can buy a lot of good things again. Xuanji thought. With a trace of divine thought, he entered the Xiangang ranking, checked the items, and thought about how to go shopping. At this time, a distress message came. Wu fell. You fell. At this moment, these two countries sent out distress signals. Qingdian, Langsun, you two stay in Chu to prevent the enemy from stealing the house. I will be back soon. As he said this, he activated the secret technique and took the lead in rescuing Wu. After arriving in Wu, the strong men from the other world were killing each other, and the place turned into a sea of blood. Kill, kill. Xuanji activated the secret technique and began to kill the enemy. Countless gods from the other world perished, like locusts. Many gods entered the beehive, one after another, urging many beehives to fight fiercely. Xuanji's long sword flashed and fought. One beehive was destroyed, and then another beehive was destroyed. After 5 beehives were destroyed in a row, the remaining 3 beehives fled away. Xuanji wanted to chase and kill them, but he had no choice but to give up. Beehive is a war weapon from the other world. It can attack, defend, assist, and escape. It can be said to be an all-round hexagonal warrior. Once the situation is not good, evacuate in time, and it will be difficult to be chased and killed. Unless they are trapped in some desperate places, or surrounded by a large formation like the Chu state. With a flash of his figure, Xuanji left here, and attacked U state again. This time, the enemies of U state seemed to have received the news in advance. They just resisted for a moment, and then left completely, and entered the vast ocean. The fallen Wu state, U state, etc., returned to his hands again. Xuanji arranged for monks to enter these two countries, and at the same time, began to impose military control on them, set up formations, arrange monks, etc. Using reasonable and legal means, he began to annex U state, Wu state, etc., and the power of the Lu family expanded again. As the saying goes, rabbits don't eat grass near their nests. If it were in the past, without reasonable reasons and excuses, it would really be impossible to capture these two countries. If it takes a lot of effort and consumes a lot of resources, it will become a burden to the Lu family, and it may not be worth the loss. But now, with the help of the World War and the invasion of the alien world, these two countries can be annexed by reasonable and legal means. It can be said that the situation is very good. But this kind of good situation is more of an illusion. It seems to be very good, but there are various dangers and many uncertainties. The Lu family's sphere of influence is expanding, and the number of enemies that need to be stationed and guarded is also increasing. There is also the need to guard against the beehive in the dark, the gods of other worlds, and external enemies, etc. These are all big problems. The territory is expanding, the sphere of influence is expanding, but the Lu family is also carrying a big burden. Fortunately, good news has also come. Not long ago, Ningzu broke through the shackles, and her cultivation broke through again, entering the realm of refining emptiness, becoming the 4th refining emptiness strongman of the Lu family. Xuanji sensed the mysterious heavenly way, and the heavenly secrets were changing. At this moment, without the help of the nothingness order, the cultivator can enter the realm of refining emptiness. The upper limit of the purple mansion world is rising. It seems that the origin of the world senses a danger and relaxes the constraints on the cultivators. The difficulty of many cultivators breaking through the refining emptiness has dropped by as much as 1 level. It's just that the difficulty has decreased, but it is still difficult to prove the way continuously. At least in the short term, it is very difficult for the Lu family and the 3 kingdoms to give birth to the 5th refining emptiness strongman. U state, a hidden place, has a vast sea of blood. All the blood and ki of the monks who died in the Battle of Ustate gathered here. The more they accumulated, the more blood gradually turned into a huge sea of blood. In the sea of blood, the waves were surging, emitting waves of terrifying evil spirits. The evil spirits rushed to the sky and continuously impacted the void. Among these evil spirits, there was the resentment of all living beings and the indestructible obsession. In the sea of blood, there was an island standing in the center of the sea of blood. The area was not large, only 100 square meters. On the four sides of the island, there stood 36 pillars, on which were engraved runes of gods and ghosts. The runes flashed blood and golden light flashed. Crash. The sea of blood was impacting the island, and the pillars on the island were running, refining the evil spirits in the sea of blood. After being filtered by the pillars, the evil spirits turned into pure blood-colored origins, and gathered in the central pool. In the pool, there is blood-colored energy, exuding a deep red breath, and with waves of fragrance. Just a sip of it will make you feel refreshed and indescribably comfortable. The man in black stood by the pool. His expression was a little indifferent, and there was a hint of joy in the indifference. The great calamity of heaven and earth is the calamity of all living beings, but it is the heyday of our demon path for demon cultivators. It is rare to achieve the realm of refining emptiness, and even fewer to achieve the realm of unity, and even fewer opportunities to ascend to immortality. To become an immortal, one must prove the way of the nine, and the demon path is only one. But before the great calamity of the world, the way of heaven relaxed its suppression of the demon path, and on the contrary, it needed our demon path. The demon path killed the cultivators from other worlds, which was not only not wrong, but also had great merits. The demon lord Hehuan had a cold expression, but he just looked at the pure origin in the blood pool, but a hint of joy flashed across his face. At that time, he impacted the realm of refining emptiness, and perished on the spot. Fortunately, with the help of the demon seed, he saved a glimmer of life and survived. But after resurrection, his cultivation started from scratch, and he was just a mortal. Fortunately, with the help of the treasures left over from his previous life, he was able to quickly improve his cultivation. In just 200 years, he entered the realm of transformation. This speed was a bit fast, and it was also his limit. It would take at least 500 years to enter the realm of refining emptiness. However, with the invasion of the alien world, the U Kingdom suffered a devastating disaster, and countless cultivators were slaughtered. It was the Taoist of creation who fought back, constantly defeating and killing the alien cultivators. This back and forth caused huge killings and deaths, and countless blood, following the guidance of the formation, gathered into a sea of blood. After experiencing the tempering of the demon god pillar, the evil spirit in the sea of blood was purified and turned into the pure origin of blood. Gilu. Gilu. The origin in the blood pool was leaking out, and the demon lord Hehuan turned into a stream of light and entered it. He activated the blood refining magic art, and immediately countless blood origins entered his body one after another, like a supreme medicine, nourishing the flesh and raising the upper limit of the origin of life. The cultivation level is increasing layer by layer. The first level of the spiritualization, the second level of the body, and the third level of the spiritualization only take 1 year to reach the peak of the spiritualization. There is no bottleneck in this process, and there is no instability of the power of nothingness. He activated the technique again, and his fingers were pinching the seal. Immediately, countless lights flashed and changed, and the blood was boiling. The blood was like a mountain, and the blood was like the sea. Click. The bottleneck was opened, and he entered the realm of refining emptiness. There was no heavenly calamity, no human calamity, and no life calamity. The main reason was that the calamity was experienced during the previous fall, and there would not be a second time. The blood was surging and entering the body. The cultivation level of the first level of refining emptiness was completely stable, consolidating the foundation. Finally, I have achieved the truth of refining emptiness. Ha ha ha. The demon lord Hehuan laughed. His expression was indescribable madness, and there was a faint joy. In today's great calamity, a mere refining emptiness can't survive at all, and I still need to find an opportunity. The figure flashed and disappeared. Only in the sea of blood, the waves continued to surge. In the Kinglian cave heaven, Xuanji activated his mobile phone, and his mind was constantly scanning and searching for relevant information about the beehive. A lot of data, a lot of information, entered the mobile phone like flowing water. The mobile phone was running and deducing. At the same moment, the 33 Heavens Supreme Treasure was running, constantly collecting relevant information, analyzing and scanning it, and synthesizing the data. This time, he easily defeated the beehive, which seemed easy, but this was reasonable. After all, he had obtained so many adventures and treasures. Defeating the beehive was a part of the cleanup. Being defeated by the beehive was abnormal, but for ordinary refining cultivators, when they encounter a beehive, they can easily suppress it. When they encounter 2 beehives, they can also defeat it. When they encounter 3 beehives, it is a bit difficult, but when facing 4 beehives, it is dangerous. When facing 5 beehives, there is a high probability that they will perish on the spot. War weapons like the beehive are too powerful for low-level cultivators and a great threat to high-level cultivators. A cultivator of the spiritualization realm is vulnerable to a cultivator of the void refining realm. Even if there are dozens, hundreds, or thousands of them, cultivators of the void refining realm can easily kill them while wandering around. If they use a beehive, it will allow cultivators of the void refining realm to easily kill them. Xuanji pondered and continued to dissect. Beep, beep. Data is being collected. Data is being dissected. To build a 7th grade beehive, you need Tei mother gold, Tei black iron, black spirit iron, infinite wood, water of creation, pure yang curtain, and quicksand gold. To build a 7th grade beehive, you need a 7th grade weapon refiner, which takes 150 years. To build a 7th grade beehive, you only need 100 cultivators of the spiritualization realm to control it, and it can exert its greatest power. Many detailed data appeared one after another. According to these data, Xuanji can easily manufacture the war weapon, beehive, but the cost is relatively high, at least 3 times higher. The cost effectiveness of imitating the beehive is not high. If my Zifu world imitates the beehive in large quantities, it will suffer a great loss. Xuanji frowned slightly. It involves some core technologies, which are the key to reducing costs. Once the cost advantage is lost, the value of the beehive is very low. In the Zifu world, there are also some war weapons that are powerful and even better than the beehive, but the high cost is destined to be difficult to popularize. Similarly, he can now imitate the beehive, which is as powerful as the original, but the cost is higher. Many times, it is not worth it. Once too much manpower and material resources are spent on the beehive, the investment in resources and other aspects will be reduced, affecting the next battle. After studying for a while, he threw it to the monks below to study. He is very busy, but he has no extra time to make a beehive. At this moment, Xuanji suddenly felt a familiar breath. Interesting, the demon lord Hehuan actually melted 10,000 bloods and proved the Deo of refining void. But later, he disappeared and hid. But you can't avoid it. The great catastrophe of heaven and earth has begun, and you must enter the catastrophe. The more you avoid it, the more the catastrophe will entangle you, and the easier it is to turn into ashes. Living in the catastrophe is full of dangers, and you have no extra choices. Thinking of this, he took out the Xiangang order and began to exchange some resources to improve his cultivation. It's better not to keep these points. Spend as much as you can, so as not to die in the catastrophe without spending any money. Chapter 632, Invisible Creation. Sneaking into the military camp. The void changed and entered the Xiangang ranking. The list was changing, and many techniques, elixirs, strange objects, artifacts, etc. appeared on it. Just a glance at it made Xuanji feel relaxed and happy. The Xiangang ranking was bred by the way of heaven and appeared in the catastrophe. It was born to reward all living beings. On the list, many things are not cheap, but expensive. For example, the price of the Jiandan is 3 levels higher than the market price. There is also the Yuanying Dan, which is 5 levels more expensive. The Yuanshan Dan, Wengsu Dan, and the World Stone have doubled directly. It seems very expensive, but at least it can be traded and bought and sold. In the world of cultivating immortals, many resources are priced but not sold. Many top forces would rather put some precious things in the treasury and let them moldy than sell them outside. Many precious treasures are extremely rare, and even if you join a large sect, you may not be able to get much share. But now, as long as you have enough Xuanji points, you can exchange for the corresponding items. Honesty and integrity, never cheating people. The price is expensive, but the transaction can be completed. This is almost extremely important to many cultivators. For example, world stones are extremely precious, and only a few large sects or major forces have some inventory. Those world stones will not be traded outside. Xuanji needs world stones to expand the cave, and no matter how many spirit stones he has, he can't find suppliers or sellers. If he wants to get world stones, he can only go to some ruins to find them, or set up some formations, and use supreme divine materials and top grade divine crystals to synthesize them. In the world of cultivating immortals, various resources are scarce. Many divine materials, immortal medicines, divine objects, etc., if they rely on natural growth or natural breeding, are not enough to use. Many times, they are synthesized with the help of formations. In the world of cultivating immortals, everything above the 9th level can be synthesized. It's just that it's difficult, time consuming, and consumes a lot of resources. Many times, it's not worth it. Xuanji estimated that, if there was no catastrophe, and no exchange on the Xuanji ranking, he could only use formations to synthesize world stones, which would take at least 3,000 years. But with the heavenly merit ranking, a lot of time can be saved. As long as he keeps killing and survives, he can get a steady stream of world stones. Exchange for world stones. Xuanji gathered his thoughts, and began to exchange. The heavenly merit points were being consumed drastically, and soon decreased from 3.5 million to 0. The price of a world stone was 10,000, and at this moment, 350 were exchanged. Click, click. With a series of sounds, the world stones entered the cave world, and began to melt gradually, turning into the foundation of the world and beginning to expand the world. The earth became thicker, the sky became more solid, the space became more detailed, and the laws became more vast. The boundary wall of the cave world was constantly breaking and constantly reborn, becoming thicker and thicker, becoming more and more towering and majestic, and a stream of majestic aura was surging. The cave world was constantly expanding, and the diameter was constantly expanding directly from 150 miles as the center to 200 miles, 300 miles, 400 miles, and finally to 700 miles, when it slowly stopped. When the cave expanded to the extreme, spiritual veins and minerals began to derive underground. The cave became rich and colorful, and the spiritual energy continued to expand. Woohoo! It seemed that the spiritual energy was extremely rich, gradually liquefied, and turned into water mist that permeated the void. Inscribed in the cave, many techniques, secret techniques, supreme magical powers, etc., further evolved, from tangible to intangible, gradually turned into broken laws, and merged into the cave. At the same time, many formations that Mingwu had realized, such as the Liangai Shengmo Great Formation, the 33 Heavens Great Formation, the Immortal Key Reception Great Formation, the World Petrification Great Formation, etc., were also melted into the cave. Woohoo! With a crisp sound, Immortal Key descended from the void, and melted into the cave. After the Immortal Key descended, it continued to decompose and transform into many low-level energies, which were continuously melted into the cave, reinforcing the cave, and expanding the periphery of the cave. The cave was upgraded step by step, and Xuanji entered into enlightenment again. Various laws, mysteries of all things, the evolution of the great Dao, mysteries of heaven, changes in time, the birth and death of the universe, the origin of the world, etc. A lot of information came in. There was too much information to read, and even Xuanji felt like he was bursting. Under the urging of the secret technique, he filtered a lot of information, and only a few useful information remained. He kept reading this knowledge, and his mind was changing a little bit. His understanding of the great Dao was rising, and his realm was constantly climbing. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, the 33 heavenly treasures made a sound again, and Xuanji woke up and returned, ending his enlightenment. Sensing himself, His cultivation was still at the third level of refining emptiness. But the realm of the mind was improving. Before the sixth level of refining emptiness, there was no need to worry about the realm. The higher the Tao, the higher the devil. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the magic power, and the easier it is for the cultivator to lose control and go astray. The magic power is like a soldier, and the cultivator is like a general. Some generals commanded an army of 100,000 with ease, but once they commanded an army of 1 million, their command was rigid, with many problems and flaws. The same is true for cultivators. The stronger the cultivation, the more mana they can control, and the higher the spiritual realm required. I'm stronger, but it's still not enough. Xuanji frowned slightly. In the hall, there was an exquisite table, and on the table was a plate with many delicacies, including dishes cooked with spiritual medicine, fat cooked with spiritual beasts, many special seafood, exquisite spiritual wine, delicious spiritual fruits, etc. Xuanji, Kinglian, Longzuan, Ningzu and other 4 people sat beside them, eating delicious food. The food was being eaten and everyone was talking. It seemed that they were busy with cultivation, so they had less time to meet each other, and became unfamiliar with each other. It was just the opportunity to exchange ideas with each other, and get closer to each other during the dinner. Longzuan said, I haven't seen the master for a long time. I wonder how the master is. This time, the question was asked to Jinzi. Xuanji said, not long ago, I deduced that Xia has entered the realm of refining emptiness. She is still in seclusion, and undergoing a deep transformation. She is safe and sound, but this transformation will take too much time. This is a good thing for her. Longzuan said, safety is good. Kinglian said, Xuanji, how high is your cultivation? Xuanji said, the peak of the third level of refining emptiness. Kinglian took a deep breath and sighed. After you achieved the Dao of refining emptiness, less than 1,000 years have passed, and you have entered the third level of refining emptiness. It takes an average of 400 years to advance a small realm. The speed is a bit fast. After reaching the refining emptiness, you are still as strong as ever, and your cultivation speed is extremely fast. Xuanji said, it's just good luck. Kinglian said, yes, when troubled times come, you will encounter countless opportunities and countless disasters. Xuanji was silent, not knowing what to say. He wanted to say something to comfort her, but it felt a little inappropriate. Longzuan said, Master, I found a secret realm of the dragon race. There are some opportunities in that secret realm. I plan to enter it. In the secret realm, life and death are unpredictable. You must be careful. You only have one life. All living beings are unequal, only death is equal. Xuanji was slightly sad. Over the years, many Taoist friends have passed away. Whether it is the Lu family or the Chu state, there are fewer and fewer acquaintances. This is for you. As if thinking of something, Xuanji took out a jade talisman and threw it over. This jade talisman is called the Great Relocation Talisman, which is an 8th grade talisman. Activating the jade talisman can break through most space barriers, formations and barriers, and escape. At the critical moment, it can save your life. Thank you, Master. Longzuan said, taking the jade talisman. Xuanji looked at the other 2 and sighed slightly in his heart. He couldn't favor one over the other. He also had to give Ningzu and Kinglian some gifts. It's great to have a harem, but it's hard to support a family. Xuanji took out another jade talisman and handed it over directly, saying, Kinglian, this jade talisman is called the Death Substitute Talisman, and its grade is grade 8. Wearing this jade talisman can replace your death once at a critical moment. Xiaoxu, this jade talisman is called the Vajra Talisman, which can withstand the attack of a powerful person of the head AO, and can save your life at a critical moment. As he said that, he took out one for each person, and handed it over. These are some treasures left in the inventory of the Taoist of time. If there were no such treasures, it would be really hard to say. Either give none, or give all 3, otherwise some will be given and some will not, which will easily cause problems. After eating and drinking, everyone looked at each other with a dazed look, and a little hot. Soon, they went to the bed and fought. Kinglian, who was originally shy, refused to serve together many times, but this time she did not refuse. Everyone mixed together, and the joy was boundless. It was not until 3 days later that the battle ended. With a feeling of reluctance, Long Xuan got up first, put on her armor, and disappeared like a female war god. King Dian was also a little reluctant, but still turned around and left. Only Ningzu said, "Master, I will accompany you. We will be together forever, to the end of the world." Lu Xuanji nodded. The void was changing, and the position of the passage was fluctuating. A moment later, Lu Xuanji and Ningzu had appeared in the Fiu world. The laws in the void were flashing, and the huge net was suppressing it. One by one, the laws evolved into a peerless murderous intent. It seemed that, as long as some points were touched, it would trigger a monstrous disaster. "Master, I feel very uncomfortable." Ningzu frowned slightly, feeling the sense of oppression coming from the void. Her body seemed to be carrying a mountain, making it difficult to breathe. Lu Xuanji said, "The Zifu world is indeed full of opportunities, but there are more opportunities there than the Fiu world. After all, it is half a level higher in the world status. As long as we are careful to hide ourselves, there will be no big problems. Besides, we have the war weapon, Beehive. Even if we encounter some strong enemies, we can retreat unscathed." This time when entering the Fiu world, Lu Xuanji was no longer a clone, but the original body. "I sealed most of the key in cultivation, and only maintained the cultivation at the peak of the spiritualization." Ningzu also entered this world afterwards. But after entering, the feeling of discomfort, the feeling of the heavens' disgust, that was about to fall at any time, and the heavens' punishment, made her terrified, and a little uneasy. Lu Xuanji said, "The heaven and earth's disgust is certainly a very bad experience, but under the heavens' disgust, you can also comprehend the heavens way up close. Many demon cultivators are not as qualified as the righteous cultivators, but they are much higher in comprehension. Xiaoxu should not resist, but try to comprehend. Comprehend the laws of this world. When you comprehend, you will have a different feeling." Ningzu nodded, seeming to understand. Lu Xuanji smiled, and did not explain much. Many things are not comprehended by yourself, and no matter how much outsiders say, it is useless. In a flash, Lu Xuanji returned to Song State again, and became the Lord of Song State. As for Ningzu, she also gained a new identity, and became one of his concubines. Ningzu said, "Master, you are only controlling a small country of Yuanying, which is too small. You should at least try to control some big countries of Huishan." Lu Xuanji said, "This time I will take action against Huishan, but it is best to be a casual cultivator, so that the risk of exposure is less." After another moment of instruction, Ningzu entered a secret room, and began to comprehend the laws of this world. Lu Xuanji's figure flashed and disappeared. It is too difficult to obtain world stones and some cultivation resources through formal channels, so only some informal channels can be used. Similarly, if it is a stable society and an era of stable system, it is extremely difficult to obtain some treasures. But in today's era, with constant wars, chaos, and disorder, there are many more opportunities. Fiu world is half a level higher than Zifu world. It has a vast area, many adventures and relics, and even that immortal cannot completely control all the situations in the world. Especially in the world catastrophe, various hidden relics and treasures appear one after another. Many cultivators, in their spare time during the war, mostly go out to look for various treasures and many adventures. In a large desert, there is a secret realm. At this moment, two incarnation monks are fighting. The destructive sword energy is impacting, the flames are rising, and the two monks are fighting together, just because they found some treasures in the secret realm, and immediately the boat of friendship is overturned. Friends become enemies, with only one goal, to kill the enemy. After dozens of rounds of fierce fighting, the void exploded, and the body of monk was torn into pieces, and he died on the spot. Haha, this piece of god bloodstone can improve the bloodline grade, and it is worth at least 1 million immortal yuan. A handsome man held a piece of stone, and there was a flash of madness and joy in his expression. Immortal yuan is the currency of the Fiu world. 1 million immortal yuan is enough for many monks to fight desperately, and fight for life and death. Not bad prey. At this moment, a black shadow descended, and the handsome man fainted with just a wave of his hand, completely losing consciousness. Mobile phone, deduce. Lu Xuanji said calmly. The mobile phone was collecting a lot of information, and deducing related information. By activating the power of creation, his body was changing, his flesh and blood were changing, his soul aura was changing, his magical powers were changing, and he was completely transformed into another person. A casual cultivator, Qin Feng. Qin Feng was once born in a large sect, but later encountered an attack from a powerful enemy and became a casual cultivator. Recruited by the war, Qin Feng joined the battlefield on the front line. Generally speaking, it is not difficult to disguise one's appearance, but it is a soul aura that is difficult. Each cultivator has a unique soul aura, just like an ID card, which can easily allow cultivators to distinguish the true identity. At this moment, under the transformation of the power of creation, he perfectly turned into Qin Feng. He also obtained the relevant memories of Qin Feng, which allowed him to pass the test. In a flash, Qin Feng disappeared. A huge military camp appeared in front of him. The city was huge and boundless, and many cultivators came in and out. When he landed in the military camp, a divine thought immediately scanned him and saw through his soul aura. After 3 breaths, he confirmed that it was correct. Xuanji entered the military camp safely. During the war, various tests were extremely strict. Fortunately, everything was as expected. The power of destiny perfectly changed everything, turning the false into the true, avoiding the detection, and entering the military camp. The detection outside was quite strict, but the inside was extremely lax. There were monks setting up stalls and selling certain items. There were monks entering the brothel and being free and easy. There were monks who came forward to bargain with the owner of the stall, and there were monks who were selling certain slaves. The entire military camp was like a huge vegetable market, bustling. However, the weakest monk who entered the military camp was the nascent soul. A large part of the monks were the god transformation. In the face of the world war, the nascent soul and the god transformation were just larger cannon fodder. When he arrived in front of a small stall, Xuanji took out an item, placed it in front, set up a small formation, and then carved a wooden sign. He began to sell certain items. Soon a monk came to ask, and Xuanji responded. Some transactions were successful, and some transactions flashed by. As if thinking of something, Xuanji directly took out the divine bloodstone and placed it on the stall and set up a formation on the periphery. Although there was a formation to isolate them, everyone was still stunned when the divine bloodstone appeared. Divine bloodstone, if you take it, you can improve your bloodline level. This is a supreme treasure. If I refine this divine bloodstone, I can break the shackles and increase my potential limit. This divine bloodstone costs at least 1 million immortal yuan. If you meet a rich man, it can be increased to 1,200,000 immortal yuan. Everyone looked at it with burning eyes, and many cultivators wanted to go forward to rob. But there are rules in the military camp, which prohibits robbery and fighting. Many unruly people have already hung their heads on the city gate. Qin Feng, didn't Zhao Long go to a secret realm with you? Why are you the only one this time? At this time, an acquaintance asked. Alas, I had bad luck this time. When I entered the secret realm, I encountered a life and death catastrophe. Zhao Long died in it, and I almost perished. This time, half of the money from selling the god bloodstone will go to me, and the other half will go to Zhao Long's widow. Xuanji sighed slightly, as if he was feeling sad. But when everyone looked at him, they were greedy in their enthusiasm. If it weren't for the strict discipline in the military camp, a group of cultivators might have rushed up and killed him directly. Chapter 633, The Martial Arts System of the Fiu World. Come on. Let me take a look. A cultivator stepped forward and was about to open the shield to take a look at the god bloodstone. Snap. Xuanji slapped his hand away and shouted, "Look with your eyes, don't touch it." In the military camp, most people have average character. If you touch it, there is no doubt that something will go wrong. Either the god bloodstone is directly replaced, or it breaks down inexplicably. It's okay to take a look, but if you want to touch it, dream about it. The cultivator said, I have to at least test it to see if it's real. Xuanji said bluntly, poor guy, just go away. The cultivator's face was livid, his eyes were cold, but he snorted and left directly. Many cultivators all had cold expressions, but also a hint of enthusiasm. They had no money, but they didn't intend to give up. They just watched the show. Qin Feng, I'm short of the god bloodstone. Can I take a look? Just then, a handsome young man came over, with an elegant posture and a noble aura flashing all over his body. Meet the centurion. Everyone said in unison. The captain of 1,000 soldiers controls 1,000 elite soldiers. The lowest level of these soldiers is the late nascent soul stage, and most of them are at the level of spiritualization. This captain of 1,000 soldiers comes from an ancient family of immortal cultivators. He is in a high position, and has great power. Even some bigwigs keep their distance from him. Meet the captain of 1,000 soldiers. Xuanji said, General, as long as you have 1 million immortal coins, this divine bloodstone will be yours. Okay. Shihan nodded, and took out the card and swiped it. 1 million immortal coins were deposited into the card. Xuanji said, Thank you, General. He personally handed over the divine bloodstone. Shihan took the divine bloodstone and examined it. A trace of joy flashed in his eyes, and he said, Not bad, not bad. This divine bloodstone is of high quality, very good, and I got the advantage. After the transaction was completed, Shihan disappeared without much delay. Everyone also dispersed, and Xuanji flashed back to the cave. Unfortunately, this world doesn't have the so-called heavenly merit ranking. It seems difficult to exchange for various rare resources. In the cave, Xuanji counted the immortal coins and frowned slightly. Counting the immortal coins, he felt a little cheated. In the Purple Mansion world, the main currency is spirit stones. Spirit stones not only play the role of currency, but also the role of commodities, which can be used for consumption. Every year, a large number of spirit stones are used to create spirit veins, forge some spirit mines, or let cultivators use them for cultivation. Spirit stones are like oil in the previous life. This makes it difficult for spirit stones to depreciate. After millions of years of circulation, they are still the main currency for cultivation. But in the Fiu world, the currency in circulation is immortal coins, and spirit stones are prohibited from being used for transactions. Once spirit stones are used for transactions, they will be severely punished. Immortal coins play the role of paper money, or paper money without reserves. Immortal coins cannot be exchanged for spirit stones, so they can only be used to buy certain things. Immortal coins? Next, I should use some resources to buy cultivation resources. Explore the intelligence of this world, and there are many exercises. Xuanji's figure flashed, and he arrived at the library. After handing in 10,000 immortal coins, he entered the library and began to read. Many books are written in divine texts, which require a lot of mental power. Just reading for a while will consume a lot of mental power, so he has to stop. But Xuanji used his mobile phone to continuously collect information and enter document storage. A huge amount of information was gathering. There were also some low-level exercises that were easily found and stored in the mobile phone. A day later, Xuanji returned to the cave with a fatigued look. The mobile phone was flipping, and after sorting out and summarizing a large amount of information, he began to conduct orderly inquiries. So that's it. Xuanji flipped through the books and understood in his heart. In the vast universe, there are many cultivation systems, and different systems have evolved into different civilizations. Even if it is the same cultivation system, it has evolved in different directions according to the characteristics of civilization and the particularity of the planet. In the Fiu world, the main systems are the immortal cultivation system and the martial arts system. The realm of the immortal cultivation system is similar to that of the Zifu world, which are key refining, foundation building, Jindan, Yuanying, Huashan, Liangsu, Hedao, and Uji. In the Zifu world, after the 9th level of key refining, you can directly build the foundation. But in this world, after the 9th level of key refining, there are also the 10th level of key refining, the 11th level of key refining, and the 12th level of key refining. The 9th level of key refining can already impact the foundation building, but it is only the foundation building of the human way, which is also the foundation building with the lowest potential. After the 10th level of key refining, you can achieve the foundation building of the earth way, and there is a certain potential to achieve Yuanying, or even Huashan. The 11th level of key refining can achieve the foundation building of the heaven way, and there is a certain probability of becoming a powerful person with Hedao. The 12th level of key refining can achieve the foundation building of the extreme way, which is the limit of the foundation building, and the strongest foundation building. After the foundation building, it is the perfection of the spirit, energy, and spirit, and then impact the golden elixir. In the Fiu world, there is no such realm as Zifu. In the Zifu world, it is divided into the 9 turns of the golden elixir, and there are 3 turns of the heavenly world above. But in the Fiu world, after casting the golden elixir, there is no process of compressing the golden elixir. After the golden elixir is perfected, it can directly impact the nascent soul. The 2 realms of nascent soul and transformation of God are not much different. But when it comes to the realm of refining void, different paths are separated. In the Zifu world, after refining the void, you have to open up the cave heaven, and with the help of expanding the cave heaven, evolve your own avenue in the cave heaven, so that your own avenue can be perfected, and there is a possibility of combining with the Tao. In the Fiu world, after refining the void, the main thing is to directly temper the Yuanshan, strengthen the Yuanshan, and perceive the changes in the heavenly way. If the God can enter the realm of unity between heaven and man, he can enter the realm of combining with the Tao. The realm of combining with the Tao and the realm of refining the void are not much different. In the Zifu world, there is also a martial arts system. Mortals without spiritual roots can only embark on the road of martial arts, but the upper limit of martial arts is very low. Martial arts are divided into body refining, acquired, and innate. In the body refining realm, even the weakest first level ki training can't beat it. Acquired warriors can only compete with the first level ki training at most, and innate warriors can compete with the third level ki training. In the Zifu world, spiritual roots determine everything. Without spiritual roots, one can only take some spiritual medicine to grow spiritual roots, and embark on the road of cultivation. As for practicing martial arts, there is no future. But in the Fiu world, martial arts is a system that is not inferior to the immortal way. Martial arts are divided into acquired, innate yin yang realm, 5-element realm, 4-image realm, dragon transformation realm, Yuanshan realm, star realm, and eternal realm. In the acquired realm, the skin membrane, the 5 internal organs, the blood, the bones, the bone marrow, etc. are tempered respectively for the ki refining monks. In the innate realm, the Cheyenne Monaku point is opened, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is received to temper the body, and a breath of innate energy is nurtured for the foundation building realm. In the yin yang realm, the yin yang and 2 energies are opened up in the body, and the danshan is transformed into a yin yang diagram, melting all kinds of spiritual energy, which can be comparable to the Chindan monks. In the 5-element realm, with the 5 internal organs as the foundation, the 5 element of energy are melted and transformed into a 5-sided formation, which can be comparable to the infant monks. The 4 symbols realm, which draws in the power of earth, water, wind, and fire, melts the power of the 4 symbols, and tempers oneself, is comparable to the transformation of the spirit. The dragon transformation realm, which comprehends the 9 changes of the dragon, can evolve into the great power of the blue dragon, which is comparable to the refining of the void. As for the later Yuanshan realm, it corresponds to the head Ao, the star realm, which corresponds to the crossing tribulation realm. The eternal realm, which corresponds to the immortal realm. Continuously flipping through the information, Lu Xuanji's mind was fluctuating, and his thoughts were flying. The Fiu world is not only half a level higher, but also seems to have its own uniqueness in the cultivation system. The 12th level of ki refining, what an excellent expansion. Lu Xuanji calculated, if it is in the purple mansion world, the 12th level of ki refining is also popular, then the consumption of foundation building pills will be reduced a lot. If you reach the 12th level of ki refining, you can build a foundation 100%, and you don't need foundation building pills. In this world, there is no purple mansion realm, and it is very difficult to prove the golden pill. In the golden pill realm, there is no method to compress the golden pill, and there is no golden pill 9 transformations. In the refining void realm, it is not to open up the cave heaven to realize the Tao, but to strengthen the Yuanshan as the main thing, and to sense the heavenly Dao without being afraid of being polluted by the information of the heavenly Dao. Feeling the different development trajectories of the 2 worlds, Lu Xuanji's mind was fluctuating, and he was constantly comparing and calculating everything. In the Purple Mansion world, the immortal cultivation system is relatively complete and develops steadily. In the early stage, it depends on qualifications. In the middle stage, it depends on background. In the late stage, it depends on understanding. And at the peak, it depends on luck. In each realm, many cultivators will be eliminated, and when it comes to the peak moment, there is no weakling. But in the Fiu world, the beginning determines everything, and the key refining realm determines the future. The key refining realm is also the most important realm, without a doubt. Only a few people with amazing backgrounds, amazing comprehension, or extraordinary talent can condense the 12th level of key refining and lay a supreme foundation. The martial arts of the Purple Mansion world are not systematic and have a short future, but in the Fiu world, the martial arts are a cultivation system that is not inferior to the immortal way. The martial arts have a low starting point, less loss of resources, and are suitable for the civilian class. As for the disadvantages, it requires high qualifications and comprehension. In the early stage, the combat effectiveness is not as good as that of the immortal cultivators. In the later stage, the lifespan is not as good as that of the immortal cultivators. Xuanji analyzed and found the disadvantages of the martial arts in the Fiu world. In actual combat, the acquired warriors cannot beat the key refining cultivators, the innate cannot beat the foundation building, the yin-yang realm warriors cannot beat the golden core, the 5-element realm warriors cannot beat the nascent soul cultivators, and the 4 symbols warriors can fight the god transformation cultivators on equal terms. When the warriors reach the dragon transformation realm, they have a 6-level chance of winning when fighting against the refining void cultivators. As for the later realms, the combat effectiveness of the warriors is even more terrifying. But correspondingly, the lifespan of the warriors is also extremely short. The fighting power of a warrior in the dragon transformation realm is not inferior to that of a cultivator in the void refining realm, but his lifespan is only 2000 years, which is only equivalent to the lifespan of a cultivator in the nascent soul realm. The number of warriors is greater than that of cultivators, but the number of high-level warriors is quite rare. Martial arts? Xuanji flipped through the book, and several martial arts techniques appeared. The highest level can be practiced to the dragon transformation realm. He kept flipping through and comprehending, and gradually a prototype of a technique was slowly taking shape, the martial arts of creation. But, promoting the technique, he directly passed the acquired realm, past the innate realm, and entered the yin-yang realm. Directly derived the yin-yang key, and the yin-yang key tempered the body. An hour later, he passed the 5-element realm, and entered the 4 symbols realm. But, the earth, water, wind, and fire were surging, melting into the limbs respectively, and transformed into sacred beasts such as the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. The aura on his body flourished again, and he entered the dragon transformation realm. It took less than 3 days for him to transform from a commoner to a dragon transforming warrior. This is the great benefit of having a high realm, and being able to push forward the realm from a high position. Snap. The potential of the physical body is exploding, and the power of 1 dragon, 2 dragons, and 3 dragons is directly increased to the power of 12 dragons. At this moment, the aura on Xuanji's body stabilized. After practicing martial arts, the treasures of the physical body are released, and the potential of the physical body is fully stimulated. The strength is increased by 3 levels. I have the power of 12 dragons, which can suppress the weak peak of the refining void. Xuanji sighed, feeling the changes in the physical body, and feeling the decline in lifespan. His mind was fluctuating. My lifespan was originally 15,000 years, but after practicing martial arts, my lifespan dropped by 5,000 years to only 10,000 years. As expected, most warriors don't live long. Ordinary warriors can reach the realm of Yuanshan by condensing the power of 9 dragons, but I need to condense the power of at least 33 dragons to reach Yuanshan. Different cultivation systems are different descriptions of the Great Dao, with different emphasis. Cultivating Immortals focuses on the comprehension of the Great Dao of heaven and earth, and on prolonging life. Martial arts focuses on the development of physical treasures and the improvement of combat effectiveness. When practicing the two together, the systems constantly collide, which will increase their own foundation. However, the corresponding breakthrough difficulty will also increase accordingly. Only top geniuses and top comprehension are qualified to practice the two systems together. For ordinary cultivators, it is good enough to be able to walk through one road. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, the bell rang, and the army was gathering. Prepare to launch an attack on the Purple Mansion world. The bell rang, and the huge military camp began to move. When Xuanji walked out of the cave, he quickly arrived at a corner of the battlefield and gathered together. Many centurions counted the number of people and prepared for battle. Shihan also appeared and counted the number of people in the team. There were about 1,582 people, including 800 spiritual cultivators, and the rest were all Yuanying cultivators. Everyone, since we are teammates, I won't say any more words. Kill them and try to stay alive, Shihan said. A huge beehive appeared in his palm, and the beehive was making noises and growing bigger. Everyone entered it and took their positions. Xuanji also followed the crowd and entered the beehive to his position. Observing everything in the beehive, he frowned slightly. This beehive is a bit shabby, and many parts are backward in function. In terms of combat effectiveness, it is not as good as the quality of the captured beehives. But, at this moment, the beehive was completely activated. Shihan's divine consciousness merged into the beehive, entering the state of unity between man and treasure, perfectly controlling the beehive, various formations in the beehive, and many cultivators, all with ease. At this moment, Shihan seemed to have turned into a queen bee. The other soldiers under his command were all transformed into Gangfeng. What a brilliant method. The Zifu world focuses on the development of caves, but the Fiyu world focuses on the construction of beehives. A top-level beehive is the top-level life magic weapon. Sensing the mystery of the beehive, Xuanji's eyes flashed with a fiery color. In the Fiyu world, only low-level cultivators and poor people can refine flying swords, long swords, armor, etc. But the top cultivators refine a huge beehive. The beehive is directly controlled by divine thoughts. In the process of manipulating the beehive, the cultivator can continuously refine the divine thoughts and then refine the primordial spirit. In the process of refining the beehive, people and beehives merge together and enter a state of unity between man and treasure. The cultivator can continuously refine the beehive and continuously improve the grade of the beehive. The beehive can absorb various cosmic energies and transform them into beneficial energy, which can refine the cultivators. In terms of cultivation speed, it is faster than ordinary cultivators. In terms of combat power, it also surpasses ordinary cultivators. It seems that we have to find a way to obtain the Beehive Treasure Book. Xuanji pondered. The Beehive Treasure Book is the secret technique of controlling the beehive. It contains the secret of the unity of man and treasure. Only a few monks born in large families can get it. Boom boom boom. At this moment, countless beehives were dispatched. Thousands of beehives took off like fighter planes and began to attack the Purple Mansion world along the channel. Kill. On the opposite side, the monks of the Purple Mansion world were also fighting back, and various war weapons were also counter-attacking. In the void, a very war fortress appeared. Boom boom boom. The sword energy was flying, the flames were rising, the puppets were attacking, and the beehive was colliding. The two sides fought hard, and monks were dying all the time. The beehive was shattered, and the war fortress was damaged. Sitting in the beehive, watching this war from another perspective. But from the perspective of war damage, the Purple Mansion world is relatively large. General Shihan, driving the beehive to attack perfectly, kept moving quickly, like a ghost, and defeated 5 war fortresses in succession, with a brilliant record. At this moment, a destructive energy hit the beehive. Shihan urged the beehive to dodge, but there was still an aftermath of the energy flow hitting it. Under the huge shockwave, the beehive was damaged and opened a huge hole, and countless monks were affected and died. The remaining monks were also seriously injured and vomited blood. Xuanji also pretended to vomit blood. Retreat. Shihan urged the beehive and staggered away from the battlefield. Just a few jumps back to the Fiyu world. The battlefield was expanding. Countless beehives and war fortresses were fighting, and many monks were fighting. The real range expanded to a huge battle line of millions of miles, and the two sides were in a stalemate. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the beehive stumbled and fell on the ground, hitting a huge dust. The beehive is damaged and can't fight. Everyone, please go down for now, Shihan said. Everyone nodded and went down one after another. Shihan activated the seal, and immediately the 100-foot size beehive shrank dramatically to the size of a palm and merged into his body. Everyone, the beehive was damaged this time, but we also gained a lot, Shihan said about the battle record. At this moment, a sword light flashed in the void and pierced his neck directly. The speed was too fast and too hidden. Swish. The sword pierced his throat. But at this moment, a broken puppet appeared in the original place. Shihan appeared 100 meters away, but his face was pale and his breath was a little weak. There is a substitute puppet, but it is useless. You will die today. A black shadow appeared, and his expression could not be seen clearly. There was only coldness and cruelty. He turned into a black light and rushed towards Shihan. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 634 Princess Shiksu, The Secret Realm opens. The black light was flashing, and the shadow continued to stab, fast and simple. There were no extra moves, and the most straightforward ones were those that came and went. Shihan urged the secret technique, and the mana in his body was erupting. The mana surrounded his body, and turned into a golden ring, which was engraved with runes. The runes were flashing and changing, swaying, and dying. Ding ding dang dang. With a crisp sound, the dagger stabbed on the golden ring, which was constantly born and died, and resisted the stab. A fatal sword. The black shadow was flashing, and the sword light stabbed, and thousands of moves were condensed into one move. A little cold light illuminated the endless void. The golden ring was flashing, but it was broken in an instant. The sword light continued to flash, stabbing towards Shihan's heart. Shihan pointed his finger, and his finger instantly turned golden, shining with golden light, and clamped the dagger with a bright light. The black shadow chuckled, and its body instantly turned into mist, which filled the area of 10 miles. Trapped in the mist, everyone's vision was obstructed, and even their spiritual perception was reduced by countless levels. But in the mist, there were figures. These figures, with fast and steady speed, stabbed the soldiers. Puff, puff. The sword pierced into the flesh, the Yuanying was damaged, and the Yuanshan was broken. Xuanji's eyes were flashing, looking at the endless void. The world blocked by the fog became clear, and the scene of the fight between the two sides entered everyone's eyes clearly. 12 assassins appeared in the mist, and they walked like ghosts. Some assassins flashed quickly and assassinated the soldiers. Some assassins were assassinating General Shihan. These assassins were blocked by the fog and their true faces could not be seen clearly, but the tricks they used, as well as the magical skills, etc., belonged to the Fiu world. They were ruthless and decisive, without any extra skills, only killing skills. In just a moment, wounds appeared on Shihan's body. His blood and ki was sluggish, and his expression was exhausted. As if sensing danger, Shihan urged the Jade Talisman, and left in an instant, moving to an unknown place. Chase. The assassins chased after him, and some assassins continued to kill the soldiers. No, there is poison in the fog. I won't accept it. Kill. Many soldiers screamed, and were killed one after another. It's not that easy to kill me. Xuanji coughed, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and there was a bloody wound on his chest. His face turned blue, as if he was poisoned. But he still mobilized his magic power, and fled to the northwest. The other living soldiers also broke out from different directions. At this time, if Xuanji exposed his true strength, he could easily kill these assassins, just like stepping on a group of ants. But he is now disguised as Qinfeng, and many information is similar to Qinfeng. The magical skills and killing moves he used are also what Qinfeng used before. The fighting power will not be too outrageous, and will not exceed some people's expectations. There will not be a flaw in the battle, and he will perfectly play the role of Qinfeng. Cough cough. Xuanji coughed up blood, his breath became weaker and weaker. He took out a pill and took it, and broke out. but secretly his mind was working. He opened Baidu map. The map was changing. Shihan's geographical location appeared, and then he ran for his life in that direction. Just a few ups and downs, he escaped from the battlefield. An assassin's footsteps were flashing, like a ghost, chasing and killing, holding a sword in his hand. The sword was dripping with blood. One escaped and one chased, and the distance gradually shortened. Swish. The dagger in the assassin's hand was rolling, stabbing at Lu Xuanji's back. Lu Xuanji's body was moving, avoiding the attack. But there was still a cut on his shoulder, and the dagger was smeared with poison, and the poison also eroded. Plop. It seemed that he could not hold on, and Lu Xuanji fell to the ground on the spot. The dagger stabbed at the neck, and Lu Xuanji's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment and despair. But at this moment, a jade pendant appeared in his right hand. When the jade pendant was activated, a red light burst out from the jade pendant, turning into a ray to attack the assassin. The assassin felt the danger in an instant, and urged the dagger to strike. Dang. There was only a crisp sound, and the dagger shattered and continued to strike. The talismans shattered one after another, and the red light pierced his body. The assassin's body shattered like glass, and he fell to the ground and died. Ahem. Lu Xuanji stood up, but his body was still shaking, and fell to the ground. He took out a detoxification pill, and took it on the spot. After an hour, Lu Xuanji slowly stood up, came to the assassin, and began to search for some treasures. Some talismans, weapons, materials, fairy coins, etc. were all put away. As for those that could not be put away, and could not be exposed to the light, they were directly burned with fire. I finally survived, Lu Xuanji said. At this moment, with a plop, a figure fell to the ground. It was Shihan. General, it's you. Lu Xuanji said in surprise. Shihan said, take me away from here quickly. I will give you some treasures. Lu Xuanji listened, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Not bad, a good hero saving a beauty. It's a pity that you are just an ant in front of me with your 5th level cultivation of the spiritualization. At this moment, a black shadow man descended, with a cold expression, a terrifying aura descended, and a powerful aura pressured down. Lu Xuanji's face turned pale immediately. The man in black was at the 9th level of the spiritualization. With the 5th level cultivation of Qinfeng, he could not resist it at all. General Shihan was only at the 7th level of the spiritualization, which was also a bit difficult. Lu Xuanji said sternly, General, if you have any killer moves, use them quickly. I can't stand it. Ahem. Shihan coughed and said, in the battle just now, I used up some of my trump cards. It's a pity that you will be buried with me. Kill. The black shadow didn't say much, and urged a bloody dagger, turning into a stream of light to assassinate, fast and fierce. At this moment, Lu Xuanji urged the jade pendant, and the red rays on the jade pendant were stimulated, and instantly penetrated the body of the black shadow. His eyes flashed with disbelief. No, why is this happening? But the aura on his body was cut off, and the assassin died on the spot. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Lu Xuanji urged the flame to burn, and the corpse turned into ashes, and a gust of wind blew it away in the air. Seeing this scene, Shihan's eyes flashed with a trace of vigilance, and he subconsciously took a step back. Lu Xuanji stepped forward, a murderous look flashed in his eyes, and said, Your Excellency General, back then, I was just a giant and cultivator, just a mere ant. But in an adventure, I obtained a treasure in the legacy of a predecessor. It is thanks to this predecessor's legacy that I have come this far. Thanks to this predecessor's treasure, my probability of achieving the 7th level of Liangsu, and even the probability of achieving Hedao is 1 level. As he spoke, the aura on his body was brewing, and was about to burst out, turning into an unparalleled murderous intent. Shihan said, You want to kill me? Yes. Lu Xuanji said, General, you have been good to me. It's just that I don't want this secret to be known to outsiders. I didn't want to attack you, but now I can only say sorry. If you don't take care of yourself, you will be punished by heaven and earth. Shihan said, You were born as a casual cultivator, and you can only exchange for earth level skills at most, but I have heaven level skills here. I can give you heaven level skills, and even give you a part of the Beehive treasure book. Lu Xuanji said, It's a very good temptation. It's a pity that it's not as important as my life. Shihan sighed. I also have some secrets that I didn't want to reveal, but I have to reveal them just to survive. As he activated the secret technique, the aura on his body changed. The originally heroic body became soft, wearing a general's uniform, with long golden hair, a fiery and perfect body, and a pair of wings appeared behind her. She turned out to be a gorgeous woman. Shihan said, my name is Shizu, but Shihan is just an alias of mine. My father is Emperor Churin, and I'm his daughter. You can call me Princess Shizu. Greetings, Princess. Xuanji saluted respectfully, but with a look of doubt. Emperor Churin is an almighty being who has transcended the 9th level of tribulation, and is at the peak of the starry realm, but Her Highness is too miserable. She was actually hunted down by a divine assassin. Shouldn't you have a virtual level protector or some great masters who have reached the Dao as protectors? Or do you have some top level trump cards to decide the outcome of the battle? Shizu sneered. My father, Emperor Churin, has more than 15,000 wives and concubines, but only less than 30 of them are qualified to be called his legal wives, and most of them are concubines. Emperor Churin has more than 100,000 children, and I'm just one of them. Among those children, if they have outstanding qualifications, they will be favored by Emperor Churin. But those with poor qualifications will be ignored and treated coldly by Emperor Churin. My qualifications are just below average, and I have a very low sense of existence in the eyes of Emperor Churin. I have neither a powerful protector nor a powerful trump card. Xuanji said puzzledly, Your Highness's bone age is only more than 3,500 years old, which is the 7th level of the spiritualization. Such qualifications are still below average. How is this possible? Is Shizu's qualification poor? Not at all. It belongs to the level of Ningzu and Longzuan. Shizu sighed and said, my aptitude is considered a genius among ordinary cultivators. I entered the realm of transformation before I was 2,000 years old. But among the descendants of Emperor Dueling, my aptitude can only be considered below average. In the eyes of Emperor Dueling, only those descendants with extraordinary aptitude who can enter the realm of integration will be valued. But my aptitude is relatively poor. The probability of entering the realm of refining emptiness is only 1 in 10, and the probability of entering the realm of integration may be less than 1 in 10,000. In the eyes of Emperor Dueling, there are many descendants like me. Even if they die outside, it is just a small matter. Xuanji was speechless, and didn't know what to say. He had no more than 7 wives and concubines, and only 2 sons. He didn't understand the troubles of Emperor Dueling at all. Xuanji said, where did the assassin come from? Shizu gritted her teeth and said, I don't know. These days, it's too easy to make enemies. Maybe he just blocked someone's way, or maybe he just didn't like someone. Xuanji said, please accept my condolences. But the murderous intent did not reduce at all. Shizu said, am I beautiful? Xuanji said, she is so beautiful that she can overwhelm a country. Princess Shizu was second only to Ningzu in appearance. She had a foreign smell and a different smell. Shizu said, let's become Taoist couples. As long as you agree to one condition, I can become your wife. As long as we sign a life contract, our luck will be connected together, and there will be no leaks. This is a guarantee. Xuanji asked, what is a life contract? This is the life contract. Shizu nodded, and a trace of divine thought came. Xuanji accepted the information, and continued to comprehend it, saying, so that's it. It turns out, that you have half of the blood of the Star Clan. In the Fiu world, there are many slave tribes. Most of them are in an underground position, and they have special skills, which makes them quite popular. The Star Clan is one of them. The Star Clan was once the master of the Star World, but was later defeated by the Fiu world. Most of the Star Clan's strongmen were killed, and the remaining Star Clan were attained, but their status was declining, and they became slave tribes. Once upon a time, when the master created the martial arts, he studied and comprehended the secrets of the Star Clan and created the Star Secret Realm. If he spent a weekend with a Star Clan girl, he could better understand the Star Secret Realm. After signing the life contract, the fate of the two was connected. If he died, Shizu would also die, but if Shizu died, he would not be harmed at all. After signing the life contract, Shizu would never betray him. Xuanji said, this is unfair to you. Shizu was speechless and said, "What is fair in the world? If it weren't for the life contract, how could the Fiu world allow the Star Clan to exist?" Xuanji asked, "What are your conditions?" A flash of resentment flashed in Shizu's eyes, and she said angrily, "Back then, my mother was a noble lady of the Star Clan. At a meeting, she was favored by Emperor Turin and had a one-night stand with her. Later, I was born. As a result, that vicious woman was jealous and took advantage of a trivial matter to rape my mother to death. I was still young at that time. I watched my mother cough up blood and die with my own eyes. I swore to kill this vicious woman at all costs. I also hid my identity and came here to gain experience to avoid that vicious woman." Listening to this, Xuanji seemed to see a female version of Huou Heo. Xuanji said, "Doesn't your father care?" Shizu sneered, "It's just a one-night stand. Maybe he will even forget what my mother looks like later." Xuanji said, "As long as I can, I will definitely kill that vicious woman." The subtext is that when one's strength is insufficient, one can only endure it. Shizu also understood the meaning and said, "Thank you." He urged the secret technique and immediately a spell flew to Xuanji. Xuanji sensed the spell, and after confirming that it was correct, he merged it into his soul. Immediately, a mysterious force was evolving his soul, and his soul was baptized. At the same time, a mysterious force was tempering his body, and his body was more compatible with the power of the stars. There was a faint trace of the power of the stars falling down. There was even a trace of the power of the stars under his feet, melting into his body. After all, the earth under his feet is essentially a huge planet. But, at this moment, more than 129,600 acupoints on his body were constantly ringing, matching the creation of heaven and earth, and seemed to be transformed into a star. The power of the stars melted into the body, nourishing the body, tempering the soul, and the speed of cultivation was much faster. After sensing this mysterious state for a long time, Xuanji came back to his senses. He waved and threw the pill bottle. Shizu took the pill bottle, took out the pill, and took it directly. The pill was refining, and after an hour, all the injuries were healed. Shizu said, "Husband, what are your plans?" Xuanji said, "We can't go back to the barracks now. There is an assassin at the 9th level of the spiritualization. If we go back to the barracks, we will face an assassin at the void refining level. We may not be able to escape. Besides, it is too dangerous for both sides to fight on the battlefield between the two worlds." Shizu nodded and said, "But the master stipulated that the spiritualization must serve for 1,000 years, unless enough 10,000 merit points are paid. I calculated it, and there are only 3,000 merit points. We don't have enough, but these assassins also have merit points." Xuanji said, "Merit points recognize cards, not people." Searching the assassin, he found many merit points on him. After cleaning them carefully, the merit points were more than 30,000. Looking at the number on the token, Shizu was also stunned. It is better to hurt people and set fires than to work hard. After deducting the merit points, the two were exempted from military service, but they would not be in the barracks for the time being. They can arrange their time freely without being forced to order to attack the most dangerous world channel. Boom boom boom. At that moment, it seemed as if the whole world was shaking, the sky was exploding, and a black hole appeared in the endless void, with countless treasures spraying out and scattered in all directions. At the same time, an ancient secret realm was slowly appearing, revealing a corner of the world. This is the treasure of the Fiu world. Judging from its scale and quantity, it is still very huge. It seems that the master may not be able to peek into all the changes in the future. There are many uncertain variables. This is the opportunity for the weak. Xuanji looked at this secret realm, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. His intuition told him that there was a great adventure in this relic. Xuanji said, "Let's go to that secret realm and look for our chance." Shizu frowned slightly and said, "From my perception, that secret realm is too dangerous. There will be powerful people of the refining void level, and even terrifying existences of the Hideo level. It's too dangerous. She has a steady personality, doesn't like taking risks, and rarely does things that she is not sure of." Xuanji said in a deep voice, "Wealth and honor are sought in danger. We have no background, and our qualifications and understanding are average. If we want to stand out, we must take risks and seize some opportunities to change our fate. Otherwise, how can we kill that poisonous woman and avenge your mother? You didn't tell me the identity of that poisonous woman, but I also know that the resources and connections she has are dozens or hundreds of times more than ours. How can we succeed without a fight? Shizu suddenly became clear, and a hint of madness and heat flashed in her eyes. You are right, we must go. Even if we die in that secret realm, it is better than dying in the hands of that poisonous woman. The two held hands, turned into a ray of light, and flew towards the ruins. Chapter 635, Lord of Death, Sea of Filthy Blood. A huge relic appeared in the void. Only a corner of the relic was exposed, showing a grand scene. After just a glance, Xuanji took Shizu into the secret realm. After arriving in the secret realm, the black hole behind disappeared. They could only move forward, not leave. Xuanji sensed the situation here. His expression changed slightly, and a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. This secret realm seemed to be relatively isolated from the Fiu world, resulting in relatively less world suppression. When in the Fiu world, Xuanji was only at the 9th level of the spirit transformation, and most of his cultivation was sealed, so he could not use too much of his cultivation. Once too much strength was exposed, it would attract the attention of the origin of the world and cause a catastrophe. But after entering this secret realm, the world suppression disappeared. He could use many magic weapons and his peak cultivation, and he no longer felt that he was tied up. He activated the secret technique and evolved into an avatar, directly accompanying Shizu to search for treasures on the periphery. But the original body turned into a stream of light and moved towards the depths of the secret realm. His figure flashed, and he was above a lake. In the center of the lake, there was a palm-sized white lotus floating, with a trace of fragrance spreading in all directions. Next to the lotus, there was a crocodile with a dragon head, a crocodile body, tiger claws, and dragon wings, lying there, waiting patiently. The beast opened its eyes, and endless fierce light surged. It opened its bloody mouth, and turned into a stream of light, sweeping towards Xuanji. Xuanji's aura burst out, and a 9-colored divine sword condensed in his hand. As soon as the divine sword passed, the terrifying crocodile was destroyed on the spot, and all its vitality dissipated. With a wave of his hand, he put away the white lotus. At this moment, a terrifying aura descended, and a handsome man appeared. There were bursts of brilliant light on his body, and there was a flame rune between his eyebrows. He looked indifferent, exuding a domineering aura. I'm the undead, Xingyu. This white jade star lotus stays, and you can go. The tone was quite arrogant, as if he was sending away a beggar. The undead is the descendant left by the master. They are born strong. Whether in terms of background or combat power, they are superior to ordinary cultivators. Kill. Xuanji looked indifferent, without any nonsense, and urged the 9-colored divine sword to kill. The sword light flashed, as if it wanted to devour everything and annihilate everything, and it came directly to the undead strongman. You are looking for death. The expression of the undead strongman changed, and he roared. Suddenly, 36 stars flashed, following the mysterious trajectory, turning into an unparalleled formation, and directly suppressed it. If an ordinary cultivator of the refining void encountered it, he would just give up. But when the 9-colored divine sword chopped down, the 36 stars shattered like glass. The long sword continued to chop down, directly splitting the undead warrior in two. Woo woo woo. With the whistling wind, the flesh, blood, soul, etc. of the undead were all crushed and melted into the cave, turning into nutrients for the cave. Killed in one move. Not a bad tonic. Melted into the cave. It seems to have a brand new change. Xuanji seemed to think of something. When the monks were alive, the laws they comprehended, the magical skills they comprehended, the power of faith they gave birth to, etc., were great tonics for the origin of the world. But after the monks died, his flesh, blood, soul, etc. returned to the earth, which was also supreme fertilizer for the world. But at this moment, the luck on his body became a little stronger. The world's favor increased a little more. Xuanji knew that he was never the son of destiny in the Zifu world, let alone the son of luck. He was not even a minor character, but perhaps just a minor supporting role. But as he continued to kill powerful people from other worlds, his luck and favor were also increasing, and he had the hope of becoming the son of luck, or even the son of destiny in the future. It was like he could become the emperor, because he was not destined to be the emperor, but because he was the emperor, he was destined to be the emperor. It didn't matter whether he was the son of destiny, but as long as he continued to grow stronger, continued to kill powerful people from other worlds, and gathered the luck of heaven and earth on him, even if he was not the son of destiny, he must be the son of destiny. Xuanji disappeared and began to harvest precious medicines, holy medicines, etc., and put them into the 33 cave heavens. With the increase of spiritual medicines, the spiritual energy of the cave heavens was changing, and the evolution of the cave heavens was accelerating. Along the way, he encountered many guardian beasts and many powerful people, all of whom were killed by him. Every time he killed one, his luck increased. Xuanji's original body was constantly moving forward, while his clone accompanied Shizu in the back. Many top-level spiritual medicines that his original body looked down upon fell into the hands of his clone and Shizu. Golden light grass can temper the meridians and increase the upper limit of potential. Starlight grass can increase the potential of my blood. Dragon transformation grass can increase the potential of blood and temper the Yuanshan. God walking grass can increase the speed of warriors, but it's a pity that I'm not a warrior. Shizu's eyes flashed with excitement as she continued to harvest herbs, and her body was trembling. Although Shizu was the princess of the Turin Empire and her father was a big man who had passed the 9th level of the tribulation, she only had the title of princess. Those top-level precious medicines and holy medicines were not her turn to enjoy. She was in the royal family of the Turin Empire, with average qualifications and insufficient resources, so it was naturally difficult for her to improve her cultivation. The 7th level of the spirit transformation was considered a strong person for many geniuses, but in the Turin Empire, it was just so-so. Now entering the secret realm, she continuously harvested various spiritual medicines. She had only heard of many spiritual medicines, but now she saw them. She was extremely excited. The look in her eyes when she looked at Xuanji was even more colorful. In the world of cultivating immortals, aptitude is important, comprehension is important, and background is also important, but the most important thing is luck. Those with strong luck, even if they have average aptitude, average comprehension, and average background, can take advantage of the wind and become peerless strongmen. She also knew the background of her husband. His aptitude was average, not as good as hers. His comprehension was also average, with medium aptitude. As for his background, he was not as good as hers, but at least she still had a tiger skin. But his cultivation speed was not slow at all, and he even encountered various adventures. Obviously, this was a person with great luck. If his luck was always good, he would have a promising future. The long sword flashed and killed a refining virtual. Xuanji said solemnly, there are more and more strong people. But as long as we kill them all, we will be favored by the huge world. Along the way, he encountered various adventures and treasures, which were all manifestations of good luck. Only by continuing to killing, and constantly killing the strong men from other worlds, can one obtain great luck, escape danger, obtain various treasures, and even have the possibility of proving the truth, and transcending the tribulation. But, at this moment, suddenly a brilliant holy light rose up, and the precious light leaked out, exuding a terrifying breath, and there were bursts of bell sounds coming, with a breath of destruction. Ding ding ding. The bell sounded, turning into a killing force, directly killing the cultivators below the refining void and the nascent soul cultivators who entered the secret realm. The transformation god cultivators were all wiped out in an instant. Shizu was also in danger. At the critical moment, the clone urged the jade pendant to resist the bell sound and resolve the death tribulation. This is a 9th grade spiritual treasure, it must fall into my hands. Everyone felt the precious light, and excitement flashed in their eyes. The 9th grade spiritual treasure can only be refined and manufactured by the cultivators who transcend the tribulation. It is a rare opportunity, which instantly made everyone excited. They chased after it. Xuanji also moved quickly towards the mountain, but stopped halfway. His sharp intuition warned him that there seemed to be great danger ahead, and if he entered it, he would surely die. Rays of light flashed, and cultivators and warriors descended one after another. There was a beautiful female cultivator with 2 pairs of wings on her back, who turned into a stream of light and entered the mountain. With just a flash of black light, her body was torn into pieces and she perished on the spot. Her flesh and blood merged into the earth and became the nourishment of the 9th grade spiritual treasure. What is that? Sure enough, this secret place is not that simple. This treasure is so terrifying. It is worthy of being a dangerous place left by the master of the robbery. Everyone changed color and looked solemn. At this time, 8 female cultivators appeared in the void. One of them had an outstanding posture and a beautiful appearance, but she was carrying a luxurious sedan chair and walked step by step in the air. On that luxurious sedan sat a 2-meter tall man with short silver hair, extremely handsome and domineering. Judging from his decorations and attire, he was an unrivaled powerhouse of the undead clan, and he was also a prince. Xuanji looked at this scene and said solemnly, "Good fellow, this prince has a strong aura, and he is vaguely dangerous to me." But he actually asked 8 female cultivators of the refining void to carry the sedan. This is too arrogant. Even I'm far inferior to them. In terms of who is more powerful, in pretending to be powerful, I will not admit defeat to others, but you. Refining void cultivators are unrivaled overlords in that world, with powerful cultivation and amazing aura. They are all guests of honor when they arrive at that power. But this one directly asked for a sedan to be carried, which was a bit grand, just like the alien version of Leaky. I just don't know if he is as awesome as Leaky. As soon as this undead powerhouse appeared, the cultivators around him avoided a path. This strong man looked down at the crowd, as if he was looking at a group of pigs and dogs, and said grimly, "I'm Kong Lingfei. The treasure here belongs to the Immortal Clan. All the cultivators present should leave immediately, otherwise, die." As soon as the words came out, the cultivators present bowed and saluted, and left directly. Xuanji thought about it, and also gathered with the crowd, flying away. Although those powerful people who left, they hid 100 miles away, performing secret techniques to hide their tracks, and watching this battle for treasure. At this moment, a giant snake fell from the sky in the void, and the aura of the peak of the refining void emanated, and it did not give in at all. Kong Lingfei said, "Starry Sky Snake Ancestor, this treasure belongs to my undead clan. Please leave." Starry Sky Snake Ancestor sneered, "This treasure has been discovered by the ancestor for a long time. If you don't want to die, then get out of here. This is not the undead clan. Without uncles and aunts as your backstage, no one will come to rescue you. That's right, only the strong are qualified to enjoy this treasure. Little baby, go back to nurse." At this moment, a strong man with thunder wings on his back and an ancient aura came down, looked at Kong Lingfei coldly, and said with a flash of murderous intent, "The undead clan is very powerful, and that master is even more powerful than me. But if I kill you today, do you think those powerful people who have achieved the Dao will come back to hunt me down? The fallen genius is nothing." At this moment, frost descended, and a terrifying aura descended. It seemed to be a woman of peerless beauty, but her face was covered by fog and her true face could not be seen clearly. Although there was no speech, the terrifying aura locked on. Kong Lingfei was also silent, with a flash of fear in his eyes. The undead clan is the master of the Fiu world. It is extremely powerful. There are so many masters and strong men in the clan that no one dares to compete with them. However, there are still some powerful and fierce people who are not afraid of the undead clan. After all, although the undead clan is extremely powerful, it is impossible for them to activate spells at any time and monitor everything in this world at all times. Those Hedao monks, Duji monks, etc. also need to practice hard to improve their strength. Unless something big happens, those top masters will not take action for small things. As for the death of the Liangsu monk, in the eyes of those big men, it is just a small matter. Let's join forces and see how we can do it later. Kong Lingfei said. Since they can't drive them away, they can only join forces. Okay. Star Snake Ancestor, Thunder Ancestor, Ice Ancestor, etc. looked at each other and nodded. Boom boom boom. The 4 masters activated their secret techniques and joined forces to kill. The void in front was shaking, and the barrier was breaking. It only lasted for a moment, and then a big hole appeared. There was no one in front of him. The black earth looked dilapidated. A big bell was suspended in the air. There were many broken corpses, broken weapon fragments, chaotic energy, and blood and energy rising to the sky. The terrifying evil spirit filled the void. Khan Lingfu's eyes flashed with greed, and he said, "This is the burial place of the Lord of Death." 50,000 years ago, the Lord of Death was besieged by strong men, and the Death Imperial Palace was reduced to ruins. I didn't expect to meet him here again. During the long period of time, in addition to the undead clan, there were also the 8 saint clans, and some peerless strong men were born. It's a pity that those peerless strong men were not favored by the master, and most of them were strangled and perished. The Lord of Death was one of them. Back then, the Lord of Death was besieged by strong enemies and finally fell. His imperial palace also disappeared in the turbulence of the void, and this time it emerged again. Back then, there were strong men of the undead clan besieging the Lord of Death. He was also quite familiar with some of the inside stories. In this area, 7 powerful people who had passed the tribulation realm, dozens of powerful people who had achieved the Dao, and countless powerful people who had achieved the refining void realm and the transformation of the spiritual realm fell. Their blood and corpses merged into the earth, which could be called a peerless treasure. If this area was not remote, the 2 worlds would have been in chaos due to the war, and the time was short. I'm afraid that the cultivators who had passed the tribulation realm would have been alarmed and come to grab everything. Because of the short time, the strongest cultivators who came here were only 4 cultivators at the peak of the refining void realm. Khan Lingfu stood up directly, and a golden ring rose up from his body, exuding an immortal aura, turning into a stream of light, and entering the mountains. As for the carriage frame, there were also 8 beautiful maids, all of which were abandoned aside. The starry sky snake ancestor, thunder ancestor, ice ancestor, etc. also entered one after another. People die for money, and birds die for food. This has been the case since ancient times. Xuanji flashed and entered. The moment he entered, he felt the vastness of the space inside. This place is a world in itself. There are terrifying top-level GD everywhere, with an immortal holy fire burning everything, which can easily kill the powerful refining masters. There is also filthy fog that can corrode magic weapons and erode mana. There is also poisonous gas in the confusion, which can make the refining masters suffer. There is also a twisted void. Once you enter it, you will get lost in it, or be directly teleported to the GD. There is also a strange curse that corrodes everything. At this moment, the void is changing, and a black longsword slashes down. Xuanji flashed and dodged the attack. At this moment, a monk wearing red armor appeared, and behind him were 5 refining masters. They stood beside him like slaves, with slave marks on their foreheads. The monk in red armor said, "Boy, kneel down and be my slave. Looking for death. You don't know whether you live or die." Xuanji stepped forward. The 9-color divine sword flashed and slashed directly. The red armored monk's face changed slightly, urging his blood vessels, and suddenly formed a red shield to resist in front. This is their clan's top-level defensive secret technique, invincible in the same realm. However, a 9-color sword flashed, and the red armored monk was cut into 2 on the spot. Another sword flashed, and the other 5 servants were all killed. So strong. Who is that man? Everyone looked at this scene and dodged. Xuanji sensed the breath of the 9th grade spiritual treasure, and turned into a stream of light to move forward. There was a huge sea of blood. Black demonic energy was rising. Grey resentment was entangled. White evil energy was undulating. And there was a strong smell of blood, exuding endless filth. This is the blood of the monks who cross the tribulation, the monks who unite the way, and the monks who refine the void, and it has become a place of great danger. If the monks who refine the void accidentally enter it, they will also be corroded by the filth and fall directly. Ding ding ding. In the sea of blood, the sound of bells was ringing. Xuanji took out a boat and drove the boat to the depths of the sea of blood. A huge thunderbird flew through the void and headed directly to the depths of the blood sea. Lightning bolts blasted down from the void, but they could do nothing. But at this moment, a terrifying vortex surged in the blood sea, as if a giant beast was awakening. A bloody palm appeared, and directly grabbed the thunderbird. Bang bang. The bloody palm directly broke through the aura and hit the body of the thunderbird. The thunderbird was seriously injured on the spot. Swish. At this moment, the starry sky snake ancestor, the ice ancestor, Khan Lingfei and others attacked one after another, and their killing moves blasted out. The weakened Thunderbird was besieged by 3 people, and fell in just a moment. The treasure also fell into the hands of the 3 people. Let's clear the field. The 3 looked at each other, and urged the secret technique, to blast the rest of the refining monks, to deal with them in advance, so as not to be picked up by the little mouse. Chapter 636, The Final Battle, Recruiting Slave Viewer. Kill. At this moment, 3 peak level cultivators attacked and killed other peak level cultivators. The aura of a hidden cultivator burst out, showing the powerful strength of the peak level cultivator. Another cultivator's aura burst out, and blood-colored wings appeared behind him, suppressing the endless void with the strength of the peak level cultivator. One after another, they burst out. The moment of not taking action is unknown, but when taking action, countless big fish are blown up. Xuanji also burst out with aura, only bursting out martial arts cultivation, and the powerful aura of the dragon realm surged out. Behind him, 12 phantoms of dragons were undulating, suppressing the mountains and rivers, and intimidating the world. Let's attack together, Khan Lingfei said. Everyone nodded and rushed out directly. The 2 sides entered the melee. Some urged the secret technique, to directly kill other peak level cultivators, and some specifically stared at a certain cultivator and blasted out. The bloody battle continued, using fighting to carry out a cruel clearing, getting rid of some people in advance, and reducing the competitors behind. Fate Dragon Fist. Xuanji urged the power of fate, and golden light flashed on his fist, turning into dragons, rolling up and down, and blasting towards the enemy. Pure martial arts cultivation. Powerful blood surging, like a fierce beast roaring. No lore of mystery, no magical skills, only absolute power, some great power, that swept across the world. Break all laws with force, and determine the world with force. With one punch, all laws are destroyed. With one punch, everything is broken. Boom boom boom. One punch, one by one, in just an instant, 8 refining virtual beings were blasted to death. Countless cultivators perished, and the number of living cultivators was decreasing. Roar. The sea of blood was rolling, and a huge palm appeared, grabbing Xuanji. Xuanji urged the Fate Dragon Fist and blasted out. Bang bang. The bloody palm shattered. The black mist swept in, and submerged Xuanji. Xuanji activated his fist technique, and a golden dragon blasted out, and the black mist dissipated. Blood Soul Thunder. A blood-robed monk appeared, with a murderous aura on his body. Under the secret technique, blood-colored thunderballs condensed in the void, one after another, continuously bombarding and killing. One blood-robed thunder can kill the first level of refining emptiness, and hundreds of blood-robed thunders can kill even the peak of refining emptiness. Hundreds of blood-robed thunders condensed and bombarded Xuanji. Boom boom boom. Countless blood thunders bombarded and killed Xuanji on the spot. This blood-robed monk had no time to rejoice, and he felt a monk appear behind him and punched him. The fist kept getting bigger, and turned into endless destruction. Then, the world became dark. Bang! The blood-robed monk's body exploded and perished on the spot. A monk at the 9th level of refining emptiness was killed by him. Looking at the broken body, Xuanji was in a trance. I'm so powerful that I actually killed a cultivator at the peak of the refinement void. Is he too weak, or am I too strong? I'm only at the 3rd level of the refinement void. His mind was fluctuating, and various thoughts were flashing. He had always lacked confidence, but it was not until he killed a cultivator at the peak of the refinement void that his confidence was boosted. It turned out that he was already very powerful. The so-called 3rd level of the refinement void, the so-called realm, was no longer able to measure his combat effectiveness. With the improvement of the realm, the creation immortal scripture gradually became perfect, and his combat effectiveness entered a soaring stage. The improvement of the realm not only did not reduce the ability to fight across levels, but on the contrary, the ability to fight across levels was greatly improved. He also melted an immortal weapon, Bead of Time, into his body, and later practiced the martial arts of the Fiu world. Under multiple superpositions, his combat effectiveness was horribly improved. The realm of the 3rd level of the refinement void could no longer specifically express his combat effectiveness. At least he did not lose much energy when he killed the cultivator at the peak of the refinement void just now. So, I'm so powerful. Xuanji flashed a trace of confidence, and the aura on his body changed, with more sunshine and more vitality. Boom boom boom. At this moment, another peak refining virtual attacked Xuanji. Xuanji urged the creation dragon fist to counterattack. The fist light flashed, the aura of destruction surged, and evolved into a terrifying killing move. After 10 moves, this peak refining virtual died on the spot, and died in obscurity. Even his name was not remembered by Xuanji. Raw. The terrifying aura was rolling in the sea of blood, and a headless giant appeared. He was 10 feet tall, with a burly and domineering body, emitting waves of death-destroying aura, and his body contained filthy power. With a grasp of his palm, a refining virtual was pinched and crushed into meat paste. Another punch was thrown out, killing a peak refining virtual. Everyone was terrified and urged the secret technique to bombard. Boom boom boom. The headless giant's body was shaking, but it was immune to most attacks. Instead, it clapped its hands, and a large amount of filthy power surged, turning into a huge force that swept towards all the cultivators present. Everyone used secret techniques to resist. Some powerful ones directly dissolved the filthy power, but the weak ones fell into the sea of blood, and were corroded and died. In just a moment, 18 cultivators disappeared in the sea of blood. Just a corpse demon. Watch me swallow you. A swallowing bird grew bigger and opened its mouth to swallow the corpse demon. The huge stomach was digesting the food, but it was less than 3 seconds of pretending to be cool, and the body exploded. The filthy power corroded the flesh and blood, corroded the soul, and the swallowing bird fell into the sea of blood with a scream and lost consciousness. Another cultivator at the peak of the refining void died directly. Looking at this scene, Xuanji felt a sense of grief for the rabbit's death. The cultivators of the refining void, whether in the purple mansion world or the feather world, are all giants with great power. However, since entering the secret realm, dozens of cultivators of the refining void have been directly destroyed, dying as easily as ants, dying in an ignominious and worthless way. Boom boom boom. The headless giant continued to attack, and the cultivators present fled one after another, and no one dared to fight back. That Kangling Fei was running away. Xuanji was also running away. This headless giant seemed to be somewhat unconscious. After chasing for a while, he stopped chasing and sank into the sea of blood. Everyone continued to move forward. Gradually, a dilapidated palace complex appeared. It was magnificent and huge, but it was covered in blood, and there were also broken giant beast corpses, broken cultivator ghosts, etc., exuding a trace of horror. We've made a fortune, Bingzu said excitedly. The other cultivators also flashed with excitement in their eyes. Ding ding. At this moment, the bell rang. Above the endless sea of blood, a black bell was ringing. The sound of the bell shook everyone's soul. Everyone felt a little dizzy, but their eyes were extremely excited. They rushed to kill. Whether it was the holy medicine or the corpse of the strong, they were not as good as a 9th grade spiritual treasure. The 9th grade spiritual treasure was second only to the immortal weapon. The 9th grade spiritual treasure fell into the hands of a cultivator of the refining realm, which was enough to dominate the world and be invincible in the same realm. Even if facing a great master of the unity of the way, he could retreat unscathed. Swish. One by one, the cultivators were moving. The weak cultivators robbed the corpses and some precious medicines. The powerful cultivators went to rob the 9th grade spiritual treasure. Not good. Xuanji felt uneasy, and his figure flashed and quickly retreated. He had seen immortal weapons. The pure Yang sword and the pearl of time were all immortal weapons, but they were all incomplete and their power dropped significantly. But the big bell in front of him was not a 9th grade spiritual treasure at all, but an immortal weapon, and a complete immortal weapon without any damage. In such a war, how could there be a complete immortal weapon? Feeling uneasy, he was about to evacuate. Ding ding ding. At this moment, the bell rang, and a terrifying barrier surrounded the surroundings, blocking the void. At this moment, a phantom appeared under the bell. The phantom was changing, turning into a tall man with wounds and blood all over his body. There was a big hole in his chest. He said, "My name is the Lord of Death. At that time, I was able to pass the 9th level of the tribulation and ascend to the immortal world. It's a pity that I encountered that person's calculation and fell. Before I passed away, I arranged the supreme formation for the breeding of soldiers. The corpses of the monks who died here, as well as many broken spiritual treasures, have all become nutrients for the death bell to promote its origin evolution. Now, the death bell should evolve into an immortal weapon. You two fight to the death. The final winner will become the owner of the immortal weapon. With that, the phantom dissipated. Ding ding ding. The bells were still ringing, exuding waves of murderous aura. Everyone's heart went cold, and they felt icy cold all over. This is an immortal weapon. Generally speaking, only the strong who have passed the tribulation can fully revive the immortal weapon and burst out the powerful power of the immortal weapon. As for other low-level cultivators, their cultivation is insufficient, and they can't fully activate the power of the immortal weapon. But even if they only activate 1000th or 1/10,000th, it is enough to burst out a destructive combat power. An immortal weapon can automatically revive. Just a burst of power can suppress and kill all the cultivators present. Under the immortal weapon, all beings are equal, and everyone is an ant. Go to hell. Bingzu activated the secret technique, and attacked a man. The man also activated the flying sword to fight back. Lu Xuanji, Kang Lingfei and others also attacked and killed the enemy, fighting each other. The terrifying power distorted everything, destroyed time and space, and tore apart all laws. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, all words are redundant, only killing the enemy, or being killed by the enemy. The space is limited, and the room for dodging is limited. There is only fighting, and endless blood battles. There were always cultivators falling down, and turning into corpses on the ground. Boom boom boom. With the collision of terrifying ki, Lu Xuanji killed a peak cultivator, but he was also injured. At this moment, a fierce beast with wings and a scorpion tail on its back attacked. Its body was flashing with green light and full of toxins. As long as it pierced the enemy's skin, the enemy would be paralyzed, and fall to the ground and die. Lu Xuanji's eyes flashed with fierce light, and curses appeared on his body. His left hand condensed into a dragon fist, and his right hand turned into a 9-color divine sword, beheading him. Boom boom boom. The two clashed with each other and quickly separated. The air around them exploded. This dragon scorpion burst out with fierce light, and the runes all over its body were flashing. It activated its innate magical power and immediately displayed a highly toxic field, corroding the world, twisting the void, killing everything, and covering Lu Xuanji. Lu Xuanji operated the mysteries of creation. The power of the 5 element on his body was flashing. The yin and yang were being born and dying. The power of the primordial magnetism was evolving. The power of the universe was rising and falling. The power of time and space was rising and falling, and many mysteries were fused together. The speed was accelerating, as if walking in the long river of time. The field of creation surrounded him, and attacked the dragon scorpion beast. Bang! The two clashed with each other, and the field of creation burst out, and hit the poisonous field, which shattered on the spot. It was like a stone easily smashing an egg. The dragon fist of creation came, and frightened the body of the dragon scorpion beast, and was killed on the spot. On other battlefields, there were also fighting battles, and monks were dying all the time. A starry sky thunder lion devoured a demon monk on the spot, and another strong man controlled thunder and lightning to kill a strong enemy. There was also a refining heavenly pride who urged the black hole to devour the enemy on the spot. As the fight continued, the number of monks continued to decrease. Finally, only Lu Xuanji, Kang Lingfei, and a beautiful woman in white with a silver horn on her head were left. Kill. The horned woman in white and Kang Lingfei looked at each other, and then joined forces to attack Lu Xuanji. Yes, the battle should be over. Lu Xuanji sneered, urging the time blood in his body to evolve the innate magical power, time acceleration. The speed was twice as fast. A flash of light passed, and Kang Lingfei's body exploded. Kang Lingfei was killed. But in the next moment, a strange power surged, and he immediately resurrected and returned to the original place. Kang Lingfei sensed the memory before death, and couldn't help saying, "What a powerful time magic, it killed me with one move. But can you still use it?" "No." Lu Xuanji said, "My blood magic can only be used once a day, and there is a cooldown time. As for you, you are also extraordinary, awakening the 9 lives magic of the undead. You have 9 lives every day, and you will die completely after being killed 9 times in a row in one day. Come on, let's bet on whether I can kill you for the 10th time. Stimulating the blood, the power of the 12 dragons burst out, the dragon fist of creation burst out, and many killing moves surged, bombarding the two enemies. Boom boom boom. The battle broke out again, 1 against 2. Xuanji urged his fists to bombard, without using the 33 heavens treasure, the fist of creation, the vision, the domain, and the 9 changes of the fish dragon, just relying on a pair of iron fists to suppress the universe. How can he be so powerful? Kang Lingfei said unwillingly. Impossible. The white-clothed silver-horned woman's eyes flashed with unwillingness. Her blood was boiling, but after only a dozen moves, the priest was at a disadvantage. Both of them were peerless geniuses, with monstrous talents, and invincible among their peers. However, even when they joined forces, they were still no match for this genius. Boom boom boom. Another blow to Kang Lingfei. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Damn it, Kang Lingfei flashed a trace of anger, and the jade talisman in his palm was flashing, about to burst out. But the next moment, the jade talisman fell into Xuanji's hand. Too weak. Xuanji continued to attack. After killing 8 times in a row, when he was about to kill him completely, the bell rang, and turned into a force to seal Kang Lingfei. Sir, what do you mean? Xuanji asked, asking the spirit of the immortal weapon. The spirit said, he has the blood of the master in his body. If he is killed, it will attract the attention of that master. You can seal him, and bury him underground. It's best not to kill him. What a pity. Xuanji felt a little sorry. Because of her background, she cannot be killed for the time being. As long as she is not dead, she will not attract the attention of certain people. And you. Xuanji urged his fists, to kill the female cultivator in white clothes and silver horns. The female cultivator coughed up blood from the corner of her mouth. Her breath was weak, and there was a flash of despair in her eyes, but she still struggled and said, don't kill me yet really. Xuanji urged his fists to kill her completely. The spirit of the weapon said, don't kill her. You can enslave her, and make her your maid. If there are some things that are inconvenient for you to do, you can let her do it. As he said that, the spirit of the weapon sent a secret method. Xuanji accepted the method and shouted, Dao, let go of your mind and let me plant the slave mark in your soul. Of course, you can choose to resist, and I can help you now. As he said that, his eyes were full of murderous intent. It seemed that he really hoped that this female cultivator would refuse, so that he could kill the enemy legitimately. The female cultivator's expression flashed with anger and unwillingness. She wanted to commit suicide, but gave up several times. In the face of life and death, she found that she was not as strong as she had imagined. I'm willing to become an adult. The female cultivator said only half of it, but she could not continue, and let go of her sea of consciousness. Xuanji activated the secret technique, and left a mark in her soul. This mark could dominate the life and death of the female cultivator. At this moment, the life and death of the female cultivator was no longer determined by herself, but she dominated everything. Of course, it is not impossible to break the slave mark. The so-called slave mark is not omnipotent, but only useful for cultivators who have passed the tribulation. When she entered the realm of passing the tribulation, she could also break the slave mark. But the female cultivator thought about it, and thought that the probability of him entering the Hedao was 1 in 10, but the probability of entering the tribulation might be less than 1% or 1,000th. Xuanji asked, what's your name? The female cultivator said, I'm from the Horned Demon Clan, and my name is Jiao. Xuanji said, the Horned Demon Clan is one of the 8 holy clans in the Fiu world. I didn't expect you to be born in a superior race. Haha. Jiao laughed. Master, there is only one dominant clan in the Fiu world, and that is the Undead Clan. As for the other 8 holy clans, they are just honorifics for outsiders, and they are actually just the 8 slave clans. We, the Horned Demon Clan, are just slaves of the Undead Demon Clan. In essence, we are not much different from the slave clans such as the God Clan, the Human Clan, the Barbarian Clan, and the Star Clan. If you have to distinguish, one is a superior slave clan, and the other is an ordinary slave clan. Thinking of this, Jiao relaxed, and put down her practical thoughts. It doesn't matter who you serve as a slave to, whether you are an undead or a slave, it's essentially the same. What's the point of being embarrassed? Moreover, the master has strong qualifications and potential, and he easily wins against 2 people alone. He can be called an eternal genius. It doesn't seem shameful to be a slave to such an existence. If there is a chance, by climbing onto his bed, the servant may be able to become the master. Chapter 637. 5th level of refining emptiness, immortal weapon, death bell. In the ruined hall, above the endless ruins, evil spirits were surging, and the energy of destruction was surging. Jiao knelt on the ground and surrendered. This kind of surrender surprised him. He thought that this noble lady would fight to the end, and would rather die than surrender. He didn't expect that she would surrender so easily. It seemed a little unexpected. But the words that followed surprised him even more. The so-called 8 holy clans turned out to be in such a status. The status was a little embarrassing and a little ridiculous. Xuanji said, "Is it true?" The spirit of the weapon said, "It is true. In the Fiu world, the undead are the real masters. As for other cultivators, they are just qualified to be slaves, and the difference between those who are not qualified to be slaves. Why did my master, the Lord of Death, fall under the siege of many powerful enemies? It was because my master was unwilling to be a slave. My master wanted to ascend to the immortal world, but how could that existence tolerate my master's ascension? So my master finally perished. Now I recognize you as my master, and I hope you will avenge my master, but looking at the current situation, you have no choice. You are very dangerous, and you are not even qualified to be a slave." As he spoke, his divine thoughts communicated and sent a series of magic formulas. This is the way to refine the immortal weapon, Death Bell. At the same time, a series of information was also sent. There were also pictures. That battle was extremely tragic. Although the Lord of Death killed many powerful enemies, he was also seriously injured and sat down soon after. Before he passed away, he used his last mana to set up a supreme formation and began to nourish the grade of the Death Bell. In this secret realm, the corpses of the monks who died in battle, the broken spiritual treasures, the underground spiritual veins, etc., were all melted into it to improve its grade. After a long time, the Death Bell broke free from its shackles and entered the realm of immortal weapons. He deliberately leaked a trace of breath to attract some geniuses, so that the immortal weapon could choose a master. The immortal weapon is very powerful, and the weapon Spiritborn is also powerful in combat, but it needs mana to nourish the immortal weapon. If it lacks mana nourishment for a long time, the weapon spirit of the immortal weapon will become exhausted, and most of them will fall into a deep sleep to reduce their own loss. Unless the master is extremely powerful and has sufficient and powerful mana to nourish the magic weapon, the weapon spirit can always be in a state of awakening. For the immortal weapon, it is very important to find a powerful genius to be the master. In the early stage, he can protect the master. In the later stage, when the master is powerful, he can continue to refine the immortal weapon and improve the grade of the immortal weapon. Xuanji activated the spell, and a trace of his soul merged into the immortal weapon, and further merged into the spirit of the weapon, and began to refine the immortal weapon. As time passed, he continued to refine it, and his control over the immortal weapon was strengthened, and he gradually controlled 1% of the power. This was mainly because his cultivation was too weak. As his cultivation improved, his control over the immortal weapon would also improve. At this moment, he exhausted all his mana, but he could only activate a trace of the power of the immortal weapon. Even if he only revived a trace of power, he could be invincible in the same realm, and even save his life in the hands of a powerful person. If the immortal weapon is completely revived, it can even fight hundreds of moves with a cultivator who has crossed the 9th level of the tribulation. However, such a comprehensive recovery lacks the support of the mana of the top strong, which will damage the origin of the immortal weapon, causing the immortal weapon to be damaged, and the spirit of the weapon to fall asleep with serious injuries. It can be said that as long as there is no crisis, the immortal weapon will not be fully revived. One day, Xuanji's cultivation will be strong enough to completely activate the immortal weapon to revive and burst out with peak power. Having a powerful immortal weapon is equivalent to having a powerful protector, as long as you don't commit suicide. As long as luck is not too bad, you can easily grow to the state of harmony with the Tao, or even the state of transcending tribulation. Inside the death bell, there is also a scripture engraved called Death Immortal Scripture, which is the practice method left by the Lord of Death. Frequent reading of the scripture can improve the understanding of the Tao, and improve one's own Tao heart. Xuanji asked, "Senior, how should I call you?" The spirit of the weapon said, "The master comprehends the Tao of death. You can call me Ming." "Ming, I know." Xuanji said. Ming said, "You will infuse your mana into my body. I want to see the purity of your mana." Xuanji nodded, and immediately a huge amount of mana was input into the death bell. When the mana was exhausted, the death bell only emitted a slight light. Ming said, "Yes, your mana tastes good, which is good for the evolution of my body, and the purity of mana is also good. It's a pity that my cultivation is too low, and the amount of mana is a bit low. You still have to improve your cultivation quickly, which is good for you and me. I won't say much about other things. Remember to infuse mana every year to nourish my body. I want to go into a deep sleep to reduce the loss. Don't wake me up easily, unless there is something big." After saying that, Ming fell silent. Is it the spirit of the immortal weapon? Xuanji felt the spirit of the weapon. The spirit of the weapon contained huge power, like a living cultivator, born strong. The power of the spirit of the weapon is restricted by the body. If the body is strong, the spirit of the weapon is also strong. If the body is weak, the spirit of the weapon is also weak. Many cultivators can continue to cultivate and strengthen their cultivation. But the spirit of the weapon cannot improve its cultivation through cultivation. It can only drive the spirit of the weapon to improve during the process of upgrading the body. Feel the treasure of the 33 days. This set of magic weapons seems to be composed of 33 magic weapons, but in essence there is only one spirit of the weapon. But now the weapon spirit is still very weak, and its IQ and EQ are only equivalent to those of a child. The weapon spirit itself is just a hazy ball of light, and has not yet completely transformed. But as a fairy weapon, the death bell has a spirit that directly transforms into a dark dragon. It's time to leave here, Xuanji thought. At this moment, his figure flashed, and his clone turned into his original body again. Xuanji said, "Zua, it's not safe here. Let's leave quickly." Shizu frowned slightly and said, "Can we hold on for a few more days? Even if the other repairers get the information, it will take 3 days to arrive. We still have time." Along the way, the two of them got countless benefits, various treasures, and various broken pieces of magic weapons. It can be said that they made a fortune. Having so many adventures, Shizu was also not satisfied. Xuanji said, "No, it's not safe here. My intuition tells me that if we continue to stay here, we will all die. I can escape danger many times because of my intuition." Shizu nodded slightly. The two of them flashed and left here. When the two of them left here, the big bell appeared in the void and directly took the relic into the main body. This relic is the cave heaven opened up by the Lord of Death. The area of the cave heaven is huge, the spiritual energy is rich, and the resources are abundant. It is considered a supreme blessed place for cultivation. Before leaving, it is natural to pack up this secret realm and take it away. Soon the relic disappeared. About a day later, the void was twisting, and a huge 8th grade beehive landed here, with a conspicuous clan emblem on it. It was the warship of the undead clan. Then the void was twisting again, and a red beehive landed and suppressed the world. This was the warship of the Jade Demon clan. Then, one after another, the beehive warships landed. The monks who stayed around evacuated one after another and became innocent. The 8th grade beehive is a warship against the powerful people of the Hedao. It represents invincibility and undefeatedness in the Fiu world, as well as endless destruction. Every time the 8th grade beehive warship landed, a terrible war broke out, and a powerful enemy was destroyed. The monks present were all smart people. They didn't want to be affected by the war and die. Being a spectator is very dangerous. It's a bit aggrieved and suffocating to die like this. Gone. How could this happen? What happened? The remains of the Lord of Death have been born, and they are right here. In the honeycomb battleship, a stream of divine thoughts were surging, communicating with each other, with shock and a trace of anger, and the void was twisted and collapsed. I want to see which beast actually packed up the remains and took them away. A terrifying figure came from the black honeycomb battleship. A great man of the head AO urged the mirror. The mystery of time was flowing on the mirror, and time was flowing backwards, and pictures appeared one after another. But after only calculating half of the backward flow, it was impossible to continue calculating, and the picture disappeared. Someone has a secret technique that conceals the secrets of heaven and cannot restore all this. The monk sighed slightly. Is it them? I don't know. The honeycomb battleship was silent. The remains of the Lord of Death are quite dangerous, but they are also great treasures. If they are harvested by the clan, they can enhance the clan's foundation. But the traces have disappeared. This powerful undead clan set his sights on the 8 holy clans, and a trace of doubt flashed across his mind. The 8 holy clans are not as good as the undead clan in status, and are essentially slave clans. Without sufficient reasons and excuses, it is really difficult to take action. It seems that he is a little unwilling, and continues to check. After a day of inspection, he had no choice but to evacuate. The 8 holy clans also evacuated. At this moment, a million miles away, in a cave, Xuanji was counting the harvest. A part of the remains has been decomposed and integrated into the 33 cave heavens, and the essence of the cave heaven is improving. If it were not for the concern that the remains would affect the development of the cave heaven, the speed of integration would be faster. Just by integrating a part, the area of the cave heaven has expanded a lot. Click, click. At this moment, Xuanji felt a whim, and the aura in his body was surging, and his cultivation broke through the shackles. A huge amount of spiritual energy merged into his body, and his cultivation level was rising steadily, directly entering the 4th level of refining emptiness. His cultivation level continued to advance and improve, and it stopped when he reached the 5th level of refining emptiness. After a long time, the breath on his body stopped and stabilized at the 5th level of refining emptiness. With the companionship of the immortal weapon, the suppression of Fiu world on me disappeared. I'm no longer an extraterritorial demon, but an authentic Fiu world cultivator. At this moment, I'm considered the son of destiny of Fiu world, and at worst, I'm a powerful supporting role. Xuanji felt the energy of heaven and earth, and his expression was a little strange. He is a cultivator of the Purple Mansion world, with the life mark of the Purple Mansion world on his body. When he enters the Fiu world, he will be suppressed and rejected by the origin of the world, which will cause various disasters. He can only activate the secret technique to seal most of his cultivation, and use the 33 days treasure to confuse the energy. Once the peak moment of cultivation is exposed, he will encounter disasters and die in minutes. But after refining the immortal weapon, Death Bell, the aura of the outer demon on his body, was completely covered by the immortal weapon, and there was no longer any abnormality. He was completely a native cultivator of the Fiu world. He could activate his peak cultivation without worrying about being excluded or suppressed by the world. Because he obtained the immortal weapon, his luck increased a lot, and he was favored by the Fiu world. He was definitely a son of luck, and at worst a big supporting role. At this time, the cave made a slight sound, and Shizu's retreat ended. Her face was ruddy, her long golden hair was flying, her body was slightly heaving, and she was emitting a hint of excitement and joy. She said joyfully, "Husband, after taking the blood god flower this time, I purified the star blood, and the blood concentration was raised to a higher level. Even the level of achieving the Dao of refining void has increased by 1 level, and there is a probability of achieving the Dao of refining void of more than 2 levels. Congratulations." Xuanji said with a smile, "I have gained more this time. With the help of that secret treasure, my cultivation has been raised to the 9th level of the god transformation." Shizu said, "I thought I was improving fast, but I'm still not as good as my husband. It seems that my husband is the real son of destiny. Under the catastrophe, it is extremely dangerous for many cultivators, but for my husband, it is an opportunity to soar to the sky." Xuanji smiled and said, "Xiaoxu can't be careless, you still need to be cautious first." Shizu said, "Husband, we are not short of resources now. Why don't we continue to practice in seclusion, digest all the resources we have harvested this time, and transform my strength? I will never come out of seclusion until I enter the realm of refining emptiness. Okay. Lu Xuanji nodded and said, I happen to be proficient in alchemy. I can refine some holy medicines into pills to improve our bloodline potential. Thinking of this, he took out the pill furnace, took out many medicinal materials, and started to make pills. Pills are mainly used to improve bloodlines and improve cultivation. In the Zifu world, which is mainly a world dominated by humans, humans look down on bloodlines. Kings do not take bloodlines as pride, and only the descendants of kings take bloodlines as pride. Many human cultivators look down on bloodlines. This trend also affects other races. In the Purple Mansion world, most of the cultivators focus on the Great Dao and improve their cultivation. By comprehending the Great Dao, they constantly delete the scriptures of their predecessors, create their own scriptures, and walk out their own invincible path. But in the Fiu world, it is a world that looks at blood. Those with strong blood are valued. Cultivators with low blood levels are despised. Many cultivators focus on tapping the potential of their blood and transforming it into cultivation. When the blood shackles appear, they take elixirs and other spiritual pills to improve their blood level. Then continue to tap the potential of their blood and transform it into cultivation. After refining many pills, Shizu entered seclusion. Lu Xuanji also entered seclusion, but only left a phantom clone, and the original body disappeared. In the cave, rays of light were flashing. Gyro Yua's face was changing. Drops of sweat fell, and her body trembled slightly. In just an instant, the sweat soaked her body, and her body looked weak and moving. Sitting upright on the bed, the magic power was flowing like water, activating the secret technique to peel off the slave seal in the soul. Puff. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and his face became listless. But he still failed. A flash of despair flashed in Gyro Yua's eyes. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Am I really going to become the slave of that cultivator? Unwilling. Of course she is unwilling. In the past, she was a noble lady of the Gyro Mo clan, with a high position and power, and she was at the peak of the refining void realm. She had a glimmer of hope to enter the Hedeo realm, but now she has become a slave of a cultivator. Life and death are not up to oneself, but controlled by others. How can she be willing? These days, she has been performing secret techniques to crack the slave seal. However, it was the first time she failed. Several times, she directly dug a hole in the soul, and even cut off part of the soul, but it was of no use. That slave seal was perfectly integrated into the soul, and merged with the soul. It could not be detected by inspection, and only she could sense it. After continuous struggle, she failed to break the slave seal, but was seriously injured. It's useless. Just then, a breath came down, and the words were cold. It's not difficult to break the slave seal. As long as you step into the realm of crossing the tribulation, you can use the heavenly tribulation to tear the slave seal. Of course, if you can invite a great man who can cross the tribulation to help, you can still break the slave seal at a certain price. Gyro Yua stood up, looking panicked, and said, "Meet the master." Yes, to be a maid, you must have the attitude of a maid. Lu Xuanji said with a smile, "You feel wronged now, but in the future, you will find out how lucky it is to be my slave." Gyro Yua nodded and said, "I understand." Sighing in her heart, she planned to lie down. In life, if you encounter something you can't resist, then choose to lie down. At least, you will suffer less. Lu Xuanji asked, "There are some things I don't know. Can you tell me about the situation of the undead race and the 8 saint races?" Gyro Yua frowned slightly, but still asked, "Before answering this question, I want to ask, what race are you from, master?" In the Fiu world, there are tens of thousands of races, big and small. Except for a few that maintain animal form or strange appearance, most of them look the same. It is impossible to tell what race they belong to just by appearance. Lu Xuanji said, "Human race. Human race, which race is it?" Gyro Yua was slightly stunned. For a moment, she couldn't think of any information about the human race. After careful thinking, she realized what the human race was. It turns out that the master is actually a human race. In the Fiu world, bloodline is respected, and it is divided into heaven, earth, black and yellow according to the level of bloodline. The heavenly bloodline is the highest, and the yellow bloodline is the lowest. Heavenly bloodline is mainly from the undead race, and there are a few other races such as the 8 saint races, the god race, the gold race, the giant race, and the star race. But the bloodline level of the human race is extremely low, only the yellow level, middle grade. The bloodline of the human race is to low grade, not even qualified to be a slave race, only worthy of being food. I felt a strong bloodline aura on the master's body. One aura was scorching, like a burning sun, and the grade was heavenly. One bloodline contained the power of time, also heavenly, and another bloodline, the grade was unknown, but it was superior to these two bloodlines. The bloodline of the master is of a high grade. How can it be compared with those lowly races of the human race? Master, don't joke. The first reaction was disbelief. The master could not be a human, and the human race could not have such a noble bloodline. Xuanji smiled and said, I'm a human of level 8. As for the noble blood you mentioned in my body, I'm sorry that these bloodlines are all acquired, and are just byproducts of my improved cultivation. I never take bloodlines as my glory, but cultivation as my glory. Cultivating immortals is a transformation of life. The evolution of life may be that there are mortals born with mortal bodies and mortal blood, but when they reach the peak of cultivation, and stand at the peak of the world of immortal cultivation, how can they still be mortal bodies and mortal blood? The bloodlines in my body are all acquired through transformation. The strength of the bloodlines does not lie in the bloodlines themselves, but in my strength. Jiaojua was speechless. Xuanji did not continue to dwell on this topic, but asked, Jua, I just walked out of the mountains, and I don't know much about the undead race, the 8 holy races, and other races. I'm here with you, so I need you to clear up my confusion for me. Jiaojua had doubts in her heart, but she still said, Master wants to know, so I will naturally tell you in detail. She began to talk about some deep secrets that outsiders could not know at all. Chapter 638 Bloodline Monk. Bad news. There are many things that outsiders don't understand at all. Just like Xuanji's understanding of the Fiu world, the undead, the 8 saint clans, etc., may be very different from the real situation. These specific information, detailed and real information, are what he lacks. It is also the information he cannot access. Jiaoyu listened without any unnecessary doubts and said, once the undead clan was just a branch of the feather demon clan. But 1,000,000 years ago, or perhaps even a longer time ago, there was a being who directly achieved enlightenment and became an immortal. After he became an immortal, he did not ascend to the fairyland, but stayed in the human world instead. And he gradually refined all the laws, and his realm was constantly improving. How powerful he was, is no longer known. Under the undead clan, there are 8 holy clans, including the Horned Demon clan, the Jade Demon clan, the Feather Demon clan, the Ice Demon clan, the Flame Demon clan, the Blood Demon clan, the Three-Eyed Demon clan, and the Spirit Demon clan. Under the 8 holy sub-clans, there are the God clan, the Golden clan, the Star clan, the Night Demon clan, the Dragon clan, the Sky Demon clan, and many other races, large and small, with varying strengths. Many races are the remaining races after this world was conquered. For example, the God clan once occupied a large world and was powerful, but was conquered by that master. Most of the strong were killed, and only a few survived, and they have to contribute countless clansmen as sacrifices every year. There is also the Golden clan, which was once a big clan. Their potential was no less than that of the undead clan. However, they were purged by the Overlord, and only a few mixed blood monks were left. Now they are almost in danger of extinction. And there is also the Star clan, which once occupied a world, and was also powerful. But now most of them have been killed, and only some mixed blood Star clan members are left. Not only do they have low potential, but the resources they occupy are also scarce. They can survive to this day, only because they still have some value. Jiaojua spoke coldly about history, the history of each major race, and the ups and downs of history. Xuanji asked, what happened to those cultivators who passed the 9th level of the tribulation? Jiaojua said, that master would not tolerate other cultivators challenging his majesty. Those cultivators who achieved the 9th level of the tribulation could only choose to surrender, or be eaten directly. As for those who wanted to ascend to the immortal world and escape control, they were all killed by the master. The Lord of Death wanted to ascend to the immortal world, so he was killed by him. After the tribulation, many cultivators were unwilling to be slaves of the master, unwilling to be controlled, and unwilling to have no hope of ascending, so they left the Fiu world and went to the endless starry sky. But in the vast starry sky, it is so difficult to find a planet with life. Many cultivators got lost in the starry sky and died in the starry sky. Xuanji listened and felt cold in his heart. The top cultivators in the Fiu world are too miserable. Jiao continued. This time, the master discovered a world and launched an invasion of this world. As long as we conquer this world, we can get more resources and slaves. Many big families are leading their elites to go there, and some are watching. It's just because this world is not simple. Many cultivators have been born here and ascended to the immortal world. Such a powerful life planet is also extremely rare in the star sea. If we can annex it, the benefits will be endless. Jiao said a lot, and Xuanji listened, only occasionally asking questions. In her story, the grand and real side of this world was officially revealed. Fiu world is an extremely involuted world, and it is also an extremely cruel world, which is even worse than Zifu world. In the universe, there are many life planets, but most of the life planets have very low energy levels, and they only give birth to a group of mortals, which may not be able to support the cultivation of cultivators. Only a few planets have rich spiritual energy, and can evolve into extraordinary planets, which can give birth to many cultivators. But these extraordinary planets have limited energy levels, and at most they can only give birth to giant cultivators and Yuanian cultivators. Like the Zifu world and Fiu world, super large planets were born, which could breed immortals, but the number was extremely rare. During the long years, some great tribulation masters were born in the Fiu world, but when they reached the extreme, they could not ascend to the immortal world. Some tribulation masters chose to submit to that great existence, obtain part of the world's authority, and seek immortality. There were also a few tribulation masters who were unwilling to flee the Fiu world and go to the endless starry sky. It's just that the starry sky is too big and too vast, and the lifespan of the masters is too short. The lifespan of the tribulation masters is at least 200,000 years. It seems that the lifespan is long, but it is too small and short for the vast scale of the universe. Many tribulation masters have been flying in the starry sky for hundreds of thousands of years, and they may encounter desolate starry sky and cannot find a suitable life planet to settle down. In more cases, they are lost in the vast starry sky and sit in a corner. Jiao said a lot. Xuanji listened and asked again, and disappeared after about half a day. Looking at the departing figure, Jiao flashed a trace of uneasiness and a touch of loss. When she returned to Song State, everything was calm, as if nothing had happened. The area where Song State was located was too remote, too barren, with scarce resources and thin spiritual energy. Many cultivators who had reached the stage of transformation were unwilling to stay here. Even if some cultivators were lucky enough to break through the shackles and enter the stage of transformation, they would leave here. If they continued to practice hard here, their cultivation speed would be shockingly slow, and they might not be very strong before they passed away. As long as they had a little bit of success and a little bit of ideals, they would leave here and go to a wider area. This also led to a very peaceful state in Song State. When she arrived at the cave, she saw Ningzu again. Ningzu was practicing the exercises, and the pure yin body was running. Runes rose up from her body, and the runes were fluctuating and changing, evolving the supreme mystery. The yin ki around her body was evolving and dying, turning into an extremely cold field, with cold air surging and freezing the void. The void seemed to be frozen, making a hissing sound. The ancient bloodline awakened in his body, as if it was about to be condensed in his body. On her body, another mysterious energy was reviving, as if there was an aura of everything sleeping and cultivating, and the ultimate pure yin field was more peaceful and calm. Two completely different, but complementary skills were constantly changing, and seemed to be about to merge together, but they lack some opportunities. It's still a little short, I'll help you. Xuanji pointed his finger, and a pure yang power entered her body. Boom boom boom. Ningzu's body was shaking violently. After the pure yang power entered her body, it immediately made a slight sound. The pure yin energy and the pure yang energy collided and caused a violent explosion, and a chaotic state appeared at the center of the explosion. Yin and yang were no longer clearly divided, but melted into one. At the moment of melting to the extreme, the aura on her body was rising, and the shackles of the pure yin bloodline were opened and rising violently. Snap. Snap. The bloodline became more ancient, returning to its original state, emitting a hint of the aura of a king. Later, Ningzu also opened her eyes, restrained her breath, and said, "Thank you for your help, Master. If it weren't for you, I would still be a little bit behind." Xuanji nodded and said, "Not bad, not bad. You actually merged the pure yin sutra with the blood-shedding divine art, and melted the systems of the two worlds together. Although the means are a bit rough, there are many flaws and shortcomings, but after all, you broke the shackles, and the bloodline underwent a transformation, and it actually transformed into a royal bloodline. But, you are on the path of a bloodline cultivator after all." Looking at Ningzu's condition, Xuanji felt complicated, and didn't know what to say. In the Purple Mansion world, emphasis is placed on comprehension, constantly improving cultivation, and improving bloodline by the way. Bloodline is not valued too much. Even if there is a strong bloodline, it will find a way to cut off the shackles and transcend. But in the Fiu world, the emphasis is on bloodline, comprehending the secrets of bloodline, and improving cultivation. The speed is fast in the early stage and full in the later stage. In the later stage, he even fell into a dead end. Ningzu said, "Master, I'm different from you. Master has extraordinary talent and amazing comprehension. He has unlimited possibilities. In the future, he has the hope of becoming a great master of the Hedeo realm, or even a supreme master of the crossing tribulation. But I'm different. I don't have enough comprehension and limited talent. Only the help of the pure yin saint body can improve myself to a limited extent. I can only embark on the path of a bloodline cultivator. Bloodline cultivators are indeed flawed and have shortcomings, but they can make up for my shortcomings and enter the Hedeo realm. I want to help the master, not become an unnecessary vase." Xuanji said, "Forget it, you have your own path, and I won't say much, but you have to be careful. For bloodline cultivators, success and failure are all due to bloodline. The end of the bloodline is the shackles of the Jinshi. In the future, it will be very difficult for you to break the shackles and enter the crossing tribulation." Ningzu said, "Master, the future is not important. The present is the most important." Xuanji gave instructions for a while and took out some sacred essentials, elixirs, and other resources, all of which were left to Ningzu. Ningzu was silent, accepted the things, and said, "Master, be careful outside." Xuanji said, "I will pay attention." Ningzu said, "The two worlds are fighting. Remember to hide when you encounter danger." Xuanji nodded in agreement. After explaining for a long time, the two of them became emotional and began to be happy on the bed. The bed made a slight sound, and he was immersed in it and didn't know the way home. A few days later, Xuanji set foot on the way home and disappeared. Looking at the figure going away, Ningzu flashed a trace of melancholy and a faint helplessness. At that time, she had a pure yin holy body. This kind of physique belongs to an altruistic physique. It has a low increase in self-cultivation and a great help to others. At that time, her qualifications were only average. There was a great hope for entering the Foundation building, but there was little hope for entering the Purple Mansion realm. But with the help of the Master, she entered the Golden Elixir and the Primordial Infant, breaking her own limits again and again. Later, she made use of the Yin and Yang double rest to make up for the deficiency of her origin and let her enter the spirit transformation in one fell swoop. When she reached the peak of the spiritualization realm, she even looked for a great opportunity for him to enter the refining void realm. The refining void realm was the limit of her life. It was almost impossible for her to go further. She could only take the path of a bloodline cultivator, tap the potential of her bloodline, break through the realm barrier, and improve her cultivation. After her bloodline transformed into a king, she might enter the Hedeo realm. As for the impact on the subsequent improvement, that was also a matter for the future. "Master, I won't hold you back," Ningzu said. The void changed, and Xuanji stepped through the void passage and entered the Purple Mansion world again. When he entered the purple mansion world, a huge force of luck descended on his body, and a strong world favor descended. This kind of favor was so strong that Xuanji felt as if he had become the world's own son. In the Fiu world, he started killing and killed countless strong men. Several strong men of the undead clan fell in his hands. He also took away the secret realm of the Lord of Death, making the calculations of the 8 holy clans fail. Under all kinds of actions, he continued to add points, his luck was soaring, and the world's favor was increasing. But under the care of such a world, Xuanji only slightly comprehended the skills, and various ideas flashed. The rough skills became simpler, and his comprehension improved a lot. Not only that, when encountering danger, he could turn danger into safety and turn disaster into blessing. On the contrary, those cultivators who were enemies with him, if their luck was shallow, might die in disaster. Back in the cave, Xuanji continued to hone his cultivation and improve his foundation. While consolidating his cultivation of the 5th level of refining emptiness, he was comprehending his own bloodline. It seemed that Ningzu's matter stimulated him a little. Xuanji was no longer paranoid, but spent some time to study the mystery of bloodline and the laws of the Great Way contained in bloodline. Those cultivators who were born ordinary, born and died in mortal bodies, and embarked on the road of invincibility, relying on strong comprehension to surpass their predecessors, were only a few people. As for most cultivators, they lacked comprehension and qualifications, and embarking on the road of bloodline, and relying on bloodline, to make a living was not a means. Dang dang dang. Sensing himself, his heart was beating violently, and his blood was emitting a golden color, with a supreme and noble breath. The blood exuded a hot breath, the breath of time, and the breath of creation. The blood contained huge energy and endless vitality. Any drop of blood falling on the ground was a supreme medicine. If it was eaten by some low-level beasts, it could promote the evolution of life and forge a supreme foundation. As Jiao Yua said, he was still a human, but his blood level was not inferior to those of the descendants of immortals, ancient freaks, innate creatures, and evil geniuses. In terms of blood qualification, he was standing at the ceiling at this moment. According to the Fiu world, his blood level was a top-grade heavenly level. He could continuously tap the potential of his blood, and practice with the help of his blood potential to enter the realm of harmony, or even go further. But at this moment, Xuanji activated the spell, and a drop of golden blood appeared on his palm immediately. The magic was activated to further separate, turning into a drop of red blood, a drop of yellow blood, and a drop of golden blood. The red blood contains fragments of the pure Yang law, the yellow blood contains fragments of the time law, the golden blood contains fragments of the creation law. The fragments of the 3 laws are perfectly integrated into the blood, indistinguishable from each other. It's a pity that blindly tapping the potential of the blood can certainly improve cultivation, but this is a shortcut. There is always a price to pay for taking shortcuts. Xuanji sighed slightly. When the blood shackles appear, it will be very difficult, even impossible, to break the blood shackles and increase the upper limit of the blood. After just thinking for a moment, Xuanji gave up this shortcut. However, for those cultivators with poor qualifications in the family, it is a good way out. The king is not proud of his blood, only the descendants of the king are proud of their blood. However, only a few people can become kings, and only a few people do not care about blood, have enough ability to transcend the limitations of blood, and take an unprecedented path. But most people are not qualified, lack understanding, and lack opportunities. They can only rely on the blood of their predecessors to achieve something. Apart from other things, there are millions of Lu family cultivators, but none of them are qualified to enter the realm of refining emptiness. This is not a question of success if I work hard. If the Lu family wants to develop, they must also learn from the path of bloodline cultivators. There are many disadvantages, but at least the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Those who are capable do not care about the disadvantages of bloodline, because they have the ability to break the disadvantages. Those who are incapable do not need to care about the disadvantages of bloodline, because they do not need it. Xuanji pondered and urged his mobile phone to deduce the secret technique. In the secret technique, after the birth of a family cultivator, the bloodline seed will be awakened in the body. The bloodline seed will continue to help the cultivator tap the potential of the bloodline and continuously revive the potential in the bloodline, so that the cultivator will step by step embark on the path of bloodline reversal, comprehend the mysteries in the bloodline, and embark on a shortcut to cultivation. As long as the potential of the bloodline is not exhausted, they are all geniuses in cultivation, with a force of thousands of miles and a very fast cultivation speed. But when the upper limit of the bloodline of the Great Dao is reached, they will stop moving forward and fall into stagnation. Continuously comprehending, gradually some ideas came into being, and the general policy was determined. Suddenly, Xuanji felt distressed, as if something bad had happened. His heart was aching, and he felt inexplicably sad. When he walked out of the cave, Xuanji saw a Lu family cultivator eagerly approaching him, but his appearance was a little unfamiliar. "I'm Lu Biao, the current head of the Lu family. I'm honored to meet you, ancestor." At this moment, the head of the Lu family stepped forward. Xuanji asked, "What big thing has happened to the Lu family recently?" Lu Biao said, "Ancestor, not long ago, the soul lamp of Ancestor Longzuan went out. It seems that this ancestor has fallen." "Impossible," Xuanji retorted. Lu Biao remained silent and did not refute. Xuanji's footsteps flashed, and he arrived in the secret hall. He saw soul lamps placed one after another here. There were 4 soul lamps on the top, high up, representing the 4 giants of the Lu family. There were some smaller soul lamps below, representing the Lu family's incarnation cultivators. However, at this moment, the soul lamp representing Longzuan's identity was extinguished. "It seems that this ancestor has fallen." "Impossible." Xuanji still didn't believe it, and urged the 33 heavens to calculate, and the result was that the dead Longzuan fell. When entering a dragon clan ruins, he encountered a disaster and finally perished. Chapter 639, The Birth and Death of Fate. The way of heaven cuts off love. Looking at the soul lamp, Xuanji was in a trance. He continued to calculate, and the result remained unchanged. Longzuan had fallen. Longzuan was his maid. The two had been together for 3,000 years since they met. During the long years, they had accumulated deep feelings for each other, and lived together like family members. At the beginning, Longzuan's qualifications were only average. In order to improve her qualifications, Xuanji paid a huge price, and delayed a lot of his own cultivation time. Finally, Longzuan entered the realm of refining emptiness. Hearing this bad news, Xuanji was in a trance. Without saying hello to the head of the Lu family, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared, not for anything else, but just to explore the truth of the matter. Explore the unknown secrets behind the scenes. The golden light under his feet was flashing, and Xuanji's footsteps were flashing. He left Chu State, left Yuanzhou, and thought about leaving Zhuzhou. There are 9 states in the Purple Mansion realm. Yuanzhou is one of them, and Zhuzhou is also one of them. In the perception, Longzuan had an accident in Zhuzhou. The Purple Mansion world is very big, but it is too big for a cultivator of the void refining realm. He tore through the void and teleported in space. After only 3 days, he arrived at a ruin. This time, the ruins were filled with the breath of dragons, and there were terrible killing arrays rising and falling, one after another. Terrifying array patterns strangled everything, and tore apart all laws. Xuanji also felt a little pressure, but he still entered the ruins with his footsteps flashing. A month later, Xuanji walked out of the ruins, but he was severely injured in many places on his body. There was evil spirit eroding the wounds. The breath of destruction eroded his flesh, and his soul was also severely injured. He had no time to think about other things, but just sat on the ground, urging the power of creation to heal his wounds. 3 days later, the injuries were healed. He opened the storage bag, and took out a sword. Looking at the sword, he felt very disappointed. He also knew all the inside stories about Longzuan's fall. Longzuan entered this secret place, looking for the dragon blood pool to complete the blood transformation, but encountered an accident, and fell into a killing formation. Her soul was killed on the spot, and she died on the spot. Under the strangling power of the formation, Longzuan's body was completely turned into ashes. Only the sword remained. Sighing, Xuanji flashed back to the Lu family. A cenotaph was built for Longzuan in the back mountain. Standing in front of the tomb, Lu Xuanji said nothing, looking a little disappointed. At this moment, a woman in green appeared behind him, with long hair tied up, eyes like stars, a tall and slender body, and her dress swaying in the wind, like a blooming lotus. Standing there gives people a sense of holiness. King Lian said, "Please accept my condolences." Lu Xuanji looked at the Taoist partner and said, "It's a pity that Long Xuan is dead." King Lian said calmly, "Xuana, she is my maid. I raised her since she was a child. We were like siblings. It's just that her aptitude is limited. She has hope of becoming an ascent soul, but no hope of becoming a spiritual transformation. But after she followed you and became your concubine, she broke through the shackles and became a great master of refining void. You changed her fate. It's just that she is a person with a poor fate after all. Her fate is not enough to bear your powerful luck, and instead she encountered a catastrophe. Xuana, today's ending is both beyond my expectations and within my expectations. Not only her, but also Xuanyi. Xuanyi has limited aptitude and limited fate. She is not qualified to be your Taoist partner, so she passed away early. In addition, Jinzi and I performed the Liang Yihu and me body, which divided our fate into two, dispersing part of the backlash of luck, so that we can carry the current luck and survive safely until now. It's just that the peak of refining void is the ultimate. Cultivating immortals is ultimately lonely, especially for a peerless powerhouse like my husband. Friends, relatives, lovers, etc. along the way will eventually pass away step by step, and in the end, you will be left alone. The immortal cultivation is vast and the immortal road is long. Only Ningzhu can accompany my husband to the end. Ningzhu is a pure yin holy body. She is naturally compatible with my husband and can bear my husband's strong luck. She can always accompany you. When King Lian talked about the moment of death, there was no fear, only calmness. Many things were expected, and not much different. In fact, Long Xuan, Ningzhu, King Lian, Jinzi and others can get to where they are now, and become great masters of refining emptiness. Is it because of their hard work, their talents, and their strong qualifications? Not at all, but because of Lu Xuanji's strong luck. No. Lu Xuanji said, God has mercy on all living beings, and Yuanying cultivators are God's favorites. Even if a Yuanying cultivator dies, there will be a trace of residual soul that will reincarnate and start a second life. Even if you die, I will find your traces among thousands of mountains and rivers. King Lian sighed, the vast world, countless living beings, even if there is reincarnation. But after reincarnation, will I still be the same me? Besides, how difficult it is to find the person I used to be among the vast living beings. Reincarnation is like a stranger. Even if there is a second life, don't disturb them. Some people don't recognize their previous lives after reincarnation. They think that in this life, I'm still me, but I'm no longer me. Lu Xuanji said, after reincarnation, I'm still me. How could I not be me? On this point, I have the most say. In the previous life, I was a social animal on earth, and in this life I came to the world of cultivation. Just because I live a new life, do you not recognize everything in the previous life? It's impossible. Instead, everything he experienced in his previous life, the education he received in his previous life, the people and things he came into contact with, as well as his values, personality, and outlook on life, became the dominant factors in his current life. King Lian pondered and said, I have heard some rumors about my husband. Could it be that he is really the reincarnation of a true master? No, when I was planning to accept him as my disciple, his soul was pure and innocent. He was not the reincarnation of a true master at all. Could it be that he is the reincarnation of a great master who has achieved the Dao, or even the reincarnation of an immortal? Haha, you guessed wrong. I was just a weak mortal in my previous life, and I'm just a powerful mortal in this life. Lu Xuanji smiled and said, King Lian, wait for me. When I achieve the Dao, I will definitely reverse your fate and take you to become immortals. Looking at the endless sky, a hint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. If he doesn't fight with the sky, who can he fight with? The sky wants to change him step by step and make him become the form that the heavenly Dao expects, but he doesn't do that. Instead, he wants to live out himself, live out his true self. King Lian smiled. especially the sentence, "take you to fly to immortality." What a bold statement. But she didn't take it to heart. Her body is Kinglian, born close to the Tao, and more acute in the comprehension of the heavenly Dao. According to legend, when the special physiques such as the supreme immortal body, chaos immortal body, and heavenly Dao body are conceived, they are naturally favored by the great Dao and the heavenly Dao, and are born with great luck. However, people with great luck often have bad luck for their fathers, mothers, brothers, and younger brothers. Most of their relatives have a bad ending. When Xuanji was born, both his parents died, and he had no brothers or sisters. Later, the Jin family suffered a disaster of extermination. When Longzuan was born, her blood returned to her ancestors, and her body had a high level of dragon blood, but her father died in a fight, her mother remarried, and she was sold to the slave market. Not only them, but also those monks with great luck, if their parents' fate is not strong enough, they will often encounter bad luck, or some disasters, and die. For parents, those children with great luck are often disaster stars. God favors these peerless geniuses, and often brings them some disasters in their childhood, constantly polishing their state of mind, and constantly improving their will. At the same time, let their parents encounter their own disasters, die prematurely, cut off the worldly cause and effect, and complete the severance of emotions earlier. After severing emotions, the mind gradually becomes indifferent, and embarks on the path of forgetting emotions. The supreme forgetting of emotions is close to the Tao, which can better comprehend the Tao, and improve the cultivation of the Tao. Severing emotions is not necessarily invincible, but it is less flawed. Forgetting emotions is not necessarily powerful, but forgetting emotions is easier to be invincible. If you don't cut off emotions, you will have concerns in your heart. After obtaining resources, the first thing you want to do is not to digest them yourself, but to give them to your Taoist partner, parents, etc., which will slow down your own cultivation speed. At one time, this husband was just an ordinary person, and was favored by the Tao. But after entering the golden elixir, he soared into the sky, became more and more uncontrollable, and had the qualifications to become an immortal. The existence of the husband has become the luck qualification of the Zifu world. He is favored by the world's luck, and endless luck descends on him. It can be said that when the time comes, the heaven and the earth will work together. With the blessing of great luck, when he goes out, he will encounter all kinds of treasures and top magic weapons. He will meet beautiful women, and some top female cultivators will be obsessed with him. There are also noble people who favor him, and have an inexplicable affection for him. They often help him, and help him resolve some dangers. In the moment of danger and the moment of being chased by powerful enemies, whoever is the one who escapes danger, and gets many adventures. This is the treatment of the son of luck, and the husband will get more. Not only that, the mysterious heaven will also help the husband to complete the love cutting. The husband has a kind personality, and will not cut off his feelings, nor does he disdain to cut off his feelings. The heavenly way will operate the cause and effect, to help him complete the great cause of cutting off his feelings. The husband's parents passed away one after another. The husband's genuine Taoist partner Xuanji fell under the fate, when she was about to become a god. Now, Longzuan has also fallen, while exploring the ruins. Even in the near future, she, Xuanji, and the husband's two sons will also fall one after another for some reason. Their fall is reasonable and there is no flaw to be found. Only Ningzhu could avoid the fate of falling. Because Ningzhu is a pure yin holy body, which matches her husband's physique, and is the supreme furnace for her husband. In the perception of the heavenly Dao, this furnace has a high value, which can promote the husband's cultivation. There is no need to be cut off for the time being, and it still has value to survive. The cultivator is reluctant to cut off his feelings, and the heavenly Dao cuts off his feelings on his behalf. If it were in the past, she would not understand this. But looking at Longzuan's tomb, she vaguely understood all this. Otherwise, why can't we find Xuanji's reincarnation in all these years? In the world of immortal cultivation, after a mortal dies, he is completely dead, and there is no reincarnation. But after reaching the nascent soul realm, even if he dies, there will be a trace of residual soul reincarnated, and live a second life. At that time, Xuanji failed to impact the god transformation, and sat on the spot. But Xuanji was at the peak of the nascent soul after all, and there was still a trace of residual soul, reincarnated in the world. But over the years, the husband has been searching for Xuanji's reincarnation, but the heaven is in chaos and he can't find any trace. The husband thought that it was because of his lack of Taoism and inadequate deduction ability. Qinglian thought so in the past. But now he understands that the way of heaven has obscured the cause and effect and confused the heaven, causing Lu Xuanji to be unable to find Xuanji's reincarnation no matter what, and even Long Xuan's reincarnation can't be found. Since the feelings have been cut off, why bother to forget it completely? Time is passing, and 3 years later, a message came. Lu Xuan failed to break through the refining void, turned into ash, and died on the spot. Qinglian listened and confirmed some of the previous speculations. How is it possible? My son Lu Xuan has the talent of an immortal. How could he die halfway? Lu Xuanji said puzzledly. In order to impact the refining void this time, he prepared the questioning void pill, the refining void pill, and the life creation pill. In addition, he has a solid foundation, and there is at least a probability of 9 layers to prove the refining void. But this time, how could he die? When the news came, Lu Xuanji was sad. He had high hopes for this son. This son has a pure Yang Taoist body and a fire element spiritual root. His talent is even more amazing. His talent is even more evil, and his comprehension is even more first class. How could he fall in the refining void realm? Qinglian was speechless. In the eyes of a father, his son is always perfect and the son is always the best. Fatherly love will make a father subconsciously ignore many of his son's shortcomings. My son has the talent of an immortal, and only you, the father, believe it. In Qinglian's eyes, Lu Xuan has some talent, but it is just some talent. In terms of comprehension, perseverance, state of mind, etc., he is far behind Lu Xuanji. In terms of personality, he is somewhat arrogant, and seems to have been praised too much. He really thinks he has the talent of an immortal, and will surpass his father. But in fact, he is far behind. Qinglian spoke to comfort him. Even if there is a 99% success rate, there is still a possibility of failure. What's more, there is only a 9th level success rate. In life, there are always many unpredictable things, and we cannot be sure of too many things. Not to mention that people die every day in the war between the two worlds, and cultivators are dying every day. They may be gods, cultivators may be refining void, or even tribulation masters. The world of immortal cultivation is full of dangers. If you want stability and safety, just go home and lie down. Lu Xuanji sighed. Yes, the world of immortal cultivation is full of dangers and hardships. I have been too smooth over the years. I have easily advanced, and easily gained many adventures. I think it is easy to be a cultivator. In fact, this is just an illusion. Cultivation has never been easy. Even building a foundation and purple mansion are extremely difficult. Qinglian said, husband, they may have been reincarnated, and may be in the cycle of reincarnation, and you still need to lead them. If my husband is strong enough, you can lead them back. Lu Xuanji asked, after reincarnation, are they still themselves? Do they still recognize me as their father and their Taoist partner? If I meet Xuanji's reincarnation, will she still recognize me as her husband? At this point, Lu Xuanji became uneasy. In a certain novel, in order to wait for her brother to return, the younger sister made a lot of plans and left many gifts. But after enjoying many benefits, the brother's reincarnation said, I only recognize this life, not the previous life. Tell me, is it a scam? If Xuanji's reincarnation is found, if this person directly says, I only recognize this life, not the previous life, what should he do then? Thinking of this, Lu Xuanji felt melancholy. He is better, with a more open mind, and will not be entangled in the previous life, this life, or the next life. Even after thousands of reincarnations, I'm still me. Forget it, Qinglian, you have to hold on. Lu Xuanji said, on the road of cultivating immortals, if you are not with me, even if I become an immortal, it will be meaningless. Qinglian, I'm a little scared, afraid of losing you again. As he said that, he went forward and hugged Qinglian. Qinglian also hugged him and said, I will accompany you. Forever. Lu Xuanji said, in the past, I thought that cultivating immortals was the most important, immortality was the most important, and I was wholeheartedly seeking the Tao, but when they left, I realized that becoming an immortal, immortality, and invincibility are not important. As long as you accompany me, that is the most important. The more people cultivate immortals, the less emotional they are, and the more they forget about emotions. But it's not the case for me. The more I cultivate immortals, the more I miss the past, and the more I can't forget it. Lu Xuanji thought, took out the storage bag, and began to sort things out. He wanted to find some treasures, to improve King Lian's qualifications in cultivation. He just counted the storage bag and shook his head slightly. There are many treasures, but there are not many that are good for King Lian. In the early stage of cultivating immortals, you will find a lot of useful treasures, such as various elixirs and spiritual objects. But in the later stage, as the cultivation level increases, the treasures that are helpful to oneself become fewer and fewer, and many treasures are useless. King Lian, this is the 8th grade enlightenment tea. Hold it in your mouth at a critical moment to improve your enlightenment. And this is the blood essence of the Hedeo level dragon clan. I originally planned to give it to Long Xuan, but it's a pity that she is gone. This is the 3 lights divine water, which can nourish your body. Lu Xuanji counted the storage bag. He only found 2 things that were useful to King Lian. King Lian said, the 3 lights divine water is very good for me, so I'll leave it for now. But you should keep the enlightenment tea. As he said that, he pushed the tea over. The 8th grade enlightenment tea, like a leaf, is just a piece, but it is sealed in the crystal and preserved, which is extremely precious. Lu Xuanji pushed it again and said, no, I'd better leave it to you. My comprehension is already at the ceiling level in the mortal world, so it won't be of much use to me. But if I leave it to you, it may be able to reverse your fate. Stay. I don't want to hear the news of your death soon. King Lian was about to refuse, but after hearing the last sentence, he accepted it. Chapter 640, the 7th level of refining void, the immortal demon lord arrives. King Lian left. Only Lu Xuanji was left alone in the cave. I'm the only one left. Lu Xuanji sighed. A trace of sadness flashed across his face. The family's cultivation of immortality is to keep warm together, because blood and interests are combined. When joining a sect, if there is no backer, you will be bullied by some people. Things like the big bullying the small and the strong bullying the weak will happen frequently. But in a family of immortal cultivation, the same blood has a strong cohesion, and will not be bullied, because of weak cultivation. In the early days, the patriarch once asked him if he would join a sect. Lu Xuanji refused. He was afraid of being bullied when he joined the sect. Staying in the family, not only can you farm with peace of mind, but also have good qualifications and the family also values you. Later, after the family was destroyed, he became the backbone of the family. When he became a purple mansion cultivator, he became the patriarch of the family, gradually took control of the family power, became the real ancestor of the Lu family, and led the Lu family from the former decline, to become a refining family and the master of the Chu state. Until now, the Lu family was very powerful, but the help from the Lu family to him was also weakening. The cultivation resources, provided by the Lu family, various rare minerals, rare spiritual medicines, etc., were of little help to him. As for the millions of cultivators in the Lu family, there were more than 100,000 Chindan cultivators, more than 10,000 Yuanian cultivators, and more than 1,000 Huashan cultivators. It seemed that there were many strong people, but his cultivation level was improving too fast and his combat power was too strong. When he was fighting with a strong enemy, he could only play the role of cheerleaders and shout 666. Even Ningzhu and King Lian, one was at the 2nd level of Liangsu and the other was at the 3rd level of Liangsu, and their combat power was limited. In the specific battle, their role was also limited. Let me go alone. As for you, you should stay behind and stay safe. Lu Xuanji thought about this, urged his divine thoughts, cut off all kinds of distracting thoughts in his heart, and his magic power was slowly increasing when he operated the skills. His understanding of the Dao was increasing, and he felt that the 6th level of Liangsu was not far away. Time was passing, and 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this 1,000 years, Xuanji did not go out for training, nor did he go to hunt for the strong from other worlds. He just sat in the cave, comprehending the great way. The aura on his body was rising, like the waves of the sea, one after another, constantly rising and falling, and the destructive energy leaked out. However, at the moment of leaking out, it encountered the confinement of the formation in the cave, and it dissipated into nothingness. Above his head, the death bell was ringing slightly, clang 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 continuously, and each ringing was emitting the sound of the Great Way, and a trace of the Great Way ripples spread out, and a trace of the essence of the Great Way, the mysteries of the law, etc. were also derived and integrated into his soul. Around his body, the 33 heavenly treasures rose and fell, creating the power of creation, entering his body, and after a circle, it turned into a trace of the original power, and entered the big bell. Between each other, they operated with each other, forming a circulation system. Whoosh! Xuanji sat on the bed, motionless, like a piece of wood. The key in his body was constantly being born and dying, and the laws of creation were evolving. The 5-element, yin and yang, life and death, time and space, yuan magnetism, stars, and many other mysteries merged together, constantly transforming and evolving new changes. But the key was evolving to the extreme, and the key evolved the first strange phenomenon behind him. A long river of time appeared, long and boundless, with a figure flashing in it, and each figure was Xuanji. Each figure appeared and quickly dissipated. It was changing all the time, and it was being born and dying all the time. The past was already past, and it was difficult to change. The future had not yet happened, which meant uncertainty and unpredictability. Only by grasping the present moment as the best choice and the strongest choice. Time is passing, the present is changing into the past at any time, and the future is changing into the present at any time. Only by grasping the present can we grasp the future, and even change the past to a certain extent. The mystery of time is constantly evolving in the mind. The originally incomplete vision became more and more real and more perfect. The long river of time also gained a touch of reality from the illusion. When it reached its extreme, it seemed to transform from nothingness into reality. When it reached its extreme, the long river of time dissipated. Above Xuanji's head, the power of space was evolving, and gradually condensing into a huge portal. The portal was composed of the mysteries of space, layer upon layer, binding the infinite position in space. It was a second vision, the door of space. But the vision changed again, and endless death energy gathered around the body, evolving into a vision of a sea of blood and corpses. Countless powerful enemies fell, and turned into corpses. This was the third vision, which evolved from the endless mysteries of death. The vision changed again, and 18 dragons emerged, roaring together, as if they were roaring at the stars. This was the fourth vision, a group of dragons competing. The vision changed again, turning into stars, one star representing a world. This was the fifth vision, the stars of all worlds. The vision changed again, and a throne appeared, with a king sitting upright, and many phantoms of gods and demons kneeling at its feet. This was the sixth vision, gods and demons worshipping. The vision changed again, and silk threads were flashing, connecting the cause and effect of all living beings, and turned into a huge cage. This was the seventh vision, the cage of fate. But the void was changing, and it was about to derive the eighth vision. But it was powerless and the vision began to collapse. The breath on his body was fluctuating, and Xuanji opened his eyes, and a trace of vicissitudes flashed in his eyes. There was a sense of turbidity in his eyes, as if his mind was a little paralyzed, and his soul was a little dull. It's still a little short. After a moment, the mind was returning, and the dust on the mind gradually dissipated, and the eyes became as bright as stars again. Counting with his fingers, Xuanji was slightly stunned. 4,000 years have passed, but in my perception, only a moment has passed. Xuanji sighed slightly. In the deep retreat, he could not feel the speed of time passing. After 1,000 years of hard practice, I have improved to small levels and finally entered the 7th level of refining emptiness. It takes an average of 500 years to improve a small realm. This speed is considered fast. If it is other refining emptiness cultivators, it may take 1,000 years, or even 2,000 years, to improve a small realm. If the understanding is not enough, and they encounter bottlenecks, the speed may be even slower. Sighing everything, he walked out of the cave. Outside the cave, it was all dust. There were also leaves scattered at the door, which looked quite messy. Counting with fingers, everything in the Lu family was still healthy and developing in an orderly manner. But the uneasiness in the heart was increasing, as if something big was going to happen. Click, click. At this moment, Xuanji looked at the endless starry sky and saw the void torn apart. A hideous bloody hole appeared, and a huge figure tore everything apart to enter this world. In the endless void of Zhuzhou, there is a huge honeycomb battleship blocking the world crack. The world crack that was supposed to heal was forcibly blocked by the honeycomb battleship. The wound could not heal, but expanded in size. In the vicinity of the honeycomb, strong men flew out one by one and killed the monks of the Purple Mansion world. At the same time, the monks of the Purple Mansion world also killed these invaders. The two sides are always fighting bloody battles, and strong men are always dying. As long as you kill the enemy, you can get a huge fortune. In such a fight, many strong men will certainly die, but as long as you survive, your cultivation will be greatly improved, creating some powerful men who defy the heavens. In the Purple Mansion world, many big families, big sects, etc. are all taking action, and they will not do anything to preserve their strength. Preserving strength seems to be a wise move, but in the fierce battle, you will fall step by step and finally perish. Boom boom boom. The two sides are fighting, and strong men are always dying. With the advantage of home field, many monks of Fiu world fell, but the monks of Zifu world suffered less losses. At this moment, a majestic figure descended, exuding a terrifying aura, and moved forward, urging supreme magic power, and suddenly the void crack in front of him was shaking violently. On the battleship hive, mysterious curses rose up, and a terrifying aura emanated. Countless powerful masters of refining emptiness, powerful masters of combining the way, etc. from other worlds, all sacrificed their blood to the honeycomb battleship. The aura on the battleship became more and more dense, as if a golden sun was slowly rising. An ancient, sacred, and destructive aura burst out, and the crack in the world was expanding. In an instant, the monks of Zifu world felt a great danger. Boom boom boom. The 9th grade honeycomb battleship exploded in an instant, and the aura of destruction swept everything and destroyed everything. The crack in the world was expanding, and a cave with a diameter of about 100,000 miles was abruptly exploded. Woo woo woo. The spiritual energy of the Fiu world, the laws of the world, etc., all poured in, like a flood, that broke through a dam. The spiritual energy at the crack was instantly dense to the extreme, surpassing any holy land, surpassing any blessed land. The breath of the immortal came from the crack, and it was coming towards the Zifu world at a very fast speed. Oh no, an immortal forcibly tore the gap in the universe and killed us. Damn it, we are in danger now. How is it possible that two worlds have not been completely connected yet? How could a strong person kill us? Feeling that terrifying breath, everyone was horrified. At this moment, the cultivators of the 10 major sects notified the great masters who had crossed the tribulation in their sects, as well as some ancestors. Oops. Xuanji watched this scene from afar, feeling heavy-hearted. How could the immortal demon lord descend to the Purple Mansion world? This is not the right time. The world is suppressing him a lot. He should wait for a while before descending. How could he attack in advance? It's unscientific. Sure enough, the enemy will not let us prepare before launching an attack. The immortal demon lord, the ruler of the Fiu world, has the cultivation of an immortal, but he resisted the power of ascension and stayed in the mortal world. And gradually, with the help of the Fiu world, he began to devour other worlds. After the war between the two worlds began, all the major forces were frantically opening up their foundations and consuming various resources violently. The resources that they were reluctant to use were now all used for consumption. At the same time, countless geniuses were thrown into some secret realms to fight like raising goo and cultivate some peerless strongmen. Every moment, there are strong men being born. The former strong men have become even more powerful. At the same time, the rules of the Purple Mansion world are changing. The foundation is erupting. changing 3 times a day. The spiritual energy is becoming more and more rich, and various relics and secret realms are appearing one after another. The world began to save itself. Under such circumstances, it was not impossible for the Purple Mansion world to give birth to an immortal to compete with the Undead Demon Lord. However, the Undead Demon Lord was obviously experienced in war and would not follow the normal rhythm. He would not wait until the Purple Mansion world revived to its full potential and gave birth to an immortal and then fight a decisive battle. Instead, he would take advantage of the moment when the Purple Mansion world was in its rising stage, but lacked strength to launch a decisive battle. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the Undead Demon Lord descended into the Purple Mansion world. The terrifying aura suppressed everything, and the void was twisted. But the origin of the Purple Mansion world was running, turning into shackles that descended. 108 shackles, like chains, bound his blood and his magic power, as if he was carrying 108 mountains. The aura of the Undead Demon Lord was falling, and his cultivation was suppressed to as much as the 7th level. The world's disgust came again, and the world's curse descended, turning into runes, forming real dragons, phoenixes, kunpeng, and thunder giants, emitting a terrifying aura, flying downwards. Branded on his body, the Undead Demon Lord's aura dropped again, and he only had the 5th level combat power at his peak. Open. The Undead Demon Lord activated the secret technique, breaking countless chains and many runes, and his aura rose to the 6th level. But the next moment, another curse descended, and the Undead Demon Lord's aura dropped again, falling to as much as the 5th level. A flash of white light passed by, and a great man who had crossed the tribulation activated the God-slaying sword, burning the origin madly, turning into a ray of absolute killing light to tear into the void and cut off the head of the Undead Demon Lord. This is a broken immortal weapon, but because it is a killing treasure, its attack power is not inferior to that of a complete immortal weapon. The Undead Demon Lord activated the secret technique and was about to dodge. But at this moment, the chains wrapped around his body exploded, the golden light was flashing, and the force was increasing. Crunch. Crunch. The Undead Demon Lord was a beat slower, and the long sword chopped on his head, and drops of precious blood scattered on the ground. But the blood light on the Undead Demon Lord was flashing, and the wounds on his head were all healed. What a terrible defense. The great man who had crossed the tribulation vomited blood, his eyes were solemn. At this moment, the Blue Lotus Immortal Sword flew over, blooming with blue lotuses, with a sharp light, piercing the heart of the Undead Demon Lord. Bang bang. The Immortal Sword stabbed up, but it kept bending and flew backwards. The weapon spirit screamed. This time, not only did it not hurt its body, but the Immortal Sword was damaged instead. In the void, an immortal artifact, Cursed Mirror, appeared, floating in the void, shining on the Undead Demon Lord, and suddenly the resentment of hundreds of millions of living beings, as well as various curses, emerged, as if to pollute the soul, and make the cultivator crazy. The mirror light shone on his face, only his hair was a little white. Later, the Undead Demon Lord sneered and punched out. The sharp edge of the fist hit the mirror, and the mirror twisted and flew backwards. Xuanji Peak appeared, with countless sword lights flashing on it. The sword energy condensed into one, stabbing at the body of the Undead Demon Lord, leaving a bloody wound on his shoulder. A ray of light flashed, and the immortal artifact, Yin Yang Paradise Map, flew out of the void, and the Yin and Yang energies were born and destroyed, and a blow hit the head of the Undead Demon Lord. The Undead Demon Lord spit out a mouthful of blood, and his head collapsed slightly. Yokwin was blasted out, and the Yellow Spring Map flew backwards. Many formations on it were broken, and the weapon spirit screamed. The God and Demon Seal suddenly flew out of the void, and countless phantoms of gods and demons emerged, filling the air with earth-shaking fluctuations. They blasted down, but the blow missed. The 10,000 treasures cauldron appeared, and the cauldron grew larger. Endless sky fire burned, turning into flames, and striking the body of the Undead Demon Lord, leaving a bloody wound. The cauldron swallowed up the drops of precious blood, and melted them into the cauldron. Chirp. A spear appeared, with a phoenix engraved on it. It was a phoenix divine spear, tearing through the sky, carrying a terrifying flame, and piercing into the body of the Undead Demon Lord. The terrifying phoenix divine flame turned into destruction, burning the undead demon lord's body inch by inch. A mace that was 10,000 meters long suddenly appeared and blasted the body of the undead demon lord with a blow, and precious blood splashed everywhere. One after another, immortal weapons were used. Countless chains were running in the void, and the world's suppression was intensifying, restricting the speed of the undead demon lord. At this moment, he was like a living target, constantly being attacked by various killing moves. The undead demon lord was running the secret technique, and the stream of light on his body was flashing, like an immortal body, resisting wave after wave of attacks. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the undead demon lord sneered, and his aura not only did not drop, but rose a lot, and his cultivation level from the 5th level was raised to the 6th level. Not good. He is absorbing the energy emitted by the immortal weapon and converting it into his own energy. A great man who had crossed the tribulation shouted. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the cultivators present changed drastically. "Ants, thank you for your help. Open it for me." The undead demon lord smiled grimly, and the curse marks on his body shone, burning his origin madly, letting out a thunderous roar, and struggling hard. Boom! Exclamation mark. Suddenly, countless talismans wrapped around his body broke. Although he could only use the 6th level of cultivation, his speed was much faster, and he was no longer a sitting duck. Xuanji peak turned into a ray of light, merged into the void, and fled away. Yin Yang Paradise map turned into a stream of light and disappeared. God and Demon Seal swayed slightly and disappeared. Yellow Spring map also disappeared. One Baoding turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Phoenix Spear trembled slightly and also disappeared. Many immortal weapons fled away one after another. If you want to escape, stay with me. The undead demon lord stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Immediately, Xuanji peak fell on his palm and struggled continuously. But the undead demon lord slightly urged the power, and this immortal weapon exploded. The energy contained in it was all melted into his body. The first immortal weapon collapsed. Destroy it. The undead demon lord smiled grimly and opened his mouth to suck. In an instant, the world was shaking violently, and endless spiritual energy surged in like a tide. Energy storms formed in the void. The injuries on the body were healing rapidly, and the aura became more powerful and terrifying. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 641, Sweeping the Purple Mansion Realm. The undead demon lord stood in the void, like an almighty emperor. As for the cultivators of the Purple Mansion Realm, they all fled away in panic. Woohoo. As he circulated his skills, the spiritual energy in the void immediately fluctuated violently. The spiritual energy was like a tide, like a storm, all gathered and continuously merged into his body. The injured body of the undead demon lord was recovering little by little. His cultivation was steadily and slowly improving, and his injuries were gradually healing. At this moment, the undead demon lord was weak. During his recovery, as long as some powerful cultivators urged the immortal weapon to attack, it would interrupt his healing process, slow down his recovery speed, and even bring him great trouble. However, it seemed that they sensed his strength and his invincibility. While he was absorbing spiritual energy and recovering from his injuries, no cultivator who had crossed the tribulation came to disturb him. In about a moment, the peak injuries on the undead demon lord were all healed. A bunch of rabble. The undead demon lord sneered, stretched out his hand to the void, and his endless mana crossed the void, severing the past and present, reversing the future, and grabbed a monk who was hiding in the void. This monk, who was crossing the tribulation, with a powerful cultivation base, dominated a region, and was arrogant and domineering. However, at this moment, he was as weak as a chicken. Break it for me. The great man who was crossing the tribulation sensed the danger, and the mana on his body was running. A sword appeared in his hand, and the blue light on the sword was flashing, as if burning with blue flames. The breath was violently erupting, turning into a destructive energy to kill the palm. However, everything was useless. The palm grabbed down, destroyed everything, and pinched the great man who was crossing the tribulation on the spot. Snap. Snap. The process was simple and violent, and the great man who was crossing the tribulation was pinched to death on the spot. The body turned into powder, and the blood and energy were absorbed and turned into supplements for the undead demon lord. Kill the great man who had crossed the tribulation with one move. Many monks who were hiding in the dark and observing everything fled. They were terrified, as if they were scared out of their wits. They used secret methods and fled into extremely secret spaces or some hidden formations, disappearing from their original places. A pile of loose sand, a group of rabble. The undead demon lord sneered. In the purple mansion world, there are many strong people. If the strong people above the level of head AO monks gather together and use the foundation of major forces to fight him desperately, it is also the suppression of the origin of the world, and it is really possible to suppress him. It's a pity that most of the monks in the cultivation world are selfish. They have experienced thousands of hardships and dangers and become peerless strongmen. They think they are of noble status, have a long life, and enjoy a good life. How can they fight him to the death when they know they are dead? The stronger they are, the more afraid they are of death. The longer their life is, the more afraid they are of death. Can you expect a marshal to charge like a soldier and not care about his own life? It's impossible. After reaching the level of refining the void, you can open up a cave in the void. As long as you hide in the cave, hide in some remote corners, and erase some traces of the secrets, you may still be able to avoid his pursuit. It's a pity that I have remembered your breath. It's too late to hide now. The undead demon lord looked at the void and suddenly smiled coldly. A terrifying pressure suddenly erupted. He took a step forward and directly crossed countless spaces. He appeared in a position and punched out. The void exploded, and a vast cave appeared. This cave is huge and boundless, with birds singing and flowers blooming, and many cultivators living in it. It is the cave where the Xuanji sword sect is located. Xuanji sword sect, one of the 10 giant forces in the Xifu world, occupies the rich resources of Xifu, and has issued the void order to monopolize the quota for advancing to the refining void in the Xifu world. Many high-level resources are monopolized. There are 12 great men who have passed the tribulation, 258 great men who have achieved the Dao, and thousands of cultivators who have practiced the void refining technique. As for the cultivators who have achieved the God transformation technique and the nascent soul technique, there are even more. Seeing that the situation is not favorable, he immediately led the elite into the cave and hid. Many great men who have passed the tribulation joined forces to activate the immortal artifact, universal map, to confuse the heavenly secrets, but unfortunately they were still found by the undead demon lord. Boom boom boom. The undead demon lord punched out, and the void was exploding. This cave, which has been blessed by the strong men of the Xuanji sword sect, and integrated into the caves of the cultivators of the past generations, has a diameter of 100,000 miles. It is rich in spiritual energy, with many kinds of spiritual medicines and herbs, and spiritual beasts running. There are also many formations of predecessors from past generations, which have been blessed on it, and turned into a terrifying defense. At this moment, it encountered a catastrophe. The cave was destroyed, the grass and trees were withering, and the cultivators were falling. It was a scene of doomsday. Fight for me. The head of the Xuanji sword sect shouted and activated the immortal weapon, God-killing sword. The runes on the immortal weapon were undulating, and the formation on it was activated. The bright light became more and more dazzling, like a rising sun, emitting a trace of destructive aura. The aura was as powerful as that of an immortal, but the mana was also consumed violently. Activating the immortal weapon consumed a lot of mana. In just a moment, the mana on his body was sucked dry. Other monks who crossed the tribulation, monks who united with the Tao, and monks who practiced emptiness, etc., all injected their mana into the immortal weapon, and the power of the immortal weapon burst out, bursting to the extreme, and blasting out. The undead demon lord sneered, stepped forward, and punched down. With this punch, the mystery of death and the mystery of time merged together, turning into a new mystery and a tide of destruction. Boom boom boom. The two clashed together, and the destruction continued. The body of the undead demon lord retreated 10 miles away. In the cave, many cultivators were also boiling with blood. Some weak cultivators were destroyed on the spot under the force of the recoil. Come again. The undead demon lord stepped forward again and urged his fist to smash down. The cultivators of the Xuanji sword sect attacked together and urged the immortal sword to counterattack. With the joint efforts of the sects, they burst out with a fighting power that was not inferior to that of the immortals and defeated the bombardment of the undead demon lord several times in a row. However, during the collision, the cultivators present vomited blood one after another. Every time there was a collision, some cultivators were destroyed. After 10 consecutive collisions, the cultivators of the sect suffered heavy losses. More than half of the cultivators who had passed the tribulation died, and as many as 7 layers of the cultivators who had combined the Dao died. As for other cultivators, even more died. Kill. The undead demon lord punched again, and this time the immortal sword was knocked away. The destructive force rushed down, and some cultivators were killed on the spot. The remaining cultivators fled one after another. But the undying demon lord only emitted a trace of destructive aura, and the cultivators collapsed one after another, like fireworks. Another punch was thrown, and the cave was shattered and completely destroyed. The Xuanji sword sect was destroyed. The Xuanji sword sect, a huge force in this purple mansion world, had more than 10 masters who had passed the tribulation, but at this moment, they were completely wiped out. The undying demon lord changed his body shape and descended to the Hehuan demon sect again. The Hehuan demon sect began to fight back and activated the immortal weapon. There were more masters who had passed the tribulation in the sect, as many as 30, but they only lasted for a moment before they were completely destroyed and all the masters were killed. The undying demon lord took action again, this time descending to the Wanbao sect. This sect also resisted, but it was useless. They were all slaughtered and lost. Woo woo woo. In the sky, blood rained, as if lamenting something. Behind the undying demon lord, blood-colored halos appeared, as if the supreme demon had descended. Later, he descended to the Star Palace again. However, this time the situation changed. The monks gathered here included not only monks from the Star Palace, but also giant forces such as the Huanquan sect, the White Bone sect, the Xuanji sect, the Buddha sect, the Void sect, and the Shyandmo sect. Ancient and secretive races such as the Dragon clan, the Phoenix clan, the Golden Crow clan, the Barbarian clan, the God clan, and the Golden clan also appeared. Here, there were more than 300 monks who had passed the tribulation, and there were more than 20 immortal artifacts. As for the monks, who had achieved the Dao, there were as many as 5,000 of them. About 70% of the top masters in the Purple Mansion realm gathered here. They were ready to die, and seemed to be ready to fight. The stronger they were, the more they feared death. The monks who passed the tribulation were more afraid of death than the monks who had achieved the Dao, and the monks who had achieved the Dao were more afraid of death than the monks who had achieved the Void. Many monks would go forward to pick up the leaks when they encountered an opportunity, but would run away when they encountered a strong enemy. When the undead demon lord came to kill them, the situation was not good, and they could not win. The situation was not good. Many of the monks who had passed the tribulation fled. As for fighting for justice and fighting for the race, they did not believe in it at all. They were all a group of sophisticated egoists who put themselves first and left everything else behind. Many monks who had passed the tribulation fled to the caves or hid in some formations. They wanted to be turtles, and they didn't care about the slaughter of their clansmen outside. However, these monks who had passed the tribulation underestimated the undead demon lord and overestimated their own strength. The Xuanji sword sect, the Hehuan demon sect, the Wanbao sect, etc. hid in the caves, thinking that they could avoid the undead demon lord's calculations, but the result was that the undead demon lord followed the breath perception and found their traces respectively, and then began to destroy and kill. In just a short moment, the 3 giant forces were destroyed. This also made other masters give up their fantasies and give up being turtles. They gathered together and gathered in the Star Hall to fight a bloody battle with the undead demon lord. Kill. More than 20 immortal weapons flew up and blasted out. More than 300 monks who had passed the tribulation activated their killing moves. More than 5,000 monks who had achieved the unity of the Dao also transformed into formations, condensing their power into one force and blasting at the enemy. Not bad. The immortal demon lord nodded slightly, his face still calm, but his expression was extremely solemn. There are many ants, but they can kill elephants, not to mention monks. A single monk who had passed the tribulation would be vulnerable and could be easily destroyed. But when hundreds of them gathered together, with the assistance of the monks who had achieved the unity of the Dao and the control of many immortal weapons, even he felt a hint of threat and a huge pressure. Buzz buzz buzz. He activated the secret technique, and immediately a set of black armor appeared on his body. The runes on the armor flashed, like flowing dragons and snakes, wrapping every part of his body, leaving no dead corners. The light flashed on his palm, and a green sword appeared. There was a green dragon flowing on the sword, emitting waves of dragon roars. Black sky armor, and blue dragon sword. These are the two immortal weapons he forged, one for attack and the other for defense, which have accompanied him for countless years. With the two immortal weapons added to his body, the immortal demon lord's cultivation has not improved, but his combat power has soared a lot. Boom boom boom. Many top masters have activated their immortal weapons to attack and kill. Endless flames, destructive sword energy, majestic power, and world-destroying light. One immortal weapon after another has used the ultimate killing technique. These top masters have changed their positions, operated the formation, and attacked from different angles. Whether it is combat skills, tactical grasp, or the timing of attack, etc., they are all just right. In fact, it also proves that the more powerful the cultivation, the more afraid of death. But the more afraid of death a person is, the more amazing the lethality he will burst out when he is forced into a desperate situation. The immortal demon lord flashed, changed his position, and continued to attack the monks present. Every time the long sword was struck, one or several monks who had passed the tribulation died. But at the same moment, there were also a series of domineering attacks bombarding his body. Under the operation of the armor, he resisted most of the attacks, but some attacks still penetrated the armor and hit his body, leaving terrible wounds on his immortal body. The undead demon lord used the secret technique to heal his injuries, but at this moment, under the operation of the origin of the purple mansion world, chains penetrated into his flesh and blood, not only imprisoning his cultivation, but also aggravating his injuries. Bang bang. The two sides were fighting, and the waves of destruction swept down, the sound of monks being blown up, the sound of immortal weapons exploding, and precious blood scattered in the void. A tragic war broke out on Zhuzhou. The entire continent was reduced to ruins. After 3 days of fighting, more than 200 monks who had passed the tribulation had died, and more than a dozen immortal weapons were blown up. Similarly, the undead demon lord was left with bloody wounds, and his injuries were getting worse. The world chains penetrated into his flesh and blood, constantly absorbing his blood and ki, and his cultivation was constantly declining. Only the third level of cultivation at the peak. Damn, it's still a little short. The undead demon lord coughed up blood, and a trace of unwillingness and anger flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for the origin of the world suppressing my cultivation, I would have killed you ants long ago. After saying these harsh words, the undead demon lord turned into a stream of light and evacuated. Many cultivators chased him, but they gave up after chasing him for more than half of the time. Because of the lack of speed, only a few tribulation cultivators could catch up, but they were not as strong as others, and they would also end up being sent to eat. They could only watch the undead demon lord escape. There were less than 100 tribulation cultivators left, and less than 1,000 Hedao cultivators, which was a heavy loss. For many giant forces, it was almost a disaster. Many top forces suffered a genocide. Most of the living cultivators were seriously injured and needed to recuperate. Fellow Daoists, we need to unite, a tribulation cultivator said. In a flash, the undead demon lord evacuated, and no longer fought with the cultivators of the purple mansion world. If he continued to fight, he could certainly kill the top cultivators in the purple mansion world, but he would also suffer heavy damage, and even be suppressed and sealed by the origin of the world. In this battle, he had only one real enemy, and that was the origin of the purple mansion world. Under the suppression of the origin of the world, he seemed to be wearing shackles and handcuffs, and was in a difficult battle, but the cultivators who participated in the battle on the opposite side, such as the cultivators of the crossing tribulation and the Hedao, were blessed by the origin of the world, and the 10th level of combat power burst out to the 12th level, and they fought fiercely, and had amazing lethality. In the fierce battle, after his strength dropped to the 3rd level, the undead demon lord chose to withdraw. In the midst of it, he sensed danger. HMPH, wait for me, wait until I return to the Fiu world, and mobilize many cultivators, to besiege the Purple Mansion world at all costs, and it will take less than 10 years at most. The Purple Mansion world will be completely destroyed and integrated into the Fiu world. The undead demon lord sneered. In this battle, he killed many cultivators of the crossing tribulation and the head AO, and the top cultivators were all consumed. But in Fiu world, many monks who have passed the tribulation and monks who have united with the Dao are still at their peak. If they launch an attack at that time, how can Zifu world resist? It will inevitably fall. When he was about to return to Fiu world, he suddenly felt an inexplicable pressure surge. Undying Demon Lord, you are so stupid to come to our world. A cold voice came, and a peerless and beautiful woman appeared in the void, walking in the air. The void was gradually distorted, and the laws around it were buzzing, as if resonating. She appeared in front of the undying demon lord, and blocked his escape. Who is that? She actually blocked an immortal. Isn't she afraid of death? Who is she? The people who were secretly peeping were horrified. The undying demon lord is a peerless immortal, and no one dared to resist him. Facing this big guy, they often fight in groups, and no one dared to resist in front. Everyone was guessing, with endless curiosity in their hearts. Secretly, Xuanji used Beidou map to spy on all this. Just by looking at the woman's face, he was horrified in his heart. It's Zua, Yifixu. Damn, how could it be her? Am I dazzled? Several times he thought he was seeing fireworks, but he was sure on the internet that it was Yifixu. Yifixu, who had disappeared for a long time, appeared again, showing a terrifying aura, which was only inferior to that of the demon lord. The undead demon lord said calmly, who are you? Yifixu said, Lu family, Yifixu. The undead demon lord said, you have survived 9 disasters, and can ascend to the fairyland, but why do you still stay here? You are not my opponent. If you force yourself to fight me, you will perish here. Yifixu sneered, Dao, you keep devouring worlds. It has nothing to do with me. You insist on provoking my Purple Mansion world. Today is the place where you will die. With a wave of her jade hand, a fairy sword appeared in her hand. The flame runes on it burst out, blooming with endless flames, turning into a fire phoenix, sweeping towards the undead demon lord. The undead demon lord urged his blood and ki, and his magic power surged, and the long sword chopped and killed. Boom boom boom. The destructive ki force impacted the undead demon lord, and retreated 100 steps. Yifixu also retreated 90 steps. Chapter 642, Sealing the Immortal Demon Lord. The destructive energy in the void was impacting, the terrifying energy was exploding, the destructive energy was sweeping, and the domineering and destructive power was shrouding the void. The remaining energy hit the ground, the earth was collapsing, and many cities were heading towards destruction, heading towards nothingness and destruction. The 2 supreme strong men showed their domineering side in their first confrontation. The blood of the undead demon lord surged, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. For the first time since the battle, he was at a disadvantage, and was repelled by this woman. Although he was restricted by the world, and could only exert the combat power of the 3rd level at his peak, he was still domineering and unparalleled, sweeping across the Purple Mansion realm, and suppressing the heroes. Killing the monk who was crossing the tribulation was like crushing an ant. However, at this moment, in a one-on-one duel, he was at a disadvantage. You are very powerful. Among the strong men, who have crossed the 9th level of the tribulation, you are also one of the top ones. The immortal demon lord said, you just want to suppress me, but you will have to pay a huge price, and you may even die. Is it worth it? Most cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation are selfish and ungrateful. You will pay a huge price to suppress me. Will they remember your kindness? No, not at all. Instead, they will add insult to injury, and kill you when you are weak. Plunder your essence. They may even take action to destroy your family and your power. Is it worth it? If the people are not worth saving, why bother? Is it all worth it? Yifixu said, you are right. The people are not worth saving. Even if all the cultivators in the world die, it has nothing to do with me. However, this world gave birth to me, and gave me many fortunes and opportunities. The world has been kind to me. But you want to destroy this world and refine this world, but I will not allow it. The undead demon lord said, ahem, forget it. I didn't want to use my trump card. Since you are stubborn, I will kill you myself. After coughing, the undead demon lord activated his secret technique. The blood and ki in his body were rising. The destructive mana was like a tide, one wave after another. The mystery of time was flashing and changing, and the mystery of death was also fluctuating. The powerful auras hit the chains on his body one after another. These world chains merged into his flesh and blood, entered his soul, and formed a terrifying shackle that sealed his strength. However, at this moment, under the impact of the huge blood and ki, the chains made a series of crisp sounds, and they collapsed one after another. The aura was rising madly. It was just that such an increase was always resisting the suppression of heaven and earth. The suppression of heaven and earth was even more terrifying. The aura on the chain surged, forming a terrifying suppression on him. Even if he used some secret techniques to force himself to support it, the face of the undead demon lord became paler and paler. The blood and ki in his body began to dry up, and the origin of the immortal was burning. Boom boom boom. The void was exploding, and the breath of destruction was fluctuating. Behind the undead demon lord, blood-colored halos appeared, and in the halos there were waves of resentment, murderous aura, and death. All living beings were wailing, countless monks were cursing, and there was also terrible karma entangled on it, which seemed to turn into a hell of destruction. After descending into the purple mansion world, the undead demon lord kept killing, and many high-level monks died in his hands. As for ordinary creatures, there were hundreds of millions. Such monstrous karma was enough to make a monk who had crossed the tribulation doomed. However, his enemy was my hero. The more the undead demon lord killed, the greater the damage to the purple mansion world, the more it could weaken the origin of the purple mansion world, and the more it could make the Fiu world speed up the world swallowing, and gain the upper hand in this world swallowing war. The undead demon lord's blood and ki burst out, and the terrible demonic energy rushed into the sky, turning into endless dark ink clouds. Floating above his head, the azure dragon sword turned into a stream of light, entered the body, and warmed it up. In the continuous battle, the azure dragon sword, as an immortal weapon, was also damaged. If the battle continues, it may encounter unpredictable destruction. The immortal sword was put away, and the undead demon lord planned to rely on a pair of iron fists to blow up the enemy. Immortal demon fist. The undead demon lord took a step forward, and his fists were condensed like hammers, and he came directly to kill. The ki was extremely condensed, like mortal martial arts, like mortal fighting. Between punches and kicks, there was no grand atmosphere, no earth-shaking vision, but only ordinary, like a mortal warrior, attacking and killing the enemy. Yifixu looked solemn and exclaimed, "What a boxing method that returns to nature. One punch moves the 9 heavens, and one punch shakes the mountains and rivers. I'm not as good as you. The origin of the world helps me. Buzz buzz buzz." The void was ringing, and the origin of the purple mansion world was running, turning into a supreme Tao rhyme to bless her body. Under the supreme blessing, spiritual energy entered the body one after another, and there was no need to refine it at all. It was transformed into majestic mana. Various mysteries came out at will, and the power was greatly increased. Various magical skills, various killing moves, etc., were waved out, and could evolve into big killing moves at any time. The cultivation on the body increased by 3 levels. Endless fire domain. Yifixu activated the secret technique, and the flames were rising. The mysteries of time, space, and fire were combined together to evolve into a world of fire, which came down directly from the sky, enveloped and burned the undead demon lord. Boom boom boom. The undead demon lord punched out, and the world of fire was shattered. The figure flashed, approached closely, and punched out again. Simple and violent. In the void, another world of fire descended. The undead demon lord punched again. Boom boom boom. Punch after punch, 9 consecutive worlds of fire were blown up. But the explosive power of the flame also impacted the body and burned the soul. The undead demon lord activated the secret technique, and the golden light on his body was flashing like an immortal golden body, absorbing the power of the flame and melting it into the body, turning it into a tonic for the body. But the next moment, an endless world of ice descended, and under the cold and hot, even the undead demon lord felt uncomfortable and dodged it. Swish. At this moment, the phoenix sword flashed, and more than a dozen phantoms appeared in the void, and in the change of reality and illusion, it directly stabbed. Bang bang. The undead demon lord activated his iron fist and blasted out. Countless phantoms were shattered, and the phoenix sword was also knocked away. But at this moment, a void seal appeared in the void and smashed down directly, hitting his head. The head was collapsing, and the undead demon lord retreated continuously. The phoenix sword stabbed again, merging with the sharp mystery, becoming sharper than ever, turning into a cold light, tearing everything apart. Swish. The sword stabbed at the body of the undead demon lord, but a crisp sound was heard, and it was directly bounced away. It only left a bloody wound on the chest of the undead demon lord. Found you. The undead demon lord sneered, but stepped on the void step and instantly arrived at a void. A punch was thrown out. Yifixu's body flew backwards, and her whole body was almost torn apart. The undead demon lord stepped forward again, and hit with both hands, and was about to tear her body apart again. At the critical moment, Yifixu activated the secret technique, and a pair of wings appeared behind her. It was the immortal weapon, Wings of Freedom. The body moved quickly, to avoid the fatal blow. The undead demon lord punched in the air, and then a huge ice world enveloped it. Boom boom boom. The void was exploding, and the two sides clashed together, and the destructive energy clashed. The undead demon lord was like the supreme god of war, with an unparalleled physical body and an indestructible golden body. Relying on his tyrannical physique, he fought in all directions, destroying all kinds of spells with one punch, and tearing everything apart with one punch. On the contrary, Yifixu's physique was relatively strong, but she was much worse than the undead demon lord. She relied on the immortal weapon, Wings of Freedom, to move and dodge quickly, and instead controlled all kinds of spells, and attacked from a distance. The two sides clashed together, and all kinds of killing moves fell out. The energy of destruction spread all around, and the surrounding monks dodged early to avoid being affected by the aftermath of the battle and dying. They are too strong. Too strong. At this moment, the monks who crossed the tribulation and the monks who united with the tower from the 10 major sects looked at this scene, but they were all shocked. The gap between monks did not narrow with the increase of cultivation, but widened, especially some top geniuses. The monks of the 10 major sects looked at each other, with embarrassment in their expressions. Grand Elder, who is that senior, and why is he so powerful? At this time, a tribulation crossing cultivator asked an old man. This old man was the oldest, and had the most powerful aura. He was at the 8th level of tribulation crossing. He was injured, and was recovering from his injuries. But when he heard the question, the old man still said, this senior has already reached the 9th level of tribulation crossing. The 8th and 9th levels of tribulation crossing may seem to be just a small realm difference, but in fact the difference is quite huge. I'm at the 8th level of tribulation crossing, but the success rate of crossing the 9th tribulation is less than 1%. But this senior is at the 9th level of tribulation crossing. How amazing is that? Moreover, her combat power is also top notch among the 9th level of tribulation crossing cultivators. She may be the legendary Ice Demon Emperor, or the Ice and Snow Goddess, or the Flame Demon Emperor. In the long history, many peerless strongmen were born, and I don't know the details of some of them. That senior is in a tough battle, why don't we lend a hand? A tribulation crossing cultivator said. Not right. Another great man who had crossed the tribulation said, we are too weak. We can't help the senior on the battlefield. Instead, we will be a hindrance. Yes, we should not be a hindrance. Other monks said one after another. We are also injured, and need to recuperate. Some monks were silent and said nothing. Going forward to join the battle will be a hindrance, which is one reason. But more reasons are, that they still want to sit back, and watch the tiger fight, or want to be the fisherman to benefit. If it is a moment of loss for both sides, they don't mind going forward to join in. As for the senior, he should be a hero. The dead hero is the best hero. No one likes the living hero. If the hero is unwilling to die, then they will send the hero on his way. Boom boom boom. The void is exploding, and the destruction continues. Xuanji looked at the Beidou map, and the scene of the two fighting appeared on it. On the battlefield, the two were in a stalemate. Although Yifixu had the upper hand, the advantage was not obvious, just a slight advantage. Why is it that only Xuanji is resisting? Where are the other cultivators in the Purple Mansion realm? Xuanji flashed a trace of anger. In his perception, countless old monsters opened their eyes and watched what was happening now. Instead of helping, they looked at the two with malice. A powerful person who had crossed the 9th level of the tribulation. A powerful person who was an immortal. The immortal weapons on them, as well as various secret treasures, blood, souls, etc., were great supplements for many old monsters. If Yifixu was seriously injured, they would not mind taking advantage of the situation and killing her. It's a big trouble. How could Xuanji be so powerful? Could it be that she is the reincarnation of a powerful person? Xuanji thought, with worry in his eyes. But, at this moment, Xuanji suddenly sensed that the storage bag was making a violent sound, and the crystal coffin flew out, and flew directly into the void, flying to the location where Yifixu was. Bang bang. At this moment, in other locations, a crystal coffin also appeared one after another, and flew into the void. The crystal coffin exploded, and a graceful and beautiful woman appeared. She had a terrifying aura on her body and turned into a stream of light, entering Yifixu's body. Then another coffin opened, turned into a stream of light, and entered Yifixu's body. 8 beautiful bodies were all integrated into Yifixu's body. Suddenly, Yifixu's aura was rising. Her realm was still the 9th level of the tribulation, but her combat power was constantly soaring, and a terrifying aura was emanating. The undead demon lord also retreated continuously, flashing a trace of fear, and with a broken shout, he urged the killing move to attack. Yifixu's footsteps were flashing, and the killing move was bombarded out. The phoenix sword stabbed, and made a harsh sound. The body of the undead demon lord was knocked away, and a hideous cut appeared on his body, and blood scattered. Feeling the wound, the undead demon lord sighed and said, "You are very powerful. At least when I was crossing the 9th level of the tribulation, I was not as good as you. Your cultivation is so powerful. Now that you have reached the 5th level of my peak combat power, I'm not your opponent." As expected, there will be accidents in the world swallowing war at any time. But it is very difficult to kill me. I'm the undead demon lord. I may not be the strongest, but I'm the hardest to kill. Undead crystal, self-seal. At this point, the undead demon lord activated the secret technique, and white crystals suddenly appeared on his body. After a crisp sound, he sealed himself in it like an ice block, like amber wrapped in it. A huge iceberg appeared in the void. The undead demon lord sealed himself in it. Yifixu activated the secret technique, and the refining void blasted down, and a crack appeared in the ice, but it was quickly restored. This iceberg is very solid and unbreakable. After a while of continuous blasting, it is difficult to break. The flame was activated again to burn, and the immortal crystal began to melt, but the speed was very slow. It would take 100,000 years to completely melt it. Not only was it slow, but it also took a long time. What a pity. Yifixu sighed slightly, activated her magic power, and runes rose up one after another. She directly activated the supreme magic, and immediately the iceberg was thrown into the depths of the earth. A formation was set up around to block the void. One after another, sealing runes appeared, constantly evolving and dying, and connecting with each other. But, at this moment, the origin of the Purple Mansion world was also operating, and chains, seals, etc. reinforced the sealed land. Haha, I'll let you seal it for now. When I break the seal 10,000 years later, I will definitely make the Purple Mansion world a river of blood. The immortal demon lord sneered. Yifixu remained silent, and continued to activate the magic to reinforce the seal. The seal was strengthening. But this is still not safe. The undead demon lord is an immortal level existence. No one knows how many trump cards and secret techniques he has. Any accidents are normal. However, sealing him deep in the earth at this moment is the best choice. Boom boom boom. The magic spell evolved into a mountain, suppressing it above. Looking at all this, he was still worried, but Yifixu had no choice but to leave. Haha. It's good to be sealed. Deep in the earth, the undead demon lord felt the seal, which was layered on top of each other, and was suppressed by the origin of the world, like a mountain pressing on his body. It was extremely difficult to move. The soul was suppressed, and most of the mana was sealed. At this moment, he could only exert the combat power of the peak moment, to levels. The strength fell to the bottom. But the undead demon lord was not discouraged, but was excited. When making a plan, you must set the best plan and the worst plan. Only in this way, can you not be in a hurry, when you encounter a crisis. In his estimation, being sealed was the worst outcome, and it was also within his expectations. In fact, it was not unexpected. It's good to be sealed. I can take advantage of this opportunity to analyze the rules of this world, comprehend the mysteries of the world, and gradually restore my cultivation. The undead demon lord sneered. At this moment, he was suppressed by the origin of the world. The world chain sealed his flesh and blood, and the world rules suppressed his soul. Now, he is weak. But this is also the moment to get close to the rules of the world, which is of great benefit for analyzing the mysteries of the rules, comprehending the mysteries of all things, etc. When the depth of the analysis of the rules of the Purple Mansion realm is deep enough, it can in turn devour the world chains, the origin seal, etc., melt into the flesh, and turn into its own tonic. The cultivation will also be restored and continuously improved. At that time, breaking the seal and returning to the world again will not be too long. The origin of the Purple Mansion world can no longer suppress him, but is constantly refined by him, and goes to the abyss. At that time, it will be his time to dominate the world and be invincible. Haha, wait and see. In the void, seeing the immortal demon king being sealed, all living beings were horrified. Countless strong men were afraid, with unwillingness flashing in their eyes. The 10 major sects once dominated the world, but everything changed with the birth of this senior. With the birth of this senior, is there still anything for them? But at this moment of panic, this senior disappeared, as if he was disdainful of talking to the 10 major sects. Chapter 643, Peak of Refining Void. The 10 major sects were in panic, making all kinds of calculations. At this moment, Xuanji came. Brother, I'm back. Xuanji said. Xuanji sighed. Who are you? Xuanji said. I'm Xuanji. After advancing to the nascent soul stage, I awakened some memories of my previous life, and made rapid progress, but I was only at the peak of the refining void stage. It's just that this time the undead demon lord broke into our world by force. I had to activate the backup plan of my previous life in advance, integrate the cultivation of my previous life, and enter the 9th level of the tribulation in one fell swoop. But the price paid for this is very heavy. Many plans have been destroyed and suffered serious backlash. Soon, I will go into a deep sleep to recuperate from my injuries, and I will not be able to take action for at least 3,000 years. Xuanji said, can I enter some secret treasures to speed up the flow of time? Xuanji said, no, the stronger the cultivation, the more acute the perception of the laws. Those immortal tools or special caves have incomplete laws and most of them are useless. Only by practicing in places where the laws are perfect can you better understand your own avenue. As if it was not enough, Xuanji reminded him again, brother, you have to be careful. When practicing, try to practice at the intersection of the two worlds. In such an area, you can better comprehend the mysteries of the laws of the two worlds, and become more powerful. As for those caves, try to go there as little as possible. Xuanji nodded. Xuanji said, brother, this is my practice notes. I'll leave it for you to comprehend. As she said that, she threw a book over. Xuanji took it in his hand and put it into the cave. Xuanji said, brother's cave is still a little lacking. These world stones can help brother's cave be perfect. She took out another storage bag and handed over some world stones. Xuanji took it and said, Xuanji, you should keep it for yourself. Xuanji said, the world stone is of little use to me for the time being. There is also this drop of immortal blood, which I will leave to my brother for the time being. The will and divine thoughts in it have been completely refined by me. I can refine it into the 33 heavens treasure, to improve my own foundation, and comprehend a little secret of the immortal. Xuanji said, and threw another trace of red blood, but there were dense seals on the outside. After saying that, Xuanji's figure flashed and disappeared. Xuanji wanted to continue looking for her, but he could not find any trace of her. Xuanji said that her injury was not serious, but in fact it was very serious. How could she not be injured when resisting an immortal? And waking up early would also require a huge price. Many factors were superimposed together, and there was no time to talk to him more, and she disappeared. Xuanji sighed in his heart and returned to the cave. He took out the book left by Su. The book seemed to be forged with special materials, showing a light golden color with exquisite patterns on it. He opened the book and saw flower shadow notes written on the cover. On the first page, it was written, "The method of cultivating immortal starts with refining ki and ends with overcoming tribulation. Overcoming tribulation 9 levels is the ultimate in the human world, but the so-called ultimate also has strengths and weaknesses. This deity created the 9 deaths heavenly art, smelting the power of 9 lives, forging the supreme foundation, and ascending to the immortal world later." Flipping through the book, Xuanji saw a method called 9 Deaths Divine Art, which is also the supreme method practiced by Su. The 9 Deaths Divine Art is not a method, but a top-level secret technique. After practicing this method, and practicing to the 9th level of overcoming tribulation, instead of ascending to the immortal world, one will directly sit and die, and the body will be stored in a crystal coffin. Then a trace of the soul origin will reincarnate and start the second life. Then, after cultivating to the 9th level of the crossing tribulation in the second life, he still did not ascend, and continued to reincarnate. In this way, he died 9 times in a row, and reincarnated 9 times. When it came to the 10th life, after cultivating to the 9th level of the crossing tribulation, he melted the origins of the previous 9 lives, and all things returned to one, forging the supreme foundation. Su was the 10th life. According to reason, when Su cultivated to the 9th level of the crossing tribulation, she integrated the origins of the previous 9 lives and was perfect. But the undead demon lord invaded in advance and interrupted all this. In the end, Xuanji's cultivation had flaws, and she had to go into a deep sleep to recuperate. He continued to flip through the pages, describing some of Su's cultivation insights in her previous life, as well as her cultivation experience, and some big pitfalls to avoid. Looking at the contents of the book, Xuanji suddenly became clear. Things that he didn't understand in the past, he understood now, and he was secretly lucky in his heart. The Lu family's foundation was too shallow, and it didn't help him much after he arrived at the Purple Mansion. In essence, he was a casual cultivator. There have been many bumps along the way, and most of them rely on self-comprehension. I have cultivated all the way to the present. Due to the lack of guidance from famous teachers, it is easy to make some mistakes, or commit taboos in cultivation. But this book perfectly points out some big pitfalls. No longer confused about the future path. Click, click. At this moment, Xuanji took out a world stone, and threw it into the cave. The cave absorbs the world stone and expands rapidly. One world stone after another enters the cave. The cave is constantly expanding outward, breaking, and reorganizing. The earth is constantly torn apart, and the sky is constantly shattered, but the power of the cave is derived, and repairing the wounds. The clear air rises, and turns into an endless sky. The turbid air descends, and turns into an endless earth. The clear and turbid air are changing, deriving birth and death, and evolving the 2 mysteries of heaven and earth. The yin and yang ki were born and died. The yin ki condensed, and turned into the moon and the void, and the shadow of a jade rabbit was looming. The yang ki gathered, and turned into a golden sun in the void, and the shadow of a 3-legged golden crow was flying. The rotation of the sun and the moon drove the changes of the yin and yang ki in the cave. The cave became active and changeable, and gradually there were rainy weather, 4 seasons, and various complex climates. A shadow of a blue dragon appeared in the east, a shadow of a white tiger appeared in the west, a shadow of a red bird appeared in the south, and a shadow of a black tortoise appeared in the north. The shadows of the 4 sacred beasts appeared one after another, and later merged into the cave to reinforce the cave, making it more stable. The spiritual energy was constantly evolving and expanding. Boom boom boom. The speed of the expansion of the cave was a little too fast, so fast that it seemed unexpected. Xuanji had to slow down and gradually move towards stability. Time passed, and 10 years later, the expansion of the cave ended. The outer periphery of the cave gave rise to the world fetal membrane, which constantly surrounded the world, and reinforced the world. The laws in the cave are constantly evolving, densely packed and scattered in the cave. The earth becomes thicker, the sky becomes taller, the mountains become taller, and the rivers become thicker and run endlessly. The spiritual veins buried underground are constantly expanding, like branches, spreading everywhere. The spirit beasts running inside, as well as various plants and trees, are also developing in a more harmonious and stable manner. The cave is constantly changing, and there is already a hint of the world continuing to evolve. The cave will gradually evolve into the mortal world, the extraordinary world, the big world, the small fairy world, and even the fairy world. It is said that in ancient times, the Purple Mansion world was a cave, but under the forging of a certain powerful person, it evolved into a real world. 33 caves are like 33 stars surrounding each other. Each cave is huge and boundless, with a diameter of 1,000 miles, forming a stable formation between each other. The diameter of 1,000 miles is neither too big nor too small, just right. The diameter of the cave is too small to carry the Dao of the cultivator. Similarly, if the cave is too large, the cultivator will not be able to control it. The volume of the cave has been expanded to the extreme. Before the Dao is combined, there is no need to consider the expansion of the cave, which costs 1,000 world stones. As the water rises, Xuanji's cultivation is also constantly rising. He has been promoted from the 7th level of the refining void to the 9th level of the refining void, and then to the peak of the refining void. Then he felt a layer of separation, a layer of terrifying suppression. It seems that the road ahead is blocked. Only by breaking the ceiling can we go further. The peak of the refining void is only one step away from achieving the state of the Dao. At this moment, Xuanji felt that his spirit was clearer than ever before. A will communicated with the heaven and earth, connecting endless time and space. The mountains were no longer mountains, and the water was no longer water. The future of the world will be different. He clearly sensed his own lifespan, which was 18,585 years, 8 months, 8 days, 22 hours, 15 minutes and 7 seconds. Just a moment, the lifespan was reduced a little. Another moment, the lifespan was reduced a little. Life is passing away, decreasing every moment. At this moment, Xuanji can clearly sense his life, clearly sense the passing of life, and sense every second. He didn't know it was so, but he could also accurately control every bit of mana, and his mana was extremely accurate. It was incredible. In the past, Xuanji's cultivation was powerful. He could regenerate broken limbs, cross the void, overturn rivers and seas, call the wind and rain, move mountains and rivers. His mana was powerful, and he was invincible. But there are some shortcomings in some delicate things. For subtle operations, it is slightly insufficient. I know that I still have more than 10,000 years of life, but I don't know how many years it is. I know that my mana is 1.5 million Jazi, but I don't know the exact data. However, at this moment, I can accurately sense everything about myself. At the peak of refining the void, there are no gorgeous changes, no earth-shaking magical powers, but only an accurate and essential understanding of myself. Feeling the benefits brought by the peak of refining the void, Xuanji thought of some of the contents recorded in the Flower Shadow Notes. In the realm of transformation, one cultivates divine will. When it comes to the stage of refining emptiness, one directly transforms divine will into reality and evolves it into mysteries. Mysteries are the embodiment of laws. In the two major realms of refining emptiness and combining with the Tao, one mainly comprehends the laws of heaven and earth and various mysteries, which requires extremely high comprehension of the cultivator. If one has strong comprehension, one can make rapid progress in cultivation, but if one has poor comprehension or average comprehension, one can crawl at a snail's pace. When one comprehends a certain mysteries to 10%, one can enter the realm of combining with the Tao. When one comprehends a certain mysteries to 100%, one is at the peak of combining with the Tao and can trigger a catastrophe. If one survives the catastrophe, one can become a great tribulation crossing power. Mysteries are divided into levels. If one cultivates a powerful mysteries, one will have strong combat power. If one cultivates a weak mysteries, one will have relatively weak combat power. But correspondingly, the more powerful the mystery, the more difficult it is to comprehend. This will face a difficult choice. If you choose a weak secret, you may comprehend it quickly and enter the Hideo realm safely, but your combat power will be relatively weak. If you choose a powerful secret, you may have strong combat power, but your comprehension speed will be slow, and your lifespan may be exhausted, and you may not be able to enter the Hideo realm. Many geniuses choose powerful secrets, but they end up accomplishing nothing and stop at the door of Hideo. Many cultivators with poor qualifications choose weak secrets and enter the Hideo realm instead. This is a choice between risk and power, and a choice between safety and weakness. Mobilizing his divine sense, Xuanji sensed his own situation. In the past, he could only roughly sense the changes in the mysteries, but at this moment, he could clearly sense the specific values of various mysteries: the mystery of creation, the mystery of yin and yang, the mystery of death, the mystery of fire, the mystery of water, the mystery of earth, the mystery of gold, the mystery of wood, the mystery of time, the mystery of space, the mystery of primordial magnetism, the mystery of light, the mystery of life, the mystery of stars, the mystery of destruction, the mystery of pure yang, the mystery of the mortal world, the mystery of withering and flourishing, the mystery of the underworld, the mystery of good and evil, the mystery of the 6 desires, the mystery of the 7 emotions, the mystery of catastrophe, the mystery of karma, the mystery of blood, the mystery of stone, the mystery of strength, etc. At this moment, he had comprehended about 32 mysteries, which seemed like a lot, but were actually not very useful. It's too hasty. Xuanji said with a little regret. It's better to master one move than to know 1,000 moves. In the early stage of cultivation, it's better to master one supreme magical power than to roughly practice a dozen magical powers. If it's in those big sects, under the guidance of the strong, many evil geniuses will focus on 1 or 2 mysteries, and no more than 5 mysteries at most. It's just because there are too many mysteries to comprehend. Not only does it waste a lot of time, but there will also be conflicts between mysteries. It's far from cost effective. It's a pity that I lack the guidance of a famous teacher, and I actually comprehended more than 30 mysteries in one fell swoop, not only wasting time, but also taking a detour. Flipping through the notes and comparing myself, Xuanji secretly felt sorry. For those big forces, it's basically common sense, but for the grassroots, it's extremely precious information. Because of insufficient information, you may fall into a big pit. He himself was born as a grassroots, a casual cultivator, and he doesn't know a lot of common sense of the higher level. On the road of cultivation, it's inevitable to take a detour. Be willing to give up. Be willing to give up. There is gain only if you give up. Only children would want all of it because they are ignorant. Only adults would want part of it because their stomachs can't eat it. Learning to give up is a necessary factor in becoming a strong person. Unfortunately, Xuanji didn't understand this. He comprehended many mysteries at will, without a clear goal. The number of mysteries he comprehended was large, but it also dispersed his time and energy. In the choice of mysteries, he didn't focus, which led to a long detour. If Yifixu hadn't given him the practice notes and pointed out some of his problems, maybe he still couldn't wake up and would continue on the wrong path. First of all, you have to learn to give up, just like seeing a table of delicious food. You can't eat it all because it's delicious, because your stomach can't hold it. Similarly, when a cultivator faces many mysteries, he must also focus on comprehending 3 or 5. Comprehending too many will fill yourself up. Xuanji sensed his body with his spiritual sense, sensing the progress of various mysteries. The Mystery of Creation Chapter 644. The girl Hangshan re-enters the Fiu world. Ding ding. The blood of the immortal is being calculated. The blood of the immortal is being calculated. The phone is running frantically, constantly collecting data, summarizing it, and constantly sorting it out. Information is evolving, constantly running and dying. Gradually, the light is flashing, fluctuating, and changing, and some huge data is obtained. This is the blood of the immortal demon lord. The blood contains the immortal secret of the immortal demon lord and the scripture of cultivation. The immortal demon sutra. By absorbing the blood, you can control a trace of the secret of the immortal in the blood. Most of the will is wiped out, but there is still a trace of will remaining in it. If it is refined into the body, or into the magic weapon, it will become a hidden danger. At the critical moment, it will completely burst out, turning into a murderous intent of destruction, and taking over the body of the original body. Do you want to turn on the antivirus? At this moment, a voice came from the phone. Xuanji's mind condensed, and he said, as expected of an immortal, there is still some will inside, and even Xuanji's detection escaped the antivirus. The phone was ringing, and the will remaining in the immortal's blood was completely wiped out. Xuanji turned on the phone, and began to read it with his mind. The phone continued to analyze the immortality secret, turning it into a series of original runes flashing in the void. Countless runes combined together, constantly fluctuating and changing, forming the immortality secret. After reading for a while, Xuanji felt like he was looking at a heavenly book with a slight headache, and he couldn't understand it at all. The phone continued to analyze and decompose, and the complex and awkward immortality secret was decomposed into time secret, life secret, fire secret, gold secret, etc. Different secrets were composed of different original runes. It looked like a chemical equation, a mathematical problem, and a tightly packed instrument. Looking at the secret of immortality again, Xuanji seemed to be back on Earth in his previous life, studying mathematics. Abandoning all the complicated, mysterious, and incomprehensible nonsense, what was left was always a series of math problems. However, there were too many of these origin runes. Just memorizing these origin runes was an extremely difficult task. This is the essence of mystery. The end of metaphysics is science, and the end of science is metaphysics. Many mysteries can be explained by mathematics. Mathematics can explain 99% of things in the world, and the remaining 1% cannot be explained, just because of insufficient mathematical knowledge. Xuanji's eyes were flashing, and the light was fluctuating and changing. Just the mystery of time is that there are 100 million origin runes, and then they have to be arranged and combined. In this combination process, because of different perceptions of the Tao, the arrangement methods are different, but the essence is to be harmonious. This also means that the mysteries comprehended by the cultivators are all different. Both cultivators comprehended the mystery of fire, but because of their different life experiences and different ways of thinking, the mysteries of fire formed are also very different. There are no two completely similar leaves in the world, nor are there completely similar mysteries. He activated his mobile phone and continued to comprehend the origin runes. Each origin rune has a different meaning. The secret of immortality is composed of 1.286,009,600 original runes, which form a wonderful logic and mysterious changes, just like the most complex and mysterious math problem in the world. After only 3 days of meditation, I was exhausted and had to give up temporarily and choose to rest. I flipped through the immortal demon scripture again and comprehended the skills of this senior so that I could better understand the strengths and weaknesses of the enemy and give precise strikes. The immortal demon scripture is divided into the immortal scripture and the immortal martial scripture. The scriptures are quite mysterious and contain supreme principles, but they cannot be practiced. After practicing, they will inevitably be controlled by them. At the critical moment, the immortal demon lord can activate the secret technique, and his cultivation will be extracted, his life will be sucked dry, and all will become wedding clothes. Xuanji's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, there is a trap. Suppressing the impetuousness in his heart, he flipped through the scriptures. But he shook his head soon. He could only understand more than 2 layers of the scripture content, and the remaining more than 8 layers were all incomprehensible and vague. However, just the 2 layers I saw thoroughly showed the power of the undead demon lord. The core content of the scripture is the word immortality. Why do cultivators practice? One is for longevity and a long life, the other is for cultivation, to gain a strong cultivation and dominate fate. The scripture of the undead demon lord focuses on the tempering of the body and the smelting of the immortal demon body. His blood is strong, his vitality is extremely strong, and he is proficient in various life-saving secrets. The undead demon lord may not have the best qualifications, the strongest understanding, or the strongest combat power, but his ability to save his life is the strongest. Xuanji sealed the undead demon lord. It is said that the seal will be broken in 10,000 years. But with the undead demon lord's cultivation, it may only take 5,000 years, or even shorter. This demon lord is a bit scary. I even suspect that he deliberately fell into the seal to steal the origin of the Purple Mansion world. Xuanji thought about it, and a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. But, activating the secret technique, the drop of blood was immediately integrated into the treasure of the 33 heavens. The treasure light was flashing, and the dazzling aura was like the scorching sun. The magic weapon was shattering and constantly reorganizing. The origin rune was changing, melting some of the principles and laws that he had comprehended into the treasure. The origin rune exuded a golden light. The light was changing, and the rune was evolving and changing, like a tiny particle undergoing a new arrangement and combination. The restrictions inside were evolving and changing, like lines, like dragons and snakes dancing, and undergoing subtle reorganization. The formation was changing, combining a lot of lines together, from a plane to a three-dimensional. The dimension was changing and upgrading, becoming more harmonious and stable. The blood light was flashing on the magic weapon, and the black magic energy was rising. The origin energy in the blood began to taint it, changing its origin, and gradually becoming demonized. It seemed to be changing step by step, as if it was about to turn into a set of supreme magic treasures. Creation of true blood. Xuanji activated his secret technique, and immediately his blood dripped onto the treasure, beginning a blood sacrifice. His blood was being consumed drastically, and it made a hissing sound as it fell onto the treasure, neutralizing the demonic energy. The demonic energy was resisting, but it was a ruthless source. It only resisted for a moment, before it began to dissipate. The corroded demonic treasure changed again, gradually turning into a dark gold color. But 33 treasures rise and fall. The Kyankangurd can nurture many magic weapons, and improve the grade of magic weapons. The chaos map can confuse the heaven's will, and distort the monk's calculations. The god-slaying hammer has no extra magical powers, but has extreme attacks, extreme explosive power and powerful destructive power. The Optimus Prime has extreme power, transformed into extreme attacks. The shadowless sword is shadowless and invisible, killing people invisibly, and the moment it is sensed, the sword is already stained with blood. The immortal shield has unparalleled defense and extreme defense. The Dingshan mirror can fix the void in the enemy's soul. The Dingshan eye can see through the void in the enemy's flaws. The Tangshan bridge has extreme speed, and can break the formation and escape. The Zanshan axe has domineering power, and evolves into destructive attack power. The Fengshan talisman has a powerful sealing power that can seal the enemy's spirit. Xuanji ladder can jump through time and space, escape map, deduce the secrets of heaven, catch the one that escapes, years clock, change time, distort time, can attack and defend. The gate of wonders, sitting under the door, can bless the monk's understanding, and help comprehend the great way. Dangshan divine spear, the ultimate attack, the ultimate destructive power. Xuanji ball, deduce the secrets of heaven, deduce the information of all things. Avoiding heaven coffin, enter the coffin to avoid the calculation of heaven's secrets. Awakening bell, protect the soul, avoid the enemy's mental attack. Charm technique, chaos thunder talisman, absorb the power of heavenly tribulation, melt the heavenly tribulation, and turn it into its own nutrients. Book of the earth, draw the power of the earth, and turn it into a powerful defense. Bushanding, refine all things, and turn it into the supreme elixir. Swallowing heavending, melt all things, and turn it into the original gas. Xuanjia, mainly defense, can rebound some attacks. 33 treasures, each with its own focus and corresponding power. 33 pieces stacked together, combined into a formation, are even more powerful. In terms of grade, it has reached the half-step 8th grade, and it only needs to complete the secret to enter the 8th grade spiritual treasure. In the origin of this set of magic weapons, the spirit of the weapon is changing. From a ball of golden mist, the mist is twisting and changing, constantly reorganizing and changing, gradually taking shape, and turning into a 3-year-old girl. This girl has pigtails on her head, wears a light blue dress, has a pair of big eyes, and looks quite cute. Master. The spirit of the weapon made a well-behaved voice. Good daughter. Xuanji smiled, looking at the girl, his heart full of fatherly love. He has 2 sons, but as his sons grew up, they were separated from each other for a long time, and there was a slight sense of alienation. Now that he has this daughter, He feels indescribable joy in his heart. Master the spirit of the weapon said, "Dad, it's time to give me a name." Xuanji was a little confused. He was bad at naming. What name should I change to? Lu Zhaohua is not good, Lu Xianshan is not good, Lu Rishan is not good, Lu Qingcheng is not good, and Lu Xiandi is not good. I don't know. It's a bit of a headache. Lu Xuanji pondered. The spirit of the weapon said, "In the future, my body will become a vast fairyland, carrying billions of sentient beings. I will be named Hongshan." Hongshan means the tall sky, which means the fairyland. Lu Xuanji couldn't help but say, "This name is too big, why not call it a smaller one?" Hongshan said, "I think this name is very good, this is it." Lu Xuanji said speechlessly, "Forget it, as long as you are happy." Why did he choose a name? Of course, it was for a good sound, and for his own happiness. As for other things, it was not important. After dealing with some things again, Lu Xuanji continued to retreat, and continued to practice crazily. Because he was busy practicing, he didn't even bother to care about the affairs of the Lu family, and he didn't even have time to make love with King Lian, Ningzhu and others. He seized the time and entered a crazy retreat, seizing every minute and every second to improve his cultivation. Usually, they mainly comprehend the mysteries, and when they are tired, they practice martial arts and temper their bodies, and various resources are consumed violently. The outside world has also entered a stable period, and the world has become extremely quiet. In that battle, the Purple Mansion world suffered heavy losses. 3 of the 10 major sects were wiped out, and the remaining 7 suffered heavy losses. There were also some other top forces that suffered heavy losses in the fierce battle, and countless high-level monks were killed and injured. It was extremely miserable. Many lucky monks also closed their doors to recuperate. As for the Fiu world, the news that the undead demon lord was sealed came, and the world was in an uproar. The 8 originally suppressed holy clans, as well as other hidden forces, all had different thoughts, and became hesitant about the undead clan, and were no longer loyal. Various hidden dangers and major contradictions also broke out and paid, like a volcanic eruption. In the Fiu world, resources are extremely monopolized. The undead clan is high above, monopolizing high-level resources, and their status is high above, like a master. As for the other 8 holy clans, they are like slaves, and are most suitable for eating some leftovers. As for other races, they have become food, and are hunted regularly. If the undead demon lord still sits in the Fiu world, those resistance forces will continue to remain silent, and continue to be grandsons. But when the undead demon lord was sealed, resulting in a leaderless situation, countless silent forces took action, began to rob some territories, plunder some minerals, and kill the undead. Even if some races are afraid of the undead, and dare not take action, they are watching and waiting for the opportunity. In this world, many large regions have launched shocking wars, and the strong are fighting each other. The fighting continues. The fighting continues. Starting from the lowest key training monks, to the last head AO monks, the GG monks, etc. They all fought together. The blood flowed like a river, and the fighting continued. Over the long years, the undead occupied a lot of resources, and cultivated countless head AO strongmen and GG strongmen, far exceeding the number of those rebels. Unfortunately, the living environment of the undead clan monks is too beautiful. They grow up in comfort, and have a high realm, but their state of mind is relatively poor and their combat effectiveness is relatively poor. When many rebels fight, they often fight desperately, and don't care about life and death at all. But when the undead clan monks fight, they have the idea of preserving their strength. In the early stage of the battle, the undead clan sent out powerful monks to strangle the rebels. As a result, the rebels were not pacified, but became more and more intense, like a spark that would burn the whole world. Many hesitant forces also joined the sequence of besieging the undead clan. So, a strange peace appeared at the location of the space channel. The 2 worlds ceased fighting. In the Zifu world, senior monks were busy recovering from injuries, and low-level monks were busy grabbing territory, so they had no time to attack the Fiu world. In the Fiu world, the undead clan and other tribes fought to the point of being dog-brained, and they had no mood to attack the Zifu world. Both sides were busy, each busy with their own. Time passed, and 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. 100 years, this is a life of a mortal. But for the cultivators, it was just a nap. Many Yuanian cultivators may not be able to improve to a higher realm, even after practicing for 100 years. The two worlds still maintained the same state. There were only sporadic battles in the intersecting spatial channels. The scale of the battles was not large, but they were relatively frequent, and they maintained relative peace on the whole. At the same time, various wars were still going on, and the scope and races affected were constantly expanding. The power of the Chu state and the Lu family was expanding, and they were fighting and fighting with various forces. Those who surrendered were given benefits. Those who did not surrender were destroyed. In this process, there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and there was no right or wrong, only benefits. At the same time, the Lu family began to attack the Fiu world and seize some spatial channels. Because the opposing forces were relatively weak, they easily seized some spatial channels and set up corresponding formations to defend. In a space channel, the Silver Palace was suppressed here. The formation inside was changing, constantly breathing in the spiritual energy in the void. The spiritual energy turned into a terrifying vortex and descended, making a humming sound. A terrifying pressure came from the palace, exuding a breath of destruction. At this moment, the door of the palace opened, and Lu Xuanji walked out. Not bad, not bad. At the intersection of the two worlds, comprehending the mysteries of the law is of great benefit to oneself. It's a pity that I have no money. Lu Xuanji sighed slightly. If it is possible, I also want to become a prehistoric saint and be invincible, but it's a pity that the resources are used up. Feeling the empty storage bag, Lu Xuanji felt a little sad. I have to go out again to find resources. There is no shortage of geniuses in the world of cultivating immortals, but there is a shortage of resources. Cultivators have to spend 1/3, half, or even more of their time to obtain resources. With enough resources, even a loser can become a genius, or even a peerless Avildoer. Recalling the key refining stage, he had to plant spiritual medicines, spiritual rice, etc. to obtain cultivation resources, which made the time for cultivation relatively less. After reaching the golden core Yuanying stage, more resources were needed. He had to farm at home and look for adventures outside, so he had less time for cultivation. Looking back on his life, most of the time was spent on the road to find resources. Now, the consumption of resources is even greater, and it is necessary to rob them before entering the realm of Hedao. The Fiu world is caught in a war, and the major races are fighting constantly. This is my chance. Lu Xuanji sensed the breath coming from the channel, and his figure flashed and entered the Fiu world again. After entering the Fiu world, he activated the death bell, and the breath on his body changed, turning into a native of this world. The world's suppression also dissipated. After arriving in Song state, Lu Xuanji found that there were ruins everywhere. The energy of destruction was diffused around. There were traces of burning. There was chaotic energy. There was the breath of the mystery. There were some damaged debris of magic weapons. And there were some bodies of monks. There was a war here. In the war, Song state was destroyed. As for the surviving monks, they all fled. The area of thousands of miles was deserted, and there was only ruins. The war still affected the Song state. This small country suffered many disasters. In the chaotic times, it was destroyed and turned into ashes. Everything that once was, only memories remained. Everything became distant and inaudible. Chapter 645 Arrival in Turin, Tragedy in the Harem. The Song kingdom has become extremely dilapidated. The degree of dilapidation is beyond the phenomenon of the world. Only 1 in 10 people survived. He urged his divine thoughts to sense the endless void. In the void, there came the wailing of all living beings, as well as various resentments, covering the sky and the sun, like a tide. In just a few hundred years, a large number of mortals died in the catastrophe and turned into ashes. The civil strife in the Fiu world is much more cruel than he imagined. To cultivate, monks need to take various elixirs to improve their cultivation. But the billions of living beings are also those great medicines. Devouring living beings can not only heal injuries, but also improve cultivation. After being injured, monks often devour weak monks to recover from their injuries. If it were in the past, the undead demon lord would sit in the Fiu world, suppress the world, and the monks in the world would surrender. No monk dared to devour all living beings on a large scale. But now the undead demon lord has ventured out and was sealed in the Zifu world, and countless ambitious people have appeared. They killed a large number of ordinary cultivators, constantly plundering their blood and souls, improving their own cultivation, and accelerating the improvement of their cultivation. Such a large number of killings will attract karma, and many cultivators don't care about karma. I originally thought that Song State is in a desolate area with thin spiritual energy and scarce resources, and it is relatively safe. But now it seems that it is not safe at all. Lu Xuanji's figure flashed and arrived in front of a broken palace. Under the activation of the secret technique, the void made a slight sound. An illusory formation appeared, and a woman sat in the formation. The woman seemed to be comprehending the technique. Sensing the turbulence of the formation, Ningzu woke up. Ningzu's figure flashed and walked out of the formation. Under the activation of the secret technique, the formation continued to shrink and finally turned into the size of a palm and was put away. Ningzu said, "Master, you are back." Lu Xuanji said, "Something big happened outside, and it was not a small thing. The entire Song Kingdom, as well as several small countries nearby, were all massacred and sacrificed by some cultivators using secret techniques." Ningzu urged her divine sense to sense everything in Song Kingdom and was immediately stunned. The once prosperous Song Kingdom, at this moment, has turned into a Shura purgatory, with all living beings turned into bones, evil spirits soaring into the sky, and all living beings' resentment turned into blood clouds, and karma swept across the world. Not only Song Kingdom, but also several nearby countries were all massacred and turned into ruins. In a trance, she thought of the demon cultivators in New Kingdom. In the early days of the Purple Mansion world, there were also demon cultivators, and the 8 veins of demon sects were born. The early demon cultivators killed all living beings. Resentment was soaring into the sky. Karma was rampant. All living beings were resentful, and they were besieged by countless powerful people. Gradually, the demon cultivators became smarter and began to turn over a new leaf. They no longer wantonly killed sentient beings, but instead provoked some cultivation kingdoms to fight. The two sides fought constantly, and countless people were killed and injured, forming ancient battlefields. These ancient battlefields are also the supreme paradise for demon cultivators. Many higher level demon cultivators have abandoned evil and turned to good, and have become one with immortals and demons. Their character has become noble, and they no longer sacrifice the blood of the lower class mortals. Even if they are still bad guys in essence, they have to pretend to be good people. However, these happened in the Fiu world. How dare they do this? Aren't they afraid of karma? Aren't they afraid of those giants? Ningzu said. Lu Xuanji said, why don't they dare to do this? The Fiu world is completely in chaos. The undead race is unable to take care of themselves, and many ambitious people have risen up. Now it has become a mess. As he said that, he talked about the war in the Zifu world. That war changed the pattern of the two worlds. The world changed in an unprecedented direction, and it was no longer clear what the future would look like. Ningzu was stunned when she heard this, and couldn't help but ask, Undead Demon Lord, why is he taking such a risk? The Lord should not raise an army in anger. How could he take such a risk? Lu Xuanji said, yes, I don't know why. Ningzu said, husband, what are your plans? Lu Xuanji said, I plan to go to a secret realm. As for you, you should return to Chu State to take charge. Chu State has been in a bit of chaos recently. The situation is a bit unstable. Ningzu nodded and got up and left after a moment. In the Fiu world, she was suppressed by the world and could not exert too much power. But in the Zifu world, Ningzu has the cultivation of the 5th level of Liangsu, which is not enough to dominate the world, but it is not a problem to hold on to one side and stabilize the situation. Watching Ningzu disappear, Lu Xuanji also went to a certain location. In a secret room, a ray of light flashed, and the original body replaced the clone. Then, a strong breath burst out. The blood and ki were like mountains and seas, and the strong breath of the dragon transformation realm came with pressure, and 9 dragons were flying. The breath of the refining void burst out again, and the wave of destruction swept everything, and suppressed the universe. Lu Xuanji restrained his breath, and walked out of the cave. He immediately saw Shizu's surprised look. Shizu stepped forward and said, Husband, you not only became a warrior in the dragon transformation realm, but also a powerful refining void? One cultivated immortality, the other cultivated martial arts. One focused on the comprehension of the mysteries of heaven and earth, and the other focused on digging out the treasures of the flesh. Practicing together, the two are not only powerful in combat, but also have great potential. However, few cultivators do this, because if their energy is scattered, they may achieve nothing. It is better to concentrate their energy and focus on improving a certain aspect. She didn't dare to do this, but her husband did it this way, and it seemed to work well. Xuanji nodded. Shizu was immediately happy, stepped forward to hug him and kissed him. Her body was trembling, and she was quite excited. It seemed that she was much happier than entering the dragon transformation realm herself. Shizu said, "My husband has entered the realm of dragon transformation, and I have also become a cultivator of refining emptiness. The two of us will be able to implement some plans together. Even if we return to the dueling empire, we will have a certain influence, and will no longer be cannon fodder." Not long ago, the master was sealed, and the 8 holy clans had different thoughts. The leader of our feather demon clan summoned many cultivators to come back and serve the clan. "This is our chance." Shizu talked about the recent situation, the world's pattern, and future plans. A blush flashed across her face, with waves of excitement. On the surface, Shizu is the daughter of Emperor Dueling, and the princess of the Feather Demon clan. She seems to be in a high position, but in fact, she is nothing at all. She has an average talent, and no big background. Her father has many children, so she is very inconspicuous. But after entering the realm of refining emptiness, she has some say. Even the big boss of Hideo also pays attention to her. The cultivators who cross the tribulation are busy dealing with the heavenly tribulation, and the cultivators of Hideo have to comprehend the mysteries. They are all very busy, and have no time to care about small things in their spare time. Therefore, they could only transfer some of their power. The power of many large clans was controlled by the cultivators of Liangsu. She could even go back and wrestle with that enemy. Xuanji nodded and said, "Yes, it's time to go back and take revenge." The two got up and headed for the Yumo clan's residence. Walking on the road, they found that the situation was much more serious than they had imagined. They encountered many blood sacrifices along the way. There were blood sacrifices of 100,000, 1 million, and 10 million scales. Many cultivators began to go crazy, which surprised the world. However, the people who participated in these blood sacrifices were mainly low-level cultivators, mainly Jindan cultivators and Yuanian cultivators. There were very few Huashan cultivators, and there were no Liangsu cultivators at all. The blood sacrifice technique can quickly improve the cultivation level, and can improve a major realm overnight. But the disadvantages are not small. After the blood sacrifice, the vitality is chaotic and the magic power is mixed. It is easy to go crazy and cut off the way forward. Those low-level cultivators have poor qualifications, limited prospects, or even no prospects. Naturally, they don't care about the so-called disadvantages. There are still many forces fighting, constantly snatching some spiritual veins, some spiritual minds, and vague territorial disputes. Such battles are quite complicated. They are happening all the time. There are also many bandits who are intercepting some strong men and snatching some treasures. Xuanji and Shizu also encountered them several times and then began to fight back. Passing through these remote areas, they gradually entered the territory of the Feather Demon clan. Here, the spiritual energy is rich, the laws are dense, and the cities are distributed around. The order is in good order and peace is orderly. Everything here seems to be completely different from the outside world. The Feather Demon clan occupies 8 large states and has a huge territory. Among these territories, there are several areas with strong men of the Feather Demon clan and various affiliated races. Continue to move forward and finally arrive at Turin City. Once upon a time, this was just a small city, but 30,000 years ago, there was an almighty strong man who became a strong man who crossed the tribulation and was called the Emperor of Turin. So, this ordinary little city has also become different, becoming more prosperous and lively. In the city of Turin, there are several areas. The central location is the residence of Emperor Turin, and there are many concubines, princesses, princes, etc. This is the palace area. When the princes and princesses are 1,000 years old, they will move out of the palace and settle outside. The periphery of the palace area is where some remote bloodlines and estranged relatives of Emperor Turin live. There are also a number of Hideo level kings who have built palaces scattered around the capital. There are also a large number of civilians scattered around, coming in and out, flowing continuously. The two of them descended on the manor on the periphery, which is quite remote and seems a bit dilapidated. This manor is considered luxurious compared to many civilians, but compared to those nobles and the mansions of those princesses, it seems quite shabby. Shizu recalled, "I'm the daughter of Emperor Turin. When I was 1,000 years old, I left the palace and lived here. Because I lacked money, had no background, and had poor qualifications, I could only buy a manor in this civilian area as a residence. It was not as good as the best, but better than the worst." Xuanji said, "The past is over. We have to look to the future. Poor qualifications, this can't be blamed on you. Back then, my qualifications were not good, but I still became an unparalleled strongman. Now you are already a great master of refining emptiness, which is considered to be a rise. When you achieve the unity of the Tao, or even the great master of the tribulation, who dares to look down on you?" Shizu said, "My qualifications are considered to be above average, and my comprehension can only be considered to be superior, which is much worse than yours. Your comprehension is the best choice, and the probability of entering the unity of the Tao is very high, but I can't compare with it." Xuanji stepped forward and held her hand, saying, "Xiaoxu, you have to believe in yourself. Even if you don't believe in yourself, you have to believe in me." Shizu nodded hard. This husband is much better than expected. This husband's talent can only be said to be average, a little worse than him. With the help of acquired spiritual medicine, he barely improved to the middle level, which was not too strong even now. But his comprehension was amazing. The more he touched, the more shocked he was. The requirements for comprehension, to achieve the state of unity and the state of transcending tribulation were extremely high, and his husband's advantage became more and more obvious. Shizu nodded and leaned on his arms. Xuanji held her, but his mind was thinking about the distance. Shizu looked cold, but she was gentle as water in her bones, like fine wine, which he never tired of. After having sex with her for the first time, he gradually immersed himself in it and regarded her as one of his Taoist companions. At this moment, a terrifying breath descended from the void. This was a monk of the Horned Demon clan, with a mighty and domineering breath, saying, "This is my mansion, you two lowly people get out of here." Shizu and Xuanji looked at each other. They immediately understood that someone was looking for trouble and testing their background in advance. Looking for death. Xuanji snorted coldly and waved his hand to attack. The palm of his hand grabbed, like a blue dragon attacking. The void was slightly twisted, and the spiritual energy around was evolving. The Horned Demon clan monk immediately burst out with a breath of destruction, and the tyrannical magic power swept over. The cultivation of the half-step refining void was fully displayed, turning into a terrifying killing force, but it was all shattered under that claw. No. The Horned Demon clan monk just screamed, and his head was shattered. His body was directly beaten into particles and turned into ashes. Kill him. The 8 half-step refining void monks surrounded and attacked, and their killing moves were fierce. Xuanji roared, and the 4 dragons behind him were dancing. The terrifying breath came, suppressing the void and exterminating all laws. Bang, bang, bang. In the violent noise, one by one was killed. Only one Horned Demon clan monk was so scared that he retreated again and again, shouting wildly, "What a big dog guts, dare to kill people in Turin City." Xuanji snorted coldly and punched out again. The body of the Horned Demon was shattered, and he was killed on the spot. At this moment, a terrifying breath emanated from the void, and a woman with golden curly hair appeared. She had 2 pairs of wings behind her. Her body was fiery, her chest was even more charming, and her appearance was extremely beautiful. She exuded endless charm in her every frown and smile, which seemed to make people intoxicated. This was an intoxicating beauty. In terms of appearance, she was not inferior to Shizu. After she appeared, 4 maids appeared behind him. They were first class in appearance and their auras were also in the realm of refining emptiness. Looking at the woman in the void, Shizu flashed a trace of fear and subconsciously dodged her eyes, but at the moment of dodging, he mustered up the courage and looked at her, showing his unyielding and tenaciousness. The blonde said, "Shizu, my stupid sister has a bad temper. She will kill anyone if she doesn't agree with her." Shizu said, "According to the decree of our father, no one is allowed to trespass into a private residence. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy. Do you want to question our father's decree?" The blonde smiled and said, "I dare not. Our father's decree is supreme. How dare I question it? It's just." As she spoke, the blonde looked at Xuanji, her eyes flashing, two rays of light flashing, as if she wanted to see through everything about Xuanji. Xuanji snorted coldly, activated his secret technique to shield everything, and the light disappeared immediately. The blonde was surprised, but her expression did not change. Instead, she snorted coldly, "I wonder if you are qualified to marry the princess of my Turan Empire? If you think you are not qualified, then get out of here as soon as possible." As she spoke, a domineering aura swept over, and the cultivation of the 5th level of the refining void suppressed it. The aura of destruction swept over like a storm, specifically targeting Xuanji and Shizu. Shizu sensed danger, and her refining void cultivation burst out. The mystery of ice burst out, as if to freeze the void, as if to turn it into an ice world. The mystery of stars burst out, as if the stars were flashing, and endless starlight automatically fell down, protecting the body. The body was shaking violently, resisting the inexplicable pressure. Xuanji's breath also burst out, and waves of dragon roars came, making a violent sound. 4 real dragons appeared behind him, with different shapes, and showing their own style. The heart was beating violently, like a war drum, and the blood was flowing endlessly, like a river. The powerful blood and ki surged out, like a furnace of blood and ki, and the essence of the wolf smoke gathered above the head, turning into a big bell, with the rune of death engraved on it, as if it was a kingdom of death. The cultivation of the 2nd level of refining void also burst out, and the mystery of death and the mystery of gold merged together, turning into a terrifying aura and rushing away. Boom boom boom. The void was making a loud noise, and the spiritual energy was fluctuating violently. Under the collision of auras, Xuanji and Shizu retreated one after another, but the blonde woman did not move. Shizu flashed a trace of fear, but her eyes were unwilling. Xuanji resisted in front, but his mind was calculating. Suddenly, the blonde woman restrained her aura and sneered, "Yes, both of you have entered the realm of refining emptiness, and your cultivation is not bad. But do you have the courage to dare to walk the ladder?" Xuanji stepped forward and said, "Why not?" "Okay." The blonde woman sneered and disappeared. As she left, Shizu breathed a sigh of relief, sweating all over. Just now facing this sister, she felt unspeakable pressure. "Who is she?" Xuanji asked. Shizu gritted her teeth, bloodshot eyes flashed, and said, "She is my sister Shikingayu, who has excellent qualifications and a strong family background. Back then, when I was tested for qualifications on the ladder, I was 4th class, and she was 6th class. My mother was just a princess of the Star Clan. The Star Clan occupied a limited territory, and the strongest was only at the 7th level of the refining Void Clan, but Shikingayu had the Feather Demon Clan as a backing, and her mother was a powerful person at the Hideo level. Back then, it was her mother who killed my mother. Shikingayu also suppressed me in many ways and bullied me. She treated me like a cat playing with a mouse, and would not kill me until she had enough fun. Otherwise, how could I leave Turin City and go to the border area for training?" Shizu talked about the past, gritted her teeth, and murderous aura. It was another tragedy caused by palace fighting. If described in detail, it would be another female-oriented love story, or a heroine-themed story. Chapter 646. Climbing the Ladder to Heaven. 10th level qualification. Xuanji asked, "What is the ladder?" Shizu said, "The ladder was set up by Emperor Turin to test the qualifications of cultivators. It can detect more than a dozen factors such as talent, bloodline, comprehension, will, state of mind, etc., and give corresponding judgments. The ladder is divided into 10 levels, corresponding to 10 levels of qualifications. Those with 6th level of qualifications and above will be valued by the Yumo clan and given key training. I was eliminated that year and lost my training value, so I was left to fend for myself. Thinking back to the past, Shizu sighed in his heart with a hint of sadness. Lu Xuanji asked, are there many people with qualifications above the 6th level? Shizu continued to explain, those with the 1st level of qualifications can become giant and cultivators at most, which is useless. Those with the 2nd and 3rd levels of qualifications can become Yuani and cultivators, which is a little stronger than useless. Those with the 4th level of qualifications can become Huashan cultivators, and the probability of becoming Liangsu is less than 1 in 10, and the probability of achieving Hedao is less than 1%, which is average. I have the 4th level of qualifications, which is at this level. Those with the 5th level of qualifications have a 1/10th probability of achieving Hedao. Those with the 6th level of qualifications have a 3/10ths probability of achieving Hedao. Those with the 7th level of qualifications, as long as they do not fall in the middle, they will definitely enter the Hedao realm. Those with the 8th level of qualifications have a 1/10th probability of becoming a cross-tribulation cultivator. Those with the 9th level of qualifications have a half probability of becoming a cross-tribulation cultivator. Those with the 10th level of qualifications will definitely enter the cross-tribulation realm. The Feather Demon clan values blood, but in the process of intermarriage with other clans, it is inevitable that the blood will be impure. In fact, there are very few pure-blooded Feather Demon clan. Many powerful bloodlines combine, although they are mixed blood, their qualifications may be stronger. In order to test qualifications, Emperor Churin set up a ladder, and any cultivator can climb the ladder, whether they are nobles, commoners, or slaves, so that all beings are equal. As long as the qualifications are good enough, even slaves can turn over and receive key training. Qualifications are not omnipotent, but strong qualifications are more likely to enter a higher realm. Lu Xuanji said, Zua, what do you think my qualifications are? Shizu said, husband, your qualifications are stronger than mine. It should be 6th grade, or even 7th grade. 7th grade? Lu Xuanji smiled, but did not respond. Shizu said, Durin City has rules. Shi Kingai will not attack us, nor dare to do so. It is not worth the loss. However, he can constantly test our background, and play with us, and then kill us. I have seen some princesses with poor qualifications being directly played to death by Shi Kingai. Lu Xuanji said, do they have hatred? Shizu said, my sister is only a 6th class qualification, much stronger than me, but not as good as the geniuses of the Feather Demon clan. So they can only find some weak people, bully the weak, and get satisfaction and happiness. Lu Xuanji said, it seems that some things are inevitable. In the manor, the two of them stayed temporarily. After packing up, Lu Xuanji learned about the Feather Demon clan. The next day, after the two got up from the bed, they put on their clothes and went to the northwest of the city. Flying in the city is prohibited, so they can only walk on foot and reach the northwest of the city. There is a huge building there, like a huge staircase. The staircase has 10 layers, one after another, and each layer can accommodate many monks. Some monks are climbing the steps and climbing up. Some monks, when they climbed the steps, were pushed down by the strong force. Is this the ladder to heaven? Lu Xuanji asked. Shizu nodded and said, it's here. Lu Xuanji asked again, what are the taboos? Shizu said, there are no taboos, just don't force yourself. Lu Xuanji nodded and went straight forward. Swoosh. Landing on the first step, a stream of fresh air immediately entered his body, nourishing his body, and his body became warm, as if the potential of life was activated. Hey, this place seems good. Lu Xuanji was happy. But, at this moment, the steps were making a sound, and a thought came over. This was a volume of exercises called the Secret of the Blazing Flame. This volume of exercises can be cultivated to the Golden Core Elm. The grade of this exercise is not too high, but it is more suitable for oneself. Lu Xuanji's footsteps flashed, and he climbed the second step. Another stream of fresh air came, nourishing the body, and the physique was slightly rising. At the same time, another volume of exercises came, called the Indestructible Body of Vajra. Then, he climbed the third step, and the fourth step. Every time he climbed a step, a breath of fresh air entered his body. This breath of fresh air could not improve the monk's qualifications, but it could help the monk open his bloodline talent and activate the monk's potential limit. and every time he reached a step, he would be given a volume of exercises. This is the benefit of climbing the ladder. The ladder can not only detect the monk's qualifications and awaken his bloodline, but also give him exercises with corresponding attributes according to his physical attributes. Ding ding. Soon he reached the 6th step. At the 6th level, he was the only one at the moment. He seemed lonely. Everyone was also surprised to find a peerless genius. Xuanji's footsteps flashed, and he reached the 7th step again. At this level, the breath of fresh air no longer appeared, and another volume of exercises appeared. The 8th step, the 9th step, the 10th step. Originally, Xuanji wanted to hide something, hide his qualifications, but thinking of the benefits of the ladder, he no longer concealed anything. Ding ding ding. At this moment, a big bell condensed in the void. The bells were ringing, and they rang 10 times in a row, as if celebrating something. In the city, a series of divine thoughts came in, as if to determine who it was. It turned out to be the son-in-law of my feather demon clan, Ivaldoa, an eternal Ivaldoa. Haha, in such a chaotic world, it's a good thing that an Ivaldoa has joined my feather demon clan. Yes, it's a good thing. The thoughts of many big men were flashing. Some were envious, some were jealous, but more were happy. In such a world of great contention, the more geniuses the Feather Demon clan gave birth to, the more they could gain a firm foothold in the competition with the other 8 holy clans, and the more they could preserve the stability of the race. In the Fiu world, the internal circulation is too strong and the competition is too fierce. Those races that are not strong enough or not strong enough have long been in danger of extinction, or simply finished. In order to compete for resources, the 8 holy clans fought constantly, and the competition was extremely fierce. The number of the 8 holy clans is not eternal. Some holy clans were eliminated for some reasons, went into decline, and were replaced by subsequent strong clans. If the Feather Demon clan wants to remain strong, it must constantly tap into talents, recruit geniuses, and expand its clan. Emperor Turin even personally set up a ladder to heaven, leaving millions of volumes of skills on it, and giving away skills with high compatibility for free. I'm not afraid of you getting something for free. I'm afraid that you don't have the ability to get something for free. All the talents who want to get something for free come to my Feather Demon clan. For those Xuanji, they are more praised and encouraged, and rarely suppressed and eliminated. In other words, even if there is a desire to suppress and eliminate them in their hearts, it is done in secret. As for the positive side, many big guys are amiable, supporting the younger generation, and being close to the younger generation. They all look like good people. How could it be that it is him? In a restaurant, Shiking guy whose expression changed, and he almost didn't believe that this was true. Yesterday, when he went to that manor and bullied his sister, he didn't pay much attention. In other words, these 2 little people are not worth paying attention to. It's just that I didn't expect that the husband of this sister has such a strong qualification, and he is actually a 10th level qualification. In the long history of the Feather Realm, there are a total of 32 people with a 10th level qualifications. Half of them became Great Tribulation Masters, and became the white jade pillars that support the sky and the purple gold beams that span the sea of the Feather Demon clan. As for the remaining half, some died in the assassination of the enemy, and some died in some disasters. The 10th level qualifications have entered the eyes of some bigwigs, and it will be extremely difficult to kill them next. Ding ding ding. 10 bells rang, and the bells rang. When Xuanji walked down the steps, he became the focus of everyone. Wherever he went, many cultivators subconsciously gave way, with awe in their expressions. Ignoring everyone, he took Shizu's hand, and walked towards the manor. On the way back, wherever he went, many cultivators subconsciously dodged. When they returned to the manor, Shizu was still in a trance and said, "Husband, you have become a 10th level talent? I'm not dreaming." Xuanji smiled and said, "It's not a dream. This is true. It can't be truer." Shizu listened, but she became worried. "Husband's talent is amazing, but my talent is average. There must be many beautiful women who are attracted to husband. I'm not worthy of husband." When she said this, she became absent-minded. In the past, she hoped that her husband would become better, so that she would have faith and someone to rely on. But when her husband became better, she became worried again, worried that other women would be attracted to her husband, and that her husband would not be able to control himself. And the possibility that her husband would not be able to control himself was very high. Xuanji smiled and said, "Are you worried?" Shizu smiled and said, "Very worried." Xuanji smiled and said, "Instead of worrying, it is better to improve your strength. Over the years, you have had various adventures, and your qualifications have been improved to the 6th level. Although it is not the top level, it is not too bad. As long as you work hard to enter the Hideo realm, there is still hope." Shizu nodded, and the worry in her heart still existed. But it was not easy to say anything, so she could only try to suppress the impetuousness in her heart. Xuanji asked, "I have a 10th level qualification. What benefits will the UMO clan give me?" Shizu thought and said, "The stronger the qualification, the more attention you will receive in the UMO clan, and the higher the various welfare benefits you enjoy. According to my guess, my father will personally summon you, give you rewards, and check if you have any problems." Xuanji asked some questions again, and fell into deep thought. This time, entering the Fiu world, he was fully prepared. Not long ago, after comprehending many mysteries, his cultivation level did not improve much. He had already deduced the creation art to the 8th level, and with the help of the creation magic power, to change his own aura, he had reached the point of turning the false into the true, which could perfectly deceive the perception of the heavenly Deo, and even deceive the cultivators who were undergoing the tribulation. There was also the death bell, which concealed his own aura. This was also a bold entry into Turin City, and even made a lot of noise. There was no worry of being exposed. The situation is in chaos. In the midst of chaos, what is the mind of the Emperor of Turin? Xuanji thought, and boldly guessed the mind of this 9th level tribulation master. Even if my own aura is exposed, I have a way to get through it. Escape from the crisis. This is also another way to test the Emperor of Turin. Thinking about this, Xuanji began to comprehend the skills rewarded by the ladder. After climbing 10 steps in a row, he obtained 10 volumes of skills. These skills have a high degree of compatibility. The flame skill has a compatibility of 50%. The Vajra indestructible body has a compatibility of 60%. The dragon skill has a compatibility of 80%. The eternal life skill has a compatibility of 50%. The greenwood skill has a compatibility of 30%. The Red Dust Sutra has a compatibility of 80%. The Eternal Spring skill has a compatibility of 90%. The Vajra Glazed skill has a compatibility of 50%. The Death Emperor Scripture has a compatibility of 90%. And the Years skill has a compatibility of 90%. Among these skills, the highest compatibility is only 90%. After reading these skills and carefully comprehending them, Xuanji understood more and more the importance of creating his own skills. No matter how good the skills of the predecessors are, they cannot achieve 100% compatibility. No matter how bad the self-created skills are, they are also 100% compatible. Self-created skills may have poor combat effectiveness, poor potential, and many flaws at the beginning, but they can become more and more powerful if they are carefully studied and constantly comprehended and transformed. However, the skills of predecessors may be powerful at the beginning due to the problem of compatibility, but in the later stage, they will hinder their own evolution. No matter how good the path of predecessors is, it is still the path of predecessors. A cultivator must walk his own path. The great way of good fortune, is it my path? But what is good fortune? Xuanji was in a trance. On the ladder, the bell rang 10 times in a row. The UMO clan was shocked and investigated the information of this Kinfeng. There was a lot of information about him, from his birth to his growth. Everything appeared without any omission. Many bigwigs had a lot of thoughts. Some planned to win over, some planned to get close, some planned to marry, some had murderous intentions, and some wanted to destroy. Various thoughts were surging, and various thoughts were evolving, but everyone chose to be quiet, and waited quietly for the final decision of Emperor Turin. 3 days later, a message came, that Emperor Turin summoned them. Roar, roar, roar. A white tiger of the Hideo level, pulling a golden chariot, galloping on the street under the control of a Hideo master. Wherever it went, the monks around bowed their heads and saluted, releasing awe towards the golden chariot. The golden chariot arrived at the gate of manor a moment later, and the driver said, "I'm the envoy of Emperor Turin, and I come to invite Kinfeng, the consort, Princess Shizu, to go to the palace to meet His Majesty." Shizu was wearing gorgeous decorations, and many treasures were embellished on her body, setting off her beauty. Xuanji directly put on the Zushan armor, and the golden armor flashed with dazzling light, like a mighty god of war, waiting in front of the golden chariot hand in hand. Looking at the golden chariot, Shizu's face flushed, and she seemed to be excited to faint. This golden chariot was one of the former vehicles of Emperor Turin. It would only be dispatched to welcome the most distinguished guests. Getting on this chariot represented the attention of Emperor Turin, and represented supreme glory. She is the daughter of Emperor Turin, born a princess, but her status is average, and she is not taken seriously. This is her first time to board such a chariot. When she boarded the chariot, a huge force was added to her body. Xuanji suddenly felt a wonderful feeling, and her combat power increased by 3 levels on the original basis. That is the golden chariot, the former chariot of Emperor Turin. That is Princess Shizu, the consort of Kinfeng. Shizu is so lucky to marry such a peerless genius. 10th class qualifications. The world is shocked. It's all worth it. Wherever the golden chariot went, no matter how noble their bloodline, how powerful their strength, or how high their status, they all subconsciously lowered their heads. Their expressions were in awe, and they looked at the two with envy. The golden chariot carried them to the palace to pay homage to Emperor Turin. This was the supreme honor. This was also a guarantee that, as long as they did not commit suicide, did not violate some taboos, and did not openly violate the laws of the empire, they would be safe and worry-free. Even if some strong people want to target these two people, they can only use reasonable and legal means, and many dark means cannot be used. Shizu stood on the carriage, looking at the sisters who used to be high above her, and looked down on her, with envy and jealousy, and she felt indescribably refreshed in her heart. She subconsciously hugged the man's arm beside her, full of attachment. All these honors were given by this husband. If it weren't for this husband, she would still be fighting hard on the border, and might die on the battlefield one day, or be killed directly by a sister using dark means. The golden chariot did not enter the palace directly, but circled around the city, showing off, and then slowly entered the palace. When entering the palace, a series of spells were detected, and confirmed that they were correct, and the two entered the palace. When entering the palace, Xuanji immediately felt the rich innate aura, and there was a trace of fairy spirit in the aura. The energy was extremely rich, which could be said to be a supreme place for cultivation. In such an environment, even an ordinary pig can become a golden elixir pig demon. Here, there are also spiritual medicines and spiritual flowers of extremely high grade, which can be seen everywhere, decorating the palace. Along the way, various spiritual objects, treasures, spiritual materials, etc. are placed casually, without caring about the covetousness of others. The carriage stopped in front of the hall. The two got off the carriage, and walked into the palace. Outside the hall, stood a noble of the Feather Demon clan, with a strong aura, most of whom were at the level of Liangsu cultivation. Inside the hall, stood more than 100 cultivators with terrifying auras. They were the powerful masters of the Feather Demon clan. In the center, sat an almighty emperor, the great Emperor Dueling. The great Emperor Dueling had short black hair, a slender figure, and an elegant aura, like a beautiful young man. This emperor, who was a 9th level cultivator, was not only a top level existence in the Feather Demon clan, but also in the Feather world, suppressing the world. Wherever he went, everyone was afraid. Chapter 647, conferring the title of Prince of Snowstar, the spirit of seeking defeat. Looking up at the great emperor, Xuanji's expression fluctuated, and envy flashed in his eyes. A real man should live like this, and he can replace him. Greetings, the great emperor. Xuanji immediately knelt on the ground, without any integrity. Kneeling to his father-in-law is not shameful. Kneeling to the supreme strong is not shameful. This kneeling is not a shame, but a respect for strength and humility to the peak. Shizu said with an embarrassed look, "Husband, my UMO clan does not have the ritual of kneeling." Emperor Dueling smiled and said, "My UMO clan does not pay attention to those rules. As long as you enter the Jiandan realm, you can be exempted from kneeling." Lu Xuanji stood up and said, "Thank you, your majesty." Emperor Duling said, "You married my daughter and became a member of my UMO clan. You should be valued and rewarded. You should be canonized as Prince Xuxing and Shizu should be canonized as Princess Xuxing. Grant the star territory as its fiefdom. Grant a bottle of star pill, 2 8th grade spiritual treasures, and enter the Holy Spirit pool once. In the UMO clan, only the great Hideo can obtain the title of king. Among the many princesses do not have titles. Only when they enter the Hideo realm can they be qualified to obtain titles. But the two of them are good. They have not entered the Hideo realm, but they have obtained titles in advance. It can be said that they are quite valued. The star territory is inhabited by cultivators of the star clan. The reward of such a fiefdom for the two is quite meaningful. Taking the star pill can enhance the mysteries of the stars, which is of great benefit to Shizu. The 8th grade spiritual treasure, corresponding to the Hideo realm, can enhance the combat effectiveness of the cultivators, which is of great significance to the two. The Holy Spirit pool can help the cultivators cleanse their marrow and remove their hair, improve their qualifications, and also improve their cultivation. Such a reward is indeed generous. Wait a minute. At this moment, a great man of Hideo came forward and said, "Greetings, your majesty." Emperor Churin smiled and said, "King Lanayu, what do you think?" King Lanayu said, "The reason why my feather demon clan can be so strong now is that we clearly distinguish between rewards and punishments, rewarding geniuses and rewarding clansmen who have made meritorious services. We have already seen the strong qualifications of Prince Xuxing. It's just that we have not been able to see Prince Xuxing's combat effectiveness. Prince Xuxing, please show your strong combat effectiveness." Emperor Churin smiled and said, "Prince Xuxing, what do you think?" Lu Xuanji smiled and said, "A man is never afraid of a fight. Today, I'm willing to compete with the pride of the Feather Demon clan. I hope you can defeat me." Emperor Churin smiled and said, "Okay, let's fight today." With a wave of his hand, a blue pagoda appeared in the center of the hall. The pagoda was 3 feet high, shining brightly, with dazzling light flashing, and endless mysteries changing up and down. The pagoda is divided into 9 floors, each of which has supreme mysteries, and seems to be engraved with mysterious words. It is his life magic weapon, the 9 Heavens Pagoda. You can enter the magic weapon of this deity, where all beings are equal, and all cultivators are at the same realm, and you can fight at the same realm. Today I have nothing to do, so it's a good time to fight. Lu Xuanji looked at the pagoda, his expression changing. This pagoda is a semi-immortal weapon, in the process of transforming from a 9th grade spiritual treasure to an immortal weapon, but it has not yet completely transformed, and there are still certain flaws. It may be tempered for tens of thousands of years, before it will completely transform into an immortal weapon. With a flashing figure, Lu Xuanji entered the pagoda. The void was changing, and the exquisiteness around was changing. At this moment, he had entered the pagoda. Lu Xuanji looked up. The sky was blue, with stars flashing, and the ground under his feet was grey, but the space here became extremely stable and difficult to tear apart. Refining cultivators can tear apart the void and travel through the void for the first time, but it is impossible here. Here the ground becomes extremely solid, able to withstand the clash of strong men without major damage. I will fight you. At this moment, a cultivator of the 7th level of the refining void stood out, flashed, and entered the pagoda. After entering the pagoda, the cultivator immediately felt that his cultivation was suppressed to the 2nd level of the refining void, and said, "My name is Beiwuji." He was about to continue to say something, but found that the Prince of Snowstar had already attacked. The Prince of Snowstar's footsteps flashed. The golden light under his feet was changing. His fists were sharp, his strength was condensed to the extreme, his blood was boiling, like an iron hammer. Beiwuji activated the secret technique, and parried with both hands. The fist and arm collided. Crack. With a crisp sound, Beiwuji's arm broke, and a piercing pain came. Before he could think about anything, the iron fist hit his head. Boom boom boom. The watermelon was breaking, and Beiwuji's body fell down. The next moment, it disappeared. Afterwards, Beiwuji appeared in the hall, looking ashamed. In the pagoda, no matter how badly injured he was, he would recover immediately when he got outside. If he died in the pagoda, he would be resurrected outside. In the battle, he was killed with just 2 moves. He retreated in shame. Everyone was speechless. From the beginning to the end of the battle, it was just less than 2 breaths. As for the battle scene, it was also simple and direct, without any skills. But the simpler and more direct it was, the less skills there were, the more shocked everyone was. This represents a huge gap. Defeating the enemy with 3 punches and 2 kicks is also a warning to some people that, if they don't have strong strength, they should not come to serve food and embarrass themselves. Among the UMO clan, many unconvinced cultivators flashed a trace of fear. If they enter the pagoda, they may lose even more miserably. Many cultivators who are ready to move and want to step on Xuanji to get to the top have a trace of fear in their eyes. Who else wants to fight? Xuanji shouted. The scene of the battle here can be clearly seen from outside. Similarly, Xuanji can also clearly see everything outside and can leave the pagoda at any time. I'll fight. At this moment, a cultivator flashed and entered the pagoda. This cultivator stood in the air with 3 pairs of blood red wings behind him. The moment he entered the pagoda, his cultivation level kept declining and fell to the same realm. He looked at Xuanji coldly and said, I'm of the 9th level of qualification, not as good as you. You can call me Kinzan. Xuanji nodded and said, I beat you into a pig's head, don't be angry. Kinzan said, in the pagoda, we are in the same realm. It seems to be a fair duel, but it is not fair at all. I have practiced hard for 12,000 years, and you are only less than 5,000 years old. I have been comprehending various exercises, understanding various magical powers, and comprehending many mysteries since I was a child, but you were born in the lower class and don't know many profound things. Even if you have an adventure, how can you compare with me? I won't bully you. As long as you can take 10 of my moves, you will pass. There was domineering in his words, and a sense of rightness in his domineering attitude. Xuanji smiled and said, I won't bully you either. I will definitely beat your head off. Don't act so arrogant. If you have the guts, fight to the death. Everything is empty. Only fighting is real. Kinzan smiled and said coldly, many people don't know themselves. Then I will enlighten you. Are you really nothing? As he spoke, the powerful blood and ki in his body surged, and the breath was like a tide. The blood red light rushed into the sky, emitting waves of destructive breath. Behind him, a sea of blood appeared. The evil spirit was surging, the death spirit was spreading, the destruction was surging, and despair was sweeping. Many ki machines merged together, and evolved into a sea of blood that destroyed the world. Boom boom boom. The blood-colored thunder was flashing, and it chopped down from the void. Although he was only at the 2nd level of the refining void, the breath he burst out was far beyond that of the previous cultivator. Xuanji still had a smile on his face, but his expression became more and more solemn. He did not despise this great enemy at all, but paid special attention to him. Not long ago, he collected some intelligence in order to deal with some changes. The name of Kinzan happened to be in the intelligence. Kinzan's fame was very famous in the UMO clan. Kinzan, the Blood King, ranked 3rd on the refining void list, was proficient in the mysteries of blood and war. He was a powerful martial artist with extraordinary martial arts talent and outstanding fighting skills. He seemed to be a natural god of war, born to fight for battle, and the more he fought, the braver he became. The more powerful he encountered, the more his fighting power soared. Boom 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 boom. Kinzan's footsteps were ringing, like a war drum. His footsteps flashed, and he punched out. The fist was dull and powerful, as if endless power was added to the fist, condensed into a point, and turned into an extreme attack. Kill. Xuanji took a deep breath, did not dodge, but went straight forward, and rushed to kill. The brave winds went to meet on a narrow road. When cultivators fight, fighting skills are important, but the key is still a breath. If the key is there, it will be as strong as the mountains and rivers, and it will be able to suppress all powerful enemies. If the key is lost, it will also lose its edge and sharpness. Everything does not allow him to dodge. Boom boom boom. Fists and fists collided with each other, and strength collided with strength. There were no extra skills, no mysterious changes, only the ultimate collision of strength. Bang bang. Under the huge impact of the force, Xuanji took 2 steps back, but Kinzan took a step back. Xuanji was speechless and slightly surprised. In the collision of strength, he actually lost a step. How could this be possible? His strength was strong, but he stood at the ceiling of the world. My qualifications and combat effectiveness are just standing at the ceiling of the Purple Mansion world. In the Purple Mansion world, there is no one more powerful than me in the same realm duel. But it is only in the Purple Mansion realm. The world energy level of the Fiu realm is half a level higher, and the upper limit is also much higher. This means that I have an enemy and may lose. Xuanji thought, and knew where he lost in an instant. It is difficult to raise a dragon in clear water. The energy level of the world determines the upper limit of a cultivator's potential. It's not that he is not strong enough, but that the upper limit of the world is like this. Thinking of this, Xuanji became excited again. The collision of the two worlds means that his upper limit may be raised. How can you be so strong? Kinzan was stunned. He admitted that the Snowstar Kingkin had strong qualifications, but he was too young and lacked a foundation, so his combat power was ultimately limited. But in that fist fight, he certainly had the upper hand, but the advantage was not obvious. At the same time, the fire in his heart was burning, and the fighting intention was rising. He couldn't beat those who were too strong. There was no point in fighting those who were too weak. Only such opponents were worth fighting. Fight again. Kinzan took a step forward, urged his fists, and came to kill. Xuanji also stepped forward. His fists were like meteors. His fists were like cannonballs. Boom boom boom. The void was resonating, and destruction was surging. The two clashed together, without using various secret techniques and killing moves, purely competing in physical strength and pure competition of blood and ki. Just like a mortal warrior, he fought in all directions. His moves were open and closed, like mountains and rivers sweeping, like tides surging, like rivers flowing, like tsunamis surging. His body was sometimes like a tiger, with amazing explosive power, sometimes like a monkey, flexible and changeable. Bang! Iron fists were clashing, and his body shape was changing. In just a blink of an eye, hundreds of moves were over. Not a bad opponent. Look at my killer move. Kinzan shouted, reminding his opponent, Vajra indestructible body, kill. Under the activation of the secret technique, the blood in his body was surging, entering various acupuncture points. The destructive energy was surging, and the blood in his body was intensively consumed. But the potential of the body was activated to the extreme, and the strength of the body was constantly changing, becoming golden and shining, as if it was made of fairy gold. The mystery of blood is being stimulated, and runes in the body are flashing, condensing together into chains, connecting the blood and ki in the body. The blood and ki are burning and turning into powerful energy. The mystery of war is being stimulated, and it seems that he has entered a frenzy of war. There is nothing else to do except fighting. The heart makes a buzzing sound, and all aspects of the body are improving in all aspects. The defense is increased by 3 times, the speed is increased by 2 times, the strength is increased by 5 times, and it can also be immune to various spell attacks. As a price, the endurance is greatly reduced. It can only last for 5 minutes at most. After 5 minutes, the blood and ki are exhausted, and fall into a weak stage. Vajra indestructible body, one of the supreme secrets. This set of secrets is not difficult to practice, but the difficulty lies in the degree of fit. If the degree of fit is not enough, it is often twice the result with half the effort. The effect is extremely poor, and the combat effectiveness is extremely poor. The Emperor of Death. Xuanji urged the vision, and suddenly a shocking vision appeared behind him. A king was wearing a dark robe, a dark crown on his head, and a scepter in his hand. He seemed to control the death of billions of lives, as if he was born to be the master of death, the Emperor of Death. Wherever he went, he brought endless death. Wherever death reached, there was destruction. The Emperor of Death flashed and merged into Xuanji's body. Suddenly, his aura changed, and endless death energy permeated his body. He seemed to become the master of the undead, the symbol of death. Kill. Xuanji urged the spell, condensed into a scepter of death, controlling the mystery of death, and a grey aura swept over. Bang bang. The two collided with each other. The fist clashed with the scepter. The power of blood and the power of death clashed, and various killing moves fought together. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of moves were clashed. Raw. Kinzan activated his Vajra indestructible body to be immune to the power of death. and at the same time, he attacked with fists, claws, feet, etc. Each attack was fierce, and the means were overbearing. During the confrontation, Xuanji retreated continuously, and wounds appeared on his body. Sometimes his arms were broken, or his chest collapsed, or his head was shattered, or his heart was broken. It was just a small injury, just a problem. At his level, his vitality was extremely strong. The heart and head were no longer flaws. The broken heart recovered in an instant, the broken head recovered in the next moment, and the broken arm grew again in the next moment. Before the blood and ki in the body are exhausted, and the magic power is not completely exhausted, you can continue to fight and fight. The 33 Heavens treasure stores a large amount of blood and ki and magic power, which always supports the operation of the body and supports various losses. Bang! Time was passing, and Kinzan's mana was running out. The time for his Vajra indestructible body to last was about to expire. He shouted sternly, "Take my move, and one move will decide the outcome." His blood and energy surged, and his mana and martial arts combined. The mysteries of blood and gold combined, and his body changed shape and turned into a spear. A blood angel was engraved on the spear, and the blood-colored light flashed on the spear. Endless blood gathered together and turned into a sharp edge, penetrating the void and directly stabbing the immortal Xuanji. Xuanji activated the secret technique, and a golden shield appeared in front of his body. The shield was engraved with runes, and it seemed to be extremely strong. But under the stabbing of the spear, the shield shattered. The spear moved forward and pierced Xuanji's body. "You lose." Kinzan's voice came from the spear. But the next moment, he felt something was wrong. He saw the body of the Prince of Snowstar in front of him dissipating like foam. Not good. Kinzan thought to himself that it was not good. He had just stabbed a clone. At this moment, a mighty force hit the spear. The spear flew backwards and had already left the pagoda. The spear changed and turned into Kinzan's figure again. His blood and ki were weak, his mana was exhausted, and he fell into a weak period. He just murmured, "I'm unwilling, I can't lose." "Kinzan, you have already lost." Emperor Dueling said, "If you were on the battlefield, you would have been dead. Dead people have no right to speak." Kinzan bowed and said, "I admit defeat." Xuanji also bowed and said, "It was just luck." "Who is willing to fight?" "I'm willing to fight." At this moment, a virtual cultivator stepped forward and entered the pagoda. The pagoda changed, and his cultivation was suppressed to the second level of virtual cultivation. This cultivator waved his hand and came to kill. His blood and ki were condensed like a dragon, but he was inferior to Kinzan. After a fierce battle of 30 moves, a punch was delivered, and the cultivator was knocked out of the pagoda and admitted defeat on the spot. "I'll do it." Another cultivator entered the pagoda. The Feather Demon Clan cultivators came on stage one after another and went forward to fight with the Snowstar Prince. Many of them knew that they could not defeat him, but they still went to the pagoda to fight him fiercely. Winning or losing is secondary. The main thing is to hone your cultivation and improve your combat effectiveness in the battle. Looking at the Feather Demon Clan cultivators who knew they would lose, but still suppressed their cultivation, and entered the pagoda to challenge him, and the scene of crazy fighting, Xuanji was also in a complicated mood. The Feather Demon Clan is indeed a martial race, and they are obsessed with and crazy about fighting. This spirit of seeking defeat has surpassed many Xuanji. Many Xuanji seem to be powerful, but they only pursue victory, and do not know how to fail. If they lose once, they will never recover. They seem to have an invincible heart of Taoism, but in fact they are just glass hearts. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 648, Mystery Conflict, Mystery Fusion. Boom boom boom. In the pagoda, the fierce battle continued, and the two sides fought each other. A punch blasted down, and another cultivator flew backwards. He had defeated 18 strong men in a row. "I'm tired," Xuanji said, and walked out of the pagoda. Many cultivators looked at this scene, and felt a little sorry. They wanted to continue fighting, but someone was already tired. It was a pity that they couldn't continue. Emperor Dueling said, I want to canonize him as the Prince of Snowstar. Who of you is not convinced? We are all convinced. The cultivators present said in unison. Recognition is earned through fighting. In the continuous fierce battles just now, Xuanji was recognized by everyone with his own strong fighting power. The competition in the world of immortal cultivation is fierce, and the fighting is also extremely fierce. Those top cultivators are particularly important in the racial war. In terms of strategic significance, the cultivators of Liangsu are more than dozens of cultivators of Huishan. The strategic significance brought by the cultivators of Hedao and the cultivators of Duji is even more important. The moment when this Prince of Snowstar becomes a top strongman, the benefits to the Yumo clan are also becoming more and more huge. The mountains are never too high, and the sea is never too deep. No race would dislike having too many strong people. With more strong people, the sense of security increases. Emperor Turin said, Prince Zuxing, if you have any request, as long as it is within a reasonable range, I can agree to it. Everyone listened and showed envy. This is a great fortune and a great opportunity. Xuanji did not answer, but asked, Shizu, what do you want? Shizu listened, and her heart was full of emotion. This is a promise from her father. As long as it is within a reasonable range, her father will agree to everything. Now, she wants to kill that bitch the most, but she is just thinking about something and said, husband, this is a reward from my father. Don't let my father down. You can ask my father for the truth, and ask for his guidance. Xuanji said, Your Majesty, I'm comprehending the mystery of creation. Please give me some guidance. He made seals with both hands, and his palms were changing. As the seals changed, the mystery of creation evolved. He comprehended more than 30 mysteries, but the mystery of creation was the main one he comprehended. He wanted to use the mystery of creation to enter the state of Hedao, further overcome the calamity, and even become an immortal. Among the many mysteries he comprehended, the mystery of death and the mystery of time were the highest, and they could already achieve Hedao. His comprehension of the pure yang mystery was also quite profound, but the mystery of creation was a relatively low level of comprehension, only 10% of it. If he wanted to enter Hedao, he had to comprehend at least 10,000%. When he was comprehending the mystery of creation, he was vaguely stuck in a bottleneck. While evolving the secrets, Xuanji stopped and said, Your Majesty, I want to achieve the state of harmony with the Tao with the secrets of creation, but when I comprehend the secrets of creation, I'm stuck in a bottleneck. Please give me some advice, Your Majesty, on how to break through the bottleneck. Emperor Turin was stunned and said, Your secrets of death have reached a high level of attainment, and you can achieve harmony with the Tao with the secrets of death in the future. Among the many mysteries, the secrets of death has amazing lethality. If you comprehend the great Dao of death, you will have a good future. As for the secrets of creation, I don't understand. Can you explain the great Dao of creation in detail? Xuanji said, the great Dao of creation is essentially the evolution of creation, the birth and death of all things, the birth and death of the universe, the creation and destruction of emptiness, and the destruction of the infinite. The palm of his hand evolved the Dao pattern, evolving the understanding of the great Dao of creation. Everyone listened, a little puzzled. Emperor Turin was silent, his expression flickering. After a long time, he said, legend has it that there are 3,000 great ways, but 3,000 is just a general term. There are more than 3,000 great ways of law. When we cultivators reach the nascent soul stage, we can initially control a trace of the law. When we reach the refining void stage, our comprehension of the realm is even more profound, and can be transformed into mysteries. Among the many mysteries, the 5-element mystery is the most common and the easiest to comprehend, occupying more than 7 levels of cultivators. There are also cultivators who comprehend the mysteries of the moon, the sun, the stars, the blood, the power, the life, the death, the light, the darkness, etc., occupying as many as 2 levels. Less than 1%, or even 1,000th of the cultivators, will comprehend some rare, awkward, and difficult to understand mysteries. For example, the mystery of devouring, the mystery of fate, the mystery of reincarnation, the mystery of time, the mystery of space, the mystery of yin and yang, the mystery of creation, and so on. There is no difference in strength in mysteries, there is only the strength of the cultivators. Most cultivators comprehend some common mysteries, because they have the experience of their predecessors to learn from, and there are some special relics to comprehend. Some uncommon mysteries, rare mysteries, and awkward mysteries are comprehended by fewer cultivators, and there is no reference from their predecessors, so they can only rely on themselves. What is the mystery of creation? I don't understand, and I don't know. It's useless to ask me. However, I suggest you give up. Give up comprehending the mysteries of creation, because there are very few people who comprehend the mysteries of creation in the FIU world, and there are very few notes and relics about the mysteries of creation. Without the paths of predecessors to learn from, you can only rely on your own comprehend. Xuanji said, "Your Majesty, I will not give up." Emperor Turin said, "In the battle just now, I found that you not only comprehended the mysteries of death and creation, but also other mysteries. The aura of the mysteries is extremely complex, involving at least 7 or 8 mysteries." Xuanji said, "I have comprehended at least 32 mysteries, but many of them are shallow." Emperor Dueling said, "As expected. In our Yumo clan, below the 7th level of talent, one can comprehend at most 1 mystery. From the 7th to the 9th level of talent, 2 mysteries can be comprehended. For the 10th level of talent, no more than 3 mysteries can be comprehended. The more mysteries you comprehend, the more severe the conflict of mysteries." Xuanji frowned slightly, full of doubts. Emperor Dueling sighed slightly in his heart, as expected. For the cultivators of the big families, it is common sense, but for the low-level casual cultivators, it is a blind spot of knowledge. Emperor Turin continued, "After refining the void, the cultivator only comprehends 1 mystery, so the progress will be much faster. But if they comprehend 2 mysteries, the 2 mysteries will interfere with each other, increasing the difficulty of comprehending by as much as 1 time. If they comprehend 3 mysteries, the difficulty of comprehending will double again. If they comprehend 4 mysteries, 5 mysteries, and so on, the difficulty will double again. At a lower level, the interference of mysteries is relatively light, but when you enter the state of unity, the interference between mysteries will further increase. If you reach the state of crossing the tribulation, the conflict of mysteries will intensify. Your aptitude is also ranked in the top 10 in the Yumo clan, but it is precisely because of your good aptitude that you cannot overestimate your ability. You can only comprehend 3 mysteries at most. Comprehending more will harm you and ruin your future. I have a 7th grade elixir here, called Spirit Washing Pill, which can wash away the extra mysteries." As he spoke, he threw a crystal gourd. In the crystal gourd, there was a elixir sealed. Comprehending multiple mysteries will be of great benefit in battle. Many geniuses think they are gifted, and will be blindly arrogant. They will comprehend many mysteries, and then suffer a great loss under the interference of mysteries. In the end, they had no choice but to take the soul cleansing pill to wash away the extra mysteries. Xuanji said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Emperor Turin nodded and left later. Everyone also dispersed one after another. Xuanji said goodbye to everyone, returned to the manor, and began to retreat. Mobile scan. Xuanji urged his mobile phone to scan and check the pill. The results showed that there was no problem with the pill. The pill is safe. "Husband, here are some books." At this time, Shizu took out a dozen books and handed them over. These books are not secret, nor precious. They are just ordinary popular science books. They are some popular science data for those who have just entered the world of cultivation. They tell some common sense things, some pitfalls in cultivation, some taboos, as well as defects and deficiencies, and various problems that may arise. For the Yumo clan cultivators, these are just very ordinary books. Xuanji flipped through them, but he felt like he was making up for common sense, especially when he read the content of Conflict of Mysteries. His expression became more and more complicated. The mystery of water will conflict with the mystery of fire, the mystery of the moon will conflict with the mystery of the sun, and the mystery of the 5 element will conflict. Even 2 mysteries that complement each other will conflict. The conflict of controlling mysteries is a big problem in itself. Not only that, after comprehending one mystery, comprehending other mysteries again will be affected by the previous mystery, and the difficulty of comprehending will increase significantly. The difficulty of comprehending the first mystery is 1, the difficulty of the second mystery is 2, the difficulty of the third mystery is 4, the difficulty of the fourth mystery is 8, the difficulty of the fifth mystery is 16, the difficulty of the sixth mystery is 32, and the difficulty of the seventh mystery is 64. The lifespan of Liangsu is only 10,000 to 20,000 years. The lifespan is limited, and the difficulty is very high. It is destined that it is impossible to comprehend too many mysteries. Once a genius comprehended 5 mysteries, but he was stuck, and his lifespan was exhausted, and he almost died. On the eve of his death, he took the spirit cleansing pill directly, which washed away a mystery, thus achieving self-perfection and finally entering the state of harmony. Flipping through the book, Xuanji discovered some more knowledge points. Fusion of mysteries. Suddenly, Xuanji made a new discovery. The more mysteries you comprehend, the more difficult it is. In order to reduce the difficulty of comprehending mysteries and increase the power of mysteries, there is the fusion of mysteries. Fusion of mysteries is to fuse different mysteries together. Fusion of the mysteries of wood, earth, fire, water, gold, etc. into the mysteries of the 5 element. Fusion of the moon mystery with the sun mystery into the yin and yang mystery. Fusion of the mystery of life with the mystery of luck into the mystery of destiny. Many top masters have to fuse many mysteries together to form one mystery in the end. In the demon sect, the emperor of Samsara merged the mysteries of death, soul, life, cause and effect, karma, yin and yang, etc. into the mysteries of Samsara. The immortal demon lord also merged the mysteries of time, death, life, wood, etc. into the mysteries of immortality. I can also try to merge mysteries. Xuanji suddenly thought of something and became slightly excited. The fusion of mysteries can enhance the power of mysteries. But the fusion of mysteries is very difficult. First of all, there must be complementarity or similarities between the mysteries to have a basis for fusion. It is not that any 2 mysteries can be merged, which is impossible. Secondly, you must have a strong understanding to control various mysteries without conflict and explosion. Finally, the fusion of mysteries requires a strong mental force. In short, the fusion of mysteries is difficult. In theory, the higher the realm, the higher the success rate of the fusion of mysteries. Many cultivators complete the fusion of mysteries when they reach the realm of crossing the tribulation. In the realm of combining the way, there are very few cultivators who complete the fusion of mysteries. In the realm of refining emptiness, there may not be one cultivator who has completed the fusion of mysteries in 100,000. Mystery fusion, I must complete it. I can use the Great 5 Element Yin Yang Yuan Magnet Star Universe Extinction Divine Sword as the magical power to fuse the 5 element mysteries, Yin Yang mysteries, Yuan magnetism mysteries, star mysteries, time mysteries, space mysteries, destruction mysteries, etc. together to become the heavenly sword mysteries. Xuanji said excitedly. He began to comprehend many mysteries and entered the initial fusion. Deep in the palace, there is an ancient palace. The location of this singing palace is extremely remote and lonely. The palace is extremely luxurious, with the 9 heavens divine jade forged as the floor, laid on the ground, with clear and staggered textures, appearing natural and harmonious. The pillars in the middle are forged with the wood of living beings, and the rich vitality emanates, affecting the aura and the void. Staying in such an environment for a long time can prolong the life of the cultivator. The walls were forged with divine gold, black dragon patterned fairy gold, red phoenix blood fairy gold, blue eternal fairy gold, purple deo patterned fairy gold, golden calamity fairy gold, orange destiny fairy gold, and many other fairy golds were mixed together and inlaid on the walls, appearing to be well arranged. In the center of the palace, there was a large bed, covered with a white tiger skin, and a young man was sitting there, flipping through a book. He was leisurely and at ease, like a young man at leisure. At this moment, an emperor walked in from outside the palace. He was tall and mighty, and exuded a breath of destruction. It was Emperor Turin. My lord, I met an interesting person this time. Emperor Turin said, turning into a stream of light, and entering the body of the young man. The young man closed his eyes, absorbing the information from his clone. After a moment, he opened his eyes, and a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. Interesting, interesting. This man is really skilled and brave. He actually dared to come here. What a young man. The bell of death, and thinking about these, the young man sighed and said, it's a pity that all this has nothing to do with me. I just want to get rid of the shackles and live more freely. Thinking back to the sealing of the undead demon lord, the young man was still nervous in his joy. In the eyes of outsiders, he is one of the giants of the Feather Demon clan and the top existence in the Purple Mansion world. But in private, he is just a poor guy. A poor and ridiculous clown. He urged his divine thoughts, and in just a moment, a black shadow appeared in the palace. His body shrouded in black robes, like a shadow, like a ghost, and his appearance was very abrupt. Greetings, your majesty, said the shadow. Have you investigated the identity of that person? Asked Emperor Turin. Shadow said, a lot of information has been investigated clearly, and some information has not been investigated clearly, but it's almost done. That person, on the surface, is the king of Song State. He gained some adventures during his travels, and became very powerful. He is suspected to have entered the tomb of the Lord of Death, and obtained some treasures in those broken palaces, and began to rise. Then, on the battlefield on the front line, he interacted with Princess Shizu, and the two gradually developed a deep relationship, and became Taoist companions. On the surface, he seems to have no problem. But if you investigate carefully, I feel that there are some problems with this person. Emperor Turin said, not bad, not bad. But you only see some superficial things, but some deep things. Qin Feng is just his disguised identity. In essence, he comes from the Purple Mansion world, and is considered a strong human from another world. He sneaked into our world just to get some opportunities. Not only that, he also entered the ruins of the Lord of Death, and obtained the immortal weapon, Death Bell. With the help of this immortal weapon, he perfectly concealed his own aura. Even if he burst out all his cultivation, he would not be suppressed by the world. With the cover of the immortal weapon, he perfectly hid himself. Even the clone of the original body observed closely, and did not find any flaws. It's a pity that this kid is still a little naive, and doesn't cover up some problems well enough. He directly activated the mystery of death, which made me feel familiar. At that time, I had fought with the Lord of Death. We fought each other for hundreds of moves and retreated, but I remembered his breath. After exposing this, I observed carefully. Many seemingly insignificant things have enlarged flaws one by one. Many seemingly reasonable things have a taste of fraud. I peeked into some mysteries in him, and guessed about it. As he said this, Emperor Turin's expression became low. Seeing through someone's background did not make him happy, but depressed. Thinking of the choices he had made, thinking of different choices. Faced with the threat from the undead demon lord, the Lord of Death chose to resist, and would rather die than surrender. He resisted to the end, and was finally beaten to death, but he chose to kneel down, accept the slave seal, became the Emperor Turin of the Feather Demon clan, and also became someone's slave. Shadow said, Your Majesty, what are your plans? Emperor Turin said, what else can I do? Just do it as usual. I'm not deaf or dumb, and I'm not the head of the family. Just pretend that I didn't see anything. Shadow said, those who are not of my race must have different hearts. In the World War, the Zifu realm is our mortal enemy. This person has extraordinary talent, not inferior to your majesty, or even more powerful. If he develops, it will be a great threat to our Fiu world. Your majesty, you must not be soft-hearted, and allow the enemy to grow. Emperor Turin sneered, I will kill him directly, or capture him, and send him to the undead. What good will it do me? I'm not a slave. The slave seal in the soul still cannot be removed. Everything remains the same. So what if Prince Xuanji is powerful? He threatens the undead demon lord and the undead. As for me, I'm his father-in-law. Can he kill me? I hope he can grow up and kill the undead demon lord. Chapter 649, Treasure Land, River in the Sky. Emperor Turin spoke, his words were cold and his expression was cruel. Every time I think of the scene where the Lord of Death died in battle, I feel envious. Some people are alive, but he is already dead. Some people are dead, but he is still alive. When I was young, I was full of energy and refused to accept anyone, even the immortals. I thought I could become an immortal in the future. But later, when facing death, he chose to kneel down. The so-called invincible heart of Taoism was just self-deception. Looking back on the past, I admire the Lord of Death a little. But the more I admire him, the more I feel ashamed of my dirty deeds, and the more ugly I feel. I'm more open-minded about many things. Emperor Turin said, don't be too fussy about many things. It's no good to be too fussy. That man is my son-in-law. I can't betray him, or kill him with a knife. In other words, I'm his father-in-law. He can't kill me with a knife. Be kind to others, so that you can see others in the future. Exposing Prince Xuanji's identity would not benefit him at all. Instead, he would slap himself in the face. Shadow said, Your Majesty, you are right. Is that right? Oh my. This Majesty is cruel and ruthless. Haven't he killed enough brothers and fellow Taoists over the years? Some of his sons and daughters were also killed by this Majesty. He doesn't care about his children. So what's a son-in-law? In the world of cultivating immortals, if you are not cruel and ruthless, you can't stand firm. This big man has never been kind and soft. Emperor Turin said, did he leave some flaws? Shadow said, he is cautious in doing things. Most of the flaws are erased, but there are still some flaws. If you meet a meticulous person and investigate carefully, you can still find a little change. Many cultivators noticed him and have some thoughts about him. Emperor Turin said, you can help him erase some traces. Shadow said, Your Majesty, it's better not to. Leaving some flaws is not a big problem. If we take action, it will attract the attention of some big guys. Emperor Turin nodded and asked again, what is he doing recently? Shadow said, he is in seclusion and seems to be comprehending fusion of mysteries. Emperor Turin said, interesting, don't disturb him, just let him work hard. Haha, fusion of mysteries is very difficult, but it's okay to fail. Young people still deserve a beating. Shadow nodded and disappeared. Emperor Turin sighed and continued to practice hard. After the 9th level of the tribulation, his cultivation almost stopped, but even so, he still did not interrupt to polish his cultivation. Everything seemed to have changed little. In the cave, the grey and white colors in Xuanji's body were flashing, and then the black light flashed and dissipated. Then the 5-color light was rising and falling, and then it disappeared. The energy in the body was fluctuating, the blood was generating and dying, the mana was constantly fluctuating, and the breath was sometimes strong and sometimes falling. Puff. At this moment, the breath impacted everything, and Xuanji spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and his vitality was seriously injured. After spitting out blood, he activated the secret technique to recover from the injury and continued to comprehend. The process of fusion of the mystery was extremely difficult, and he failed again and again. He failed dozens of times in a row, but Xuanji continued to deduce and merge without changing his mind. Failure is common sense. It is difficult to succeed in fusion by relying on 1 or 2 times. In the process of deduction, he failed several times. The body exploded continuously, and he could only activate the secret technique to recover. This injury was nothing to him. But, at this moment, the mysteries of wood, fire, gold, and earth collided with each other, but did not explode, but merged briefly. Xuanji was happy, and continued to activate the secret technique to maintain this brief fusion. It only lasted less than 10 breaths before it exploded. Half of his body was blown up, and blood was scattered in the cave. Activating the secret technique, the broken body and the scattered blood condensed together, and turned into the original form, but his face was a little pale. After recuperating for a while, and recovering from his injuries, Xuanji recalled the inspiration of the fusion just now, and the mysterious and wonderful feeling in the fusion process, and entered the fusion. This time, after maintaining it for 30 breaths, it exploded again. The fusion continued, and the explosion continued. But during the fusion process, the duration of maintenance was increasing, gradually changing from a few breaths to more than 10 breaths, hundreds of breaths, and even several hours. In the end, they were perfectly integrated, indistinguishable from each other, and transformed into a brand new mystery. The 5 mysteries disappeared, leaving only the 5-element mystery. Ha ha ha. Xuanji laughed, feeling indescribably happy and joyful. He counted the time with his fingers, and it was only 5 years. It was still early, so he continued to fuse the mysteries. The Xuanji mystery and the star mystery tried to fuse, and it took 3 years to achieve fusion. The fusion of the time mystery and the space mystery took a full 10 years to complete the fusion. The yin-yang mystery and the 5-element mystery were fused, and then they were fused with the space-time mystery, and then with the destruction mystery. As the mysteries were fused one by one, the number was decreasing, the power was increasing, and the difficulty was increasing. It took a full 100 years to complete the fusion. In the end, only the heavenly sword mystery was left. Unfortunately, I tried to integrate the mystery of life into the mystery of the heavenly sword, but failed. The mystery of death, however, was perfectly integrated into the mystery of the heavenly sword. Xuanji frowned slightly, with a sigh flashing in his eyes. The failure of integrating the mystery of life into the mystery of the heavenly sword proved that not all mysteries could be integrated. Then, he activated the mystery of creation and began to integrate other mysteries. He never forgot that the mystery of creation was his fundamental method. The mystery of the mortal world, the mystery of life, the mystery of death, the mystery of withering and flourishing, the mystery of time, the mystery of space, the mystery of the 5-element, etc. were all integrated into the mystery of the mortal world. In the end, Xuanji only had 2 mysteries left. One was the mystery of the heavenly sword, and the other was the mystery of creation. But Xuanji activated the long sword, and the magic power surged like a tide. The long sword flashed and changed, and the mystery of the heavenly sword was integrated into it. With one slash, the 5-element are born and die, yin and yang are annihilated, the stars are flickering, the primordial magnetism is rioting, death is evolving, time and space are subverting, destruction is continuing, and with one slash, no ghosts or gods are left. The power has increased by more than 3 levels compared to the past. The power of this slash is somewhat fierce and overbearing, but the mana consumption is also quite huge, consuming 1 level of mana. If you slash 10 times in a row in the battle, your mana will be exhausted. Even with the 33 Heavens treasure, which stores a lot of mana, it feels a bit overwhelming. Another punch was thrown, and the 33 heavens behind him were undulating. The void was exploding, destroying everything, as if the immortal king had descended and punched a world-destroying punch. Comprehending the mystery, the conflict between the 2 mysteries, has been reduced a lot. Comprehending carefully, all kinds of inspirations and thoughts flashed, and the speed of comprehension was much faster. In the past, when I was comprehending the mystery, it was like an old cow pulling a broken cart, but now, it was like driving a rocket. The number of mysteries has decreased, and the interference from mysteries has decreased, which has brought huge benefits. Not bad, not bad. The number of mysteries is decreasing, but the power of mysteries is increasing, and the speed of comprehension is much faster. Xuanji was happy. The only bad thing is that the progress of mysteries is decreasing, and I have to comprehend some mysteries again. Chapter 650, World Ruins, Holy Light Princess. Time is passing. After 3 years of comprehending the lock of time, Xuanji left again. Death GD, Fountain of Life, Starry Sky, River of Time, Endless Abyss. Xuanji's footsteps were flashing, moving back and forth in various treasures, constantly comprehending various mysteries. Many mysteries were sensed, melted into the body, and turned into his own foundation. The cultivation level was increasing layer by layer. In just 200 years, the mysteries of creation were comprehended to 300% and the mysteries of the heavenly sword were comprehended to 500%. With the improvement of the mysteries, the combat effectiveness was increasing crazily. Xuanji's physique, soul, avenue, cultivation, mysteries, mana, blood, mind, will, heavenly secrets, etc. were all improving in all directions. The speed of progress was so fast that it shocked the world. Soon, the time to open the ruins of the world came. In the ancient palace, Emperor Chirin opened his eyes. His expression was a little dazed. Just now, he was wandering thousands of miles away. His soul was immersed in the perception of the avenue, and he didn't know the passage of time. Suddenly, his mind was shaken, and he woke up. He counted with his fingers, and found that 200 years had passed. 200 years may be a lifetime for a foundation building cultivator. but the lifespan of Emperor Turin is at least 500,000 years, and 200 years is just a nap, just a trivial moment. He was slightly surprised why he woke up at this time. Hey, the ruins of the world are about to be opened. There may be some unpredictable dangers in the ruins of the world. Prince Xuanji is in danger. Emperor Turin frowned slightly and said, "It seems that the secret of the heaven in the dark does not want him to fall too early, so let me help him." He counted with his fingers, and soon understood the cause and effect. Those peerless geniuses are difficult to kill. Because in the dark, under the protection of the way of heaven, it is difficult to be killed. Even if they are sniped by a strong enemy, they will meet some nobles in the dark to save them. Emperor Turin took out a token and opened it. A voice came from the token. "Your Majesty, is there anything?" The voice was indifferent. Emperor Dueling said, "This time, our Feather Demon Clan monks are going to enter the world ruins for training. If they die there, or are killed by powerful enemies, don't pay attention to these things. When you are outside, remember to help us. Our Feather Demon Clan monks must not be bullied." "I know," the voice said. Emperor Dueling said, "The situation is a bit chaotic. The Undead Clan is trying to win over our Feather Demon Clan, and the Horned Demon Clan and the Jade Demon Clan are also trying to win over our clan. Just ignore them. We just need to remain neutral." The voice said, "Your Majesty, if you remain neutral like this, it is easy to offend some people and attract them to join forces to besiege." Emperor Dueling said contemptuously, "So what? I just want to be neutral. Do they have the ability to besiege me? I hope they besiege me. Maybe they can kill me. Maybe they can also divide up my Feather Demon Clan's territory and expand their power again." The voice was silent, but did not respond. In the Fiu world, there are constant fierce battles and fighting, and many territories are fighting to death. But now, the 8 holy clans, the Undead Clan, and other forces fought fiercely, but they still maintained restraint, and did not completely tear their faces apart. They just agreed with the monks below to fight. Most of them were just the battles between the refining monks, and the combined monks rarely participated. The two sides even made a tacit agreement that the great masters of the tribulation were forbidden to participate in the war. After all, if the great masters of the tribulation participated in the war, if they were not careful, both sides would suffer losses. Such a huge loss is unbearable for many clans. "Your Majesty, I understand," said the voice on the token. "The ruins of the world, the largest forbidden area in the Fiu world, there is no one. Over the long years, the Fiu world annexed the Golden World, the God World, the Star World, the Barbarian Demon World and other worlds one by one. At the moment of death of those worlds, the endless resentment and karma derived from them gathered together to form a powerful pollution force. Under the erosion of the pollution force, many polluted creatures were born, evil creatures, dark creatures, etc., all gathered together and turned into a malicious aggregate of the world. That huge malice and monstrous resentment turned into a desperate place and a place of destruction. Many wanted strong men and great powers who were unwilling to surrender, entered this forbidden area, struggled to survive, and died in it. In the ruins of the world, there is a strong resentment and murderous intention towards the monks of the Fiu world. It is extremely unfriendly to the monks of the Fiu world, but here is a good place to realize the Tao, where you can feel the mysteries of birth and death and the changes of the Tao at close range. There was once a great power who said that, as long as you enter it, and persist for 200 years without dying, you will definitely enter the state of harmony. But the mortality rate is also surprisingly high. On the periphery of the restricted area, there is a gorgeous manor with luxurious furnishings and all kinds of fine wine and food. The monks of UMO all gathered here, in groups of 3 or 5, each gathered into a small circle, talking about everything, and they were quite relaxed with each other, as if they were on vacation. Xuanji was alone, sitting upright on a chair, drinking fine wine, and observing the surroundings. There are at least 10 monks here, I can't see through them. They may be powerful people who are in harmony with the Tao, or even great people who are overcoming the tribulation. Xuanji thought. In theory, world ruins only allows cultivators of the refining void to enter. However, there are still many cultivators of the Hedeo realm, and the great ones who have passed the tribulation have sealed their cultivation and entered this secret realm one after another to look for some opportunities. Some strange treasures have emerged in world ruins, which are coveted by even the cultivators of the crossing tribulation. Many cultivators barely enter the Hedeo realm, but their potential is exhausted. If there is no great opportunity, they may be stuck in the early stage of Hedeo for their entire lives, until they die of old age. In order to find some opportunities, and for those treasures, some great ones do not hesitate to take great risks and seal their own cultivation to enter. Although there are dangers, once they come out alive, the harvest is also quite huge. It's not easy for everyone. Looking at some people, Xuanji sighed slightly in his heart. At this moment, a ray of light flashed in the void, and a blonde woman appeared. She was tall and graceful, especially her chest was quite huge, so there was no need to worry about the next generation. When she appeared, a faint halo surrounded her body, exuding a hint of sacredness. Just a glance gave people a sense of closeness. This female cultivator possesses a holy body of light. A trace of obsession flashed in Xuanji's eyes, and the desire in his heart was stirring, but the next moment his soul was slightly cold, and he woke up from that kind of charm. The heat in his eyes still existed, but there was a little more vigilance in his heart. "Your Highness, what is your name?" Xuanji asked. "Prince Xuxing, you don't recognize me, but I recognize you." The blonde woman smiled and said, "I'm Shizu's sister, named Shizuoang, and the title is the Princess of Holy Light. My aptitude is 9th grade, which is inferior to you. Now, my bone age is 6,000 years old. We are of the same generation. I have reached the peak of the refining void, and I have achieved the small perfection of the mystery of light and the small perfection of the mystery of fire. I still lack some of the mystery of life. Let's fight at this point." The fighting spirit was boiling, and the terrifying aura pressure came. According to the rules of the Phi realm, every 10,000 years is a generation. Those who are under 10,000 years old are considered children in the eyes of those big guys. Princess Shengguang, the strongest of the younger generation of the Feather Demon clan, was far superior to many other princesses. Shizu, Shikingayu and others did not even have the courage to raise their heads in front of her. Many cultivators trembled in fear when they stood in front of this princess. The power of the stars was quite strong. It just appeared in the void. The power of the stars in the sky gathered together, like 100 birds returning to their nests. Princess Shengguang said, "This is a star core. It's just too small. If there are more, you can forge your own spiritual treasure. The star core is not very useful to you, but it is very useful to Xiaoxu. She has the blood of the stars. With the help of this star core, the star mystery can be close to the small perfection." Xuanji's eyes brightened and said, "Not bad, not bad." He took out a gourd, and the gourd sealed the spill, which was the soul cleansing pill. "This is the soul cleansing pill. It's not very useful to you, but it is a 7th grade pill after all. I was born poor, and this is all I have." Xuanji said. His cultivation is improving, and all kinds of expenses are also increasing. Now, he has become poorer and poorer. There is nothing valuable, and he is so poor that he only has this pill. That's it. Princess Shengguang just nodded slightly, as if she was not interested in the so-called prize, but was only interested in the next battle. "This is a battle maniac," Xuanji commented in his heart. "Then let's start the battle." Princess Shengguang said, "Uncle, you be the referee." "Okay." At this time, a burly man appeared with 4 pairs of black wings behind him. He stood there like a mortal, but the UMO clan's geniuses who were present bowed their heads in respect. The man waved his hand and threw out a large tripod, which was placed on the square. Princess Shengguang turned into a stream of light and entered the large tripod, and Xuanji also entered the large tripod. The large tripod radiated a grey light. The area here was large enough and strong enough to support the monks' battle. The burly man activated the secret technique, and immediately the scene in the large tripod was clearly displayed to the outside world. "We are idle anyway, so we can kill time and have fun," the burly man said. "Come on, let's make a bet on who will win and who will lose. I bet that Prince Xuxing will win, and I will bet 100 spiritual stones." Small bets are fun, big bets are sad. Everyone can open the market. Do it according to your ability. Don't open a big one. As he said, he threw 100 spiritual stones. Other monks also opened bets. Life is a gamble. There are countless big and small bits. There are losses and wins. The main thing is not to lose too badly. It's not a big problem. Boom boom boom. In the big cauldron, a war broke out completely. The blonde woman showed a terrifying aura. Her magic power was surging like water. Her blood was like an erupting volcano. The holy light was surging, evolving into a milky white light, with sacredness and majesty. There were bursts of hymns chanting. The vitality was surging. The vitality was like a tide. The endless breath of life was surging and changing, emitting a green light. The flames were rising. The red flames had the momentum of burning the sky, and it turned into a terrifying breath and burst out. Swish. Behind the blonde woman, wings appeared one after another. The wings radiated golden color, which looked sacred and beautiful. With her beautiful face, she looked like a peerless female war god. Amidst the crisp sound, a long sword appeared on her palm. It was a holy sword of light. The three mysteries of light, fire, and life gathered together, and the holy sword of light became more brilliant. Runes flashed one after another, shining brightly, and the aura of destruction burst out. The golden wings flashed, and the blonde woman's body moved quickly. The speed was extremely fast, and the holy sword of light turned into a stream of light and stabbed. Heavenly sword, cut. On Xuanji's palm, 9 colors of light flashed. The power of the 5 element was flowing. The yin and yang were flowing. The power of the primordial magnetism was condensing. The power of the stars was fluctuating. The power of time and space was fluctuating. The power of destruction was condensing, and the power of death was superimposed. Many mysteries merged together and turned into a supreme heavenly sword, which appeared in the void. The heavenly sword is the way of heaven. Holding this heavenly sword, Xuanji seemed to be the supreme master, in control of the heavenly Dao, and turned into a supreme extinction strike. Cut. The long sword flashed, and it chopped down directly. There was no extra calculation, no wonderful changes, only a simple slash. Swish. The moment the long sword flashed, the blonde woman's eyes were dark, and everything disappeared. The light faded, only darkness remained. The world collapsed, only destruction. Everything with it, only death. Under this sword, the mind was taken away, the heart was trembling, and inexplicably only endless fear remained. No. The blonde woman shouted, biting her tongue forcefully, suppressing the terror and uneasiness in her heart, suppressing the uneasiness in her heart, suppressing the negative emotions in her heart. The blood was burning, and the breath on the holy sword burst out, forcibly increasing by 3 layers. The milky white holy sword had a hint of blood, a hint of madness and paranoia. Swish. It seemed to have turned into eternity. The long sword stabbed and chopped down. The tip of the sword and the blade fought against each other. Their mana was melting each other. The secrets were constantly colliding, and the blood was constantly colliding. It was just the first move of the confrontation, and the two entered the decisive battle, the stage of winning or losing. Bang! In the sound of the explosion, the holy sword broke. The secret of light was shattered. The secret of life was shattered, and the secret of fire was shattered. The blood was collapsing, and it collapsed thousands of miles. The mana was collapsing, and it collapsed thousands of miles. The long sword slashed down, as if it would become eternal. A trace of despair flashed in the eyes of the blonde woman. The blade was almost attached to her neck. The skin felt the sharpness and coldness of the blade, and it seemed that she would die in the next moment. But at this moment, the long sword stopped, and the indifferent voice said, "You lost." With that, Xuanji left the cauldron. The blonde woman was in a trance, touching her neck, and a strand of long hair was cut off, and fell to the ground at this moment. "I lost," the blonde woman said tremblingly. Her mind was still in panic. That blow was enough to cut off 8 layers of vitality in her body, enough to kill her on the spot. When walking out of the cauldron, Xuanji took over the star core, felt the power of the stars, and said, "Thank you, senior." The burly man said, "You are not bad." Xuanji nodded slightly, his figure flashed, and disappeared. Only the stunned people were left, with many puzzles. What are they doing? One move decides the outcome. It's not a fake fight. They are not trying to cheat us out of money. One move decides the outcome. This is too fake. Not exciting at all. They are not working together to fake it. Not exciting. Not exciting at all. Everyone was puzzled. Everyone wanted to watch the big show. Watching the wonderful duel between the two geniuses, various strange phenomena continued, various killing moves fell out, and punches hit the flesh. However, it was over with one move, which was neither exciting nor good looking, boring and monotonous. Only a few cultivators remained silent, did not participate in the discussion, but recalled the sword and knife. Some people have narrow vision and shallow knowledge, and they can't see anything, so what they say is very stupid. But they are not stupid, but they have seen something. That sword, with its unparalleled elegance, has touched the traces of Tao. That knife is even more stunning. Recalling that knife and sword, and thinking about myself, I have a lot of insights. As for the simple and direct fight, it is not exciting, which is even more ridiculous and pitiful. Monks are not actors. Why do they need to look good? Ahem. When she walked out of the cauldron, the blonde woman was in a state of dismay. She was also aware of the words of pointing around, and she felt even more ashamed and angry. Boom boom boom. At this moment, a terrifying aura emanated, and the pressure was directed at the people who pointed and talked nonsense. Those monks who pointed and talked nonsense left one after another. There were also a few who were slower, and they were killed by the holy sword. Their heads flew around, their bodies were broken into 2 pieces, their bodies were broken, their hearts were broken, and they were extremely embarrassed. In the midst of embarrassment, they fled madly. The head was chopped off, and it was reattached, the heart was broken, and a new one continued to grow, the body was cut in 2, and it was reattached. The cultivators present had strong ki and blood, and they could regenerate broken limbs, heads, and hearts as long as they consumed some ki and blood. These were just small things. But if he continued to talk nonsense, and aroused someone's anger, he might be beaten to death. In an instant, everyone dispersed. Only the burly man was left on the square, looking at the princess with a little nervousness. He didn't leave, because he was afraid that after the princess was defeated, her mentality would be unbalanced, and her inner demons would invade, and something would go wrong. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.